At the Hunter Association HQ, they were looking suspiciously out the window. That guy was the only survivor of the dungeon accident. Of the 5 people, he was the only one left. And the strangest part, he's a D-rank support, the weakest of them. The girl, scared, asks if he really killed his partners. The man warns her. They aren't the police, and more importantly, what happens in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. The girl agrees, but asks why he hit her on the head, since they aren't in a dungeon now. The man then says to do nothing. Small guilds often try to take jobs they can't handle to earn some money, and they end up like this. When he leaves the room, the man was looking at the case info and is sure there is something wrong with this kid, Shin Junseo. When he was being questioned, he was too calm. He has almost no experience in dungeons and just saw that tragedy, but even so, he was calm. Because of this, he decides he needs to look into it. Shin was running through the forest. This damn guy was late for his first mission with the guild. Kim Duan questions if it's acceptable for a rookie to be late. The girl, Kim Jimin, defends Shin, saying Duan did the same thing when he was a rookie. On the way, Duan says he wasn't that late, and the girl agrees, saying the leader is waiting inside. Even so, the MC feels he needs to change. This is his first dungeon mission as a support. Inside the dungeon, the leader Moon Do-yoon asks if Shin knows what to do. Supports don't have combat skills, so they must hide. They also can't stay too far away, or they might become monster food. He just needs to create weapons for the leader when he gets the signal. The team's mage warned that he feels monster mana nearby. One of them might be the boss. Everyone is calm because it's a low-ranked dungeon, but the leader is suspicious. Shin takes 20 seconds to make a dagger so he can start now. The crystal lizards emerge from the shadows and attack ferociously. This is exciting for the crew. Finally, a real fight. The tank activates his skill and slams his shield into the ground with all his strength to provoke the monsters. The girl charges forward and breaks some of the lizard's teeth too. She did this while doing a beautiful somersault and landing perfectly. Unexpectedly, the monsters regenerate and rush toward the group. The girl shouted that they heal faster than normal. The mage prepared his fire spell, close enough to burn the tank's hair. Meanwhile, Shin was finally completing the dagger for the team leader. The quality of the created weapon depends on the user's mana. Do-yoon received the dagger and activated his shadow skill. With it, he cut the crystal dragon's head. The head fell heavily to the ground, and the dagger disintegrated in his hand. That was amazing. The group was happy with the battle. Shin was also impressed. The senpais are so strong. The teamwork was incredible. It was so good that he starts comparing himself. Maybe he's the most useless one here, and because of this, he apologizes. But the leader scolds him. Do-yoon needs new weapons every time he fights, and they are very expensive. That's why Shin is essential to this group. The depressive protagonist feels he was actually useful now. When the tank tells everyone to go get the rewards, the ground starts to shake so intensely that it makes their legs numb. The protagonist points in one direction, and the wall crumbles. The mage lights up the place and says it's a secret passage. The leader seems suspicious that this isn't different from a double dungeon, but the tank is blinded by greed. They must go in, as there must be better treasures. The girl hears the word treasure and gets equally interested. The mage doesn't feel any presence inside, but he isn't comfortable with this. The leader then says they will go in very quickly and come back. 10 minutes pass. Shin is running for his life. He can't believe that those strong guys ended up like this. The tank wasn't that resistant. The fighter and the mage were obliterated by that creature. The leader also lost the arm he uses to hold his dagger. Now, he is the next to die. Running for his life, he took a powerful attack and couldn't get up. Desperate, he made a sword as fast as he could and decided to attack. It was useless. He is just a support. His strength is that of a cockroach. The golem's strike hit and broke the floor. Shin fell into the cold water. So this is how a weak person feels when facing a powerful enemy. His wet dreams of working in this guild were over. These guys were the first to ever value him. It was while lamenting this pathetic death that Shin felt something inside him, the memories of another life. A system window appeared, asking if the player accepts the new reward. Almost out of breath, he presses the button. He was at his limit. But then he starts making swords under his feet to climb up like a staircase. And now there Shin was, face to face with the giant ice golem. This time the protagonist's aura was as cold as the golem's. With a sharp gaze, he made several energy swords and attacked the golem. They were able to wound the creature. Shin then feels something strange. Its memories flooding his mind, but he had no time to think. The golem was alive and counterattacked. This time, he made a large energy shield and defended himself. He got some distance from the golem and then activated another skill, Spatial Grid. Several swords appeared all around. When he closed his fist, they all stabbed the golem from every direction. The golem turned into pieces of ice. It was too much to process. He felt he could absorb the golem's energy. This was another skill he had just discovered, the memories that entered his mind. He doesn't understand how it's possible, but they are definitely his memories, like a version of him from the future. In this future, the world had fallen, and it was rare to find any survivors. survivors. The most powerful warriors of that time also died in the Great Battle. But Shin doesn't remember what happened to him or why he has these memories. He awakened amazing abilities, and that was great. But how could he be happy in this situation? So many bodies for him to carry out of the dungeon. As he walked back home after reporting everything that happened, Shin couldn't stop thinking that something was strange. A persistent unease settling over him regarding the unconfirmed gate. This dungeon hadn't existed in the memories of his previous life. To complicate matters, when a guild member had checked the gate bid form, it clearly bore the association's official stamp. Yet, bafflingly, the association still labeled it as unconfirmed. Someone had impersonated the association to dupe the Dome Guild, or maybe the association itself was involved. Even more alarming, this wasn't an isolated incident. The investigator's words echoed in his mind. Multiple cases involving unconfirmed gates and missing people. Shin noticed a chilling pattern among the guilds mentioned in the news. They all had powerful players, guild leader Doyen, even future prodigies destined to become heroes. It looked like someone was actively trying to erase the existence of these heroes. The gravity of the situation hit Shin like a physical blow. He had to hide his abilities, at least for now. He was the sole survivor of a missing persons case, one that would almost certainly remain unsolved. Any suspicious move, any display of his true power, and he'd be caught instantly. He had about 2 years until the first player selection. In that time, he needed to master every skill at his disposal and develop even more. His growth had to be explosive, but discreet. He couldn't afford to draw unwanted attention. He clicked on something interesting within his skill list. A year blurred past. Now, deep in a shadowed forest, a desperate group fought for their lives against ferocious monsters. One boy's sword, already showing wear, shattered against a creature's hide. The beast roared, lashing out, sending him crashing backward. He scrambled to land, but the monster lunged again. He twisted, barely evading the attack as his companions froze, terror-stricken. That's when the horrifying truth hit them. They were facing a Null Lord. The boy gasped out what they all knew. Null Lords belonged in E-rank dungeons where they should freeze solid. Yet here it was, terrifyingly alive. He also remembered whispers, even among seasoned D-rank hunters. Null Lords were notoriously difficult, a nightmare to face. The Null Lord surged past him, eyes now fixed on another group member. The second boy barely got his shield up, muscles straining, sweat beading as he struggled against the sheer force. "We can't just defend," he yelled, voice hoarse. "We'll be overrun." The first boy's mind raced. Among low-level hunters, Null Lords were a death sentence. Their grim reputation wasn't just for their brutal strength, but their baffling resistance to magic, a trait unheard of for creatures of their supposed rank. Low-level parties usually banked heavily on spells. The Null Lord simply laughed at that strategy. Mages, usually brimming with confidence, crumbled into terror. Their overconfidence often spelled total annihilation. He grimly recalled their own situation. Only one member specialized in pure physical damage, but that was him, and he was abysmal in close quarters. His only weapon lay in shards. He had no spares. Jan couldn't fathom why his companion was screaming at him to attack. Unarmed, defenseless, a bitter regret gnawed at him. He'd insisted on a smaller party, focused on a magic user. Now, that choice had delivered them straight into this bloody trap. His gaze swept the chaotic scene, then snagged on something impossible. Another boy, calmly mining in the distance. A helper, like him, yet utterly unconcerned by the slaughter unfolding. Jan's mind screamed, how could anyone be so careless when death loomed? Then, the helper's pickaxe simply vanished. Jan's eyes widened. A maker? Unlikely given the circumstances, but the desperate thought sparked. Quality be damned. It was their only shot. "Shin!" he bellowed, recognizing the helper. "Are you a maker? Can you forge a sword?" Shin gave a curt nod. "I need a sturdy, strong sword," Jan demanded. Shin started to apologize, muttering about being a helper, not support. Jan cut him off with a snarl. This isn't the time for damn excuses. Did Jin not grasp the severity of their situation? They were all about to die, Jin included, if they failed to defeat the boss. Yet, as Jin began crafting the sword, he laid down two firm conditions. First, once the dungeon was cleared, Jan had to forget everything he'd witnessed about Shin's abilities. Second, Jan would pay Shin the equivalent of an average support member's fee from his share of the rewards. Jan scoffed, openly questioning the quality of Shin's work. If Shin was stuck as a mere helper, unable to secure a proper maker's job, how could his weapon possibly clear this dungeon? Shin simply laughed. "Ironic, isn't it?" he retorted. "Good weapons are what make clearing dungeons possible." He assured Jan that with the right tools, success was guaranteed. With that, Shin focused, the sounds of crafting already beginning. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the formidable Overkill Guild, one of Korea's 3 dominant powerhouses. A knock echoed at the president's office door. door. "Enter," he commanded. A young woman stepped in, reporting that the Awakeners Association had requested their cooperation regarding a dungeon with a rank error. The president anticipated the unspoken truth. Despite the polite request, the association was desperate, ready to meet any demands Overkill put forth. The president noted the other guilds likely had no choice but to comply. The girl added that only a handful of Awakeners possessed the unique skills required to enter a forcibly closed gate. As the president watched a news report on a group of hunters who had entered a rank error dungeon, a face in the team photo caught his eye. Shin. He'd seen him before. Weeks prior, a rank error dungeon had appeared in Sukothim. The president, dispatched to the area, had briefly dropped by the scene and distinctly remembered seeing Shin there. Now, the report listed Shin as a helper. Rank error dungeons were rare, and survivors from such events could be counted on one hand. Shin, however, had participated in not one, but two parties where everyone had survived. Twice. The president couldn't dismiss that as mere coincidence. The girl interjected, observing that rank error dungeons seemed to be popping up more frequently. Just days ago, an E-rank dungeon had catastrophically shifted to B rank, wiping out an entire party instantly. The president realized the immense pressure on the Awakeners Association. The girl confirmed, public criticism is mounting. It's their responsibility to estimate, analyze, and announce dungeon ranks. The president acknowledged the association's struggle. He suggested that their guild members with trespass skills should take on more commissions and monitor the escalating situation closely. Then, he turned to a different matter. Any luck finding an A rank or higher weapon maker? She shook her head. None yet, sir, but I did acquire a B rank weapon from a Japanese blacksmith. Want to test it? She offered. He waved her off. Anything below A rank shatters the moment I unleash my skills. Standing, he ordered her to keep searching. He was hitting his limit on wasted weapons. A man burst into the room, urgent. President Tahan, something's happened. Tahan demanded details. The man quickly reported on a dispatch request from the association, a D-rank dungeon where their new recruits had gone in as a free attack team. What about the ranks after entry? Tahan pressed. The man swallowed. The dungeon had been reanalyzed, now C rank, possibly upper C. Tahan's face hardened. He couldn't afford to lose new recruits. This was urgent. He'd go himself. Outside the dungeon gate, media swarmed, broadcasting live. The crowd surged as President Tahan arrived, the girl and the messenger close behind him. Reporters shoved mics forward, shouting questions about the rampant rank error dungeons. "The association sent a cooperation request to Overkill," one reporter yelled. "Is that why you're here, President? Because your guild members are inside?" A woman from the association pushed through, thanking Tahan for coming. "The attack team," she announced, consisted of 6 hunters, 2 supporters, and 1 helper. All of them had higher than required qualifications. But their qualifications meant nothing now. The dungeon was C rank. Tahin cut to the chase. "How long since entry?" "Almost 2 hours," she grimly replied. He didn't know how many were still alive, but he'd do what he could. Tahin, with Minhusu, stood before the swirling dungeon gate. She handed him a sword. He invoked his skill, trespass, slashing the air. A blinding flare of energy erupted, tearing open a strange black void before them. The skill forcefully breached barriers, even dungeon gates affecting only him, leaving the gate intact. The sword shattered instantly. He tossed the hilt back to Min. "Be careful," he warned. "You too," she replied. Then he stepped into the darkness. Inside, humidity clung to him, the air thick with heat and a putrid stench. Reptilian, he instantly deduced. No pollutants marred the floor, hinting at a higher intelligence than average monsters. Coupled with the dungeon's rank, it could only mean one thing: lizard men. He moved deeper, stepping over numerous monster corpses. The lizard men's bodies told a grim story, allowing him to estimate the size of the enemy group and their fighting capabilities. He recalled the preliminary report, the party's distress level, now painfully evident. He braced for the worst-case scenario. They were all dead. A sudden rumble echoed through the air. Pushing forward, he found the party, and a sight he hadn't anticipated. A hulking monster hammered a lone hunter, sword clashing, as others fought for their lives. From the fringes, Tahan grimly noted the obvious. The lizardmen were systematically dismantling the group. Their brutal speed and fluid movements marked them as vastly superior. One beast slammed into a hunter, sending his sword spinning uselessly through the air. Before the monster could finish off the disarmed man, Shin materialized. A sword shimmered into existence from thin air, magic coiling around his hand, just in time to block the lethal strike. Still at a distance, Tahan's mind raced. Magic? What else could form a weapon from nothing? As Shin wielded the crafted blade, their gazes locked. A fleeting, sharp moment of mutual recognition. Shin swiftly counted the fighters. Reaching Tahan, the 10th man, he frowned. "Only 9 arrived," Shin muttered, a strange certainty in his voice. Tahan, baffled, had no idea what he meant. Just then, another lizardman slammed a hunter to the ground, poised for the kill. Tahin plunged into the fray, his own sword drawn. Shin stared, astonished that Tahin, renowned for not carrying a weapon, had personally intervened. Shin, eyes narrowed, wondered if it was a sphere weapon. Tahin, meanwhile, met the lizardman's strike head-on, then barked orders for the remaining hunters to fall back. With a blur of motion, his blade became a whirlwind of slashes, each impact flaring with raw energy that cleaved through the lizardmen, felling them instantly. I haven't even gone all out, Tahin thought. The weapon, though clearly B rank, felt astonishingly flimsy in his grip. As he dispatched the last of the immediate threats, another lizardman burst from the shadows, lunging straight for him. Tahin sidestepped, letting the lizardman sail past him to crash hard against the ground. Shin closed in. Does this kind of wear and tear always happen? He asked, eyes fixed on the blade. Your skills seem to wreck weapons. Tahin narrowed his eyes. Was Shin trying to provoke him? Shin then scoffed. Use your weapon properly, Tahin, and try not to destroy any more of these fragile things. Tahin's jaw tightened. He was completely taken aback when, with a flick of Shin's wrist, another weapon shimmered into being. Shin wasn't just a weapon maker. He possessed an uncanny, almost supernatural skill far beyond anything Tahin had ever witnessed. Why was someone with such prodigious talent relegated to a mere helper role? Tahin had always assumed such tasks were for low-grade supporters shackled by financial desperation. Shin reached out, taking Tahin's weapon. There's a condition, he stated simply. Shin's terms were clear. Once Tahin cleared the dungeon, every detail of Shin's skills and identity had to vanish from his memory. Tahin's brow quirked. You think I can just forget because you say so? Shin countered, refuse, and you can watch me shatter every high-grade weapon you own. Tahin weighed the ultimatum. He knew a skill could snap the weapon the instant Shin used it, but an extra blade was an extra advantage. Reluctantly, he agreed. A silent promise to forget it all. Excellent, Shin grinned. A simple instruction following, go wild. Tahin lunged, a blur of motion, his sword flashing. He didn't just parry the lizardman's attack, he met it head-on, shattering the monster's crude weapon. Shin watched, surprise etched on his face. He'd expected a deflection at most. Instead, the enemy's blade splintered first. Tahin's weapon control was far beyond Shin's anticipation. Could the weapon itself truly be that much stronger? Intrigued, Shin's mind raced. A weapon maker capable of manifesting B-rank gear on the spot? This was getting interesting. He decided it was time to test this blade's full capabilities. He cranked up the power, plunging the weapon into the lizardman and unleashing a fiery blast. In the same breath, he vaulted behind the monster, burying the blade in its head before another explosive burst of fire erupted. The lizardman choked, spewing green blood as it crashed to the ground. Tahin stood frozen, staring at the blood-slicked weapon Shin had just wielded. To his utter shock, not a single scratch marred its surface. Before he could ponder the impossible durability, a clamor of voices broke his focus. His guild's rookies burst into view, shouting his name. Tahin, you saved us! They cried, rushing forward. We're alive, safe, all thanks to you. Tahin's shoulders dropped with relief. No serious injuries, good. They explained how their own weapons had failed, but Shin's intervention had kept them from being overrun. He turned to Shin. Your name? Shin's gaze flickered. Why would you want to know a mere helper's name? Tahin met his stare. We should at least know each other. I'm Tahin. Finally, Shin stepped closer. Shin. He added that he'd leave the magic stones at the dungeon's entrance. The others nodded in agreement, but Tahin cut in. Come with me to the boss room. Shin hesitated, claiming he was just a helper. Tahin scoffed, explaining the dungeon had glitched. This was an error dungeon. Nobody left until the boss fell, helper or not. Shin still insisted Tahin was more than capable of handling the boss alone. Tahin shot back, reminding Shin what he'd seen. No other weapon could withstand Tahin's power. His skills were useless if he just shattered whatever Shin crafted for him. Shin, however, assured him his weapons wouldn't break. You might believe that, Tahin countered, but this is an error-class dungeon. These aren't your average lizardmen. If the boss is as strong as I fear, we can't be too careful. Shin finally relented, falling in behind Tahin, his steps echoing in the dim passage. The boss room opened into a chaotic scene. The massive Lizard King flanked by another towering lizardman. Forget everything you know about danger levels, Tahin snapped. We end this fast. If we drag it out, my weapon will snap. It won't break. Shin reiterated, adding a challenge. If you don't believe me, test it yourself. At the Lizard King's roar, its minion lunged, a massive paw swiping through the air. Shin and Tahan moved as one, expertly dodging the strike. Tahan surged forward, sword flashing. But the lizard unleashed an unseen force, a crushing pressure that slammed into him. Disoriented and barely understanding what hit him, Tahan vaulted skyward. The creature followed, its claw aiming directly for Tahan's blade. The clash sent Tahan spiraling higher. The Lizard King bounded onto its minion's head, and the creature roared, spewing a torrent of flame towards the airborne hero. Just in time, Shin manifested a shimmering shield barrier around Tahan. The lizard lashed out, knocking Shin back. Still suspended in the air, Tahan shouted, "Wasn't that the guy who makes weapons?" Shin yelled back, "A shield can be a weapon too. Ever been hit by one?" Tahan's sword flared, a dangerous promise in his voice. "When we get out of this, you'll have plenty to explain." The Lizard King conjured a heavy chain, whipping it towards Tahan, but Tahan simply caught it with a bare fist, letting the chain wrap around his sword. As the lizard strained, pulling the chain taut, Tahan was reeled in closer. "Stop playing around!" Shin roared. "Fight properly!" In that instant, a second sword materialized in Tahan's free hand. "Didn't you tell me to test him?" Tahan quipped, noticing the new blade. "Shouldn't it be something for a pet?" The chain-bound weapon vanished as Tahan closed the distance, his second sword a blur of swift slashes against the lizard. The Lizard King watched intently. Without hesitation, Tahan hurled his sword, following with a powerful kick that sent the creature reeling. Tahan, a storm of fury, leaped into the air, his sword flaring with raw energy as he prepared to strike again. But the Lizard King's gaze had already shifted to Shin, an attack already launching. A transparent barrier shimmered into existence, shielding Shin. Growing visibly angrier, Shin scoffed, "You really think those webs can threaten me?" Beside him, Tahan, equally enraged, tensed, primed for their next move. Moments later, the dungeon entrance, which had been pulsing crimson, finally settled into a tranquil blue. Outside, the crowd murmured excitedly, wondering if the impossible had happened, if the dungeon had actually been cleared. As the group emerged, reporters swarmed Tahan, bombarding him with a flurry of questions about the dungeon's depths, the boss monster, and if everyone had made it out alive. Min pushed through the crowd, concern etched on his face. "Are you hurt?" Tahan waved him off. "Completely fine." The surrounding hunters erupted in praise, one girl stepping forward. "If it weren't for you," she breathed, "we'd all be dead." Meanwhile, Shin presented the team leader with a bag of magic stones. "My payment was up front," he stated simply. "I'm out." The team leader effusively thanked Shin for his hard work, pointedly ignoring Tahan. Without another word, Shin vanished into the bustling crowd. The reporters then pivoted, their microphones now thrust at Tahan. They demanded to know how he'd cleared the dungeon so fast, suggesting it must have been an easy run for him. Tahan shook his head slowly, a silent refutation. He opened his mouth to credit Shin, only to realize the man was already long gone. A different girl spoke up then, her voice clear. "Everyone else was just blocking, working together. But you, Tahan, you handled the majority of the threats alone. How did you even manage all that?" A boy piped up, his voice still shaky. "All our weapons were destroyed. We had no idea how dangerous it really was. If it weren't for you, Tahan, we would have been wiped out ages ago." Tahan, utterly bewildered, stared back. "What are you talking about?" "The weapons," the boy clarified. "They only lasted thanks to the person crafting them for the group. Sorry, I meant to ask about the support who came along. The helper, the weapon maker. I know he was a support role, but did that person actually have any special abilities?" The boy's emphasis on special highlighted his uncertainty about the helper's specific power. The girl merely shrugged. "I'm not sure about that." Tahan, still completely baffled, turned to the others. "Didn't you all see how the helper made the weapons?" A collective murmur of confusion swept through the group. "He's talking about the pickaxe, right?" someone muttered. Tahan scoffed at the idea of a pickaxe. Yet that same person had wielded one, then lost it along the way. Suddenly, it clicked. They'd mined all the mana stones. What was happening? And why did it feel like everyone had forgotten they'd all received weapons from this very same individual? He flashed back to Shin, handing him a sword, a cold command to forget everything about his abilities. Rental pay. The words echoed. That skill, it belonged exclusively to an A-rank maker, or higher. A voice cut through his thoughts. Min, beside him, stiffened. She'd noticed it too. Tahan thrust a container into the man's hands, then spun on his heel, already searching for Shin. Had he gone? Had he vanished already? Unbeknownst to Tahan, Shin was close, hiding in plain sight. Min and the man closed in, their voices edged with concern. "What's wrong, Tahan?" He barked at Min. Find someone for me, now. Back in his guild office, information arrived fast. A team of men reported Shin's location. Earlier today, Shin, accompanied by a 5-member team, a contingent of roughly 10 warriors in total, had entered a D-rank dungeon near Sampo. Sampo isn't far, Tahin conceded with a nod. The men shifted, one finally daring to voice the unspoken question. Why so interested in a D-rank maker like Shin, sir? Tahin paused, considering if that was truly how it looked from the outside. On the surface, Shin was easily dismissed. A D rank, no more. His status and background confirmed it, but Tahin knew better. The rental pay skill alone shattered that illusion. The sheer mastery of that ability was unlike anything Tahin had ever witnessed. This wasn't just some ordinary skill. It was a power capable of generating immense wealth, an untold fortune. Yet Shin appeared to use it only as a veil, masking his true identity. A weapon maker of such caliber should easily soar past D rank. Tahin was certain. The next time they met, everything would become clear. Doubt would vanish. Tahin would finally unleash his full power, without a single worry about his weapon shattering. Throughout his career, he'd met countless blacksmiths hailed as master artisans, but not one of their creations had ever truly met his demands. He'd put the blades of renowned masters to the ultimate test, and every single one had failed, shattering under his sheer force. Worse still, most creators were limited to traditional weapon forms, utterly incapable of crafting what Tahin truly needed. Shin's abilities, however, were an entirely different beast. His weapons shattered conventional limits, making the impossible seem trivial. With Shin, limitations simply didn't exist. Even the most impossible feats now seemed within reach, tasks Tahin himself had failed at, simply for lacking the right gear. He glanced at the dungeon clock. A D-rank clear, usually a 4-hour grind for a 5-person party, now had only an hour left on the timer. He pivoted to Min, asking for his daily schedule. 7 p.m., Guildmaster Kimu, she rattled off. Cancel it, Tahin ordered, already moving. He had to leave early. Missing Shin was not an option. Meanwhile, deep within a dungeon, a boy in dented armor stared, aghast, at a defeated boss. The ribbon, used by their helper, was undeniably Shin's work. Mana capable of shattering a boss weapon, Shin had to be at least B rank. When their main tank's weapons split in two, the boy had mentally prepared for the wipe. But then, the mere helper had unleashed power he couldn't have imagined. He gaped at the sheer quality of Shin's craftsmanship, admitting he'd never witnessed anything close to it. Profoundly grateful, he thanked Shin, acknowledging their inevitable failure without his intervention. Recruit him, the boy urged. A girl nearby nodded emphatically. It's a crime he's still just a helper, she muttered. The boy agreed. He's got an eye for this, for sure. Shin, meanwhile, was miles away, deep in thought. He'd burnt through more mana than planned. He hadn't anticipated a party struggling this much, especially not in a standard dungeon. As he started gathering the magic stones, a familiar regret gnawed at him. If only I'd had a little more mana back then. He remembered the dungeon's oppressive heat after the golem fell, a suffocating aura that vanished once his mana reserves ran dry, never to return. The mana flowing through him now was barely D-rank level, yet a quiet relief settled in. No major screw-ups while crafting the weapons, and his past life memories, they kept popping up, aiding him in ways he never could have foreseen. The maker's core skill, creating, was straightforward. Intuitiveness defined it, and an item's quality scaled directly with mana expenditure. Yet, one critical element remained shrouded. Shin hadn't yet cracked the skill's full potential, but he did understand one undeniable truth. The deeper his knowledge of an object, the superior the final product. Even better, as quality surged, mana efficiency followed suit. So identical mana input for identical items still yielded wildly different results depending on the creator's mastery. This newfound clarity sent Shin's mind racing through years of diverse training, horse riding, material research, combat support lessons from a seasoned hunter, even countless hours spent honing his craft in forgotten workshops. Every painstaking detail, every obscure lesson suddenly clicked into place. The sheer thrill, however, eclipsed any expectation. He kept mining, a growing certainty solidifying in his mind. He didn't grasp the full scope of his improved abilities yet, but the quality of his creations was undeniably surging, far outpacing his mana expenditure. Still, glaring limitations persisted, both in his crafting and in his awkward rental pay skill usage. The twin processes felt clunky, a constant struggle to wield both effectively. And as he collected the raw magic stones, the stark reality of Manatech's exorbitant cost hit him again. He simply simply couldn't afford any of it. Just a few more mana points, he muttered to himself, the unspoken implication of powerful mana-boosting items hanging in the air. He made a mental note to stock up on potions. His pay as a helper was meager, barely enough to scrape by. A D-rank maker like him was a liability, not a full-time support, leaving him with painfully few options. Still, the promising results offered a sliver of relief. He flicked open his status window, only 20% left until his mana absorption goal. A few more dungeon clears simply wouldn't cut it. Each dungeon clear contributed barely over 1% to his total mana, an abysmal efficiency. No, the only way forward was an A-rank error dungeon, a ranker dungeon, to absorb a massive influx of mana in one go. Unlike standard dungeons, these offered the immense mana absorption he craved. The catch? Their unpredictable difficulty. His last run had proven how brutal they could be, barely survivable even with Tahan at his side. A C-rank boss, at minimum, was almost a certainty. He had to prepare. For a D-rank awakener like him, focusing solely on the mana absorption rewards was the only path to growth. His team leader's appreciative acknowledgement of their efforts was a minor comfort, a reminder of the grind that continued. Shin exchanged final pleasantries, content with the bonds he'd forged. Then, Tahan's voice cut through the departure chatter, catching up to him. Remember me? Shin's satisfaction evaporated. His impact on Tahan, clearly, was zero. Would you believe me if I said no? He shot back. Tahan merely offered a business card. Shin took it, cutting to the chase. What do you want? Tahan quickly explained, something important. I'm just asking for a moment of your time. Shin's eyes widened at the card. Overkill Guild, one of Korea's undisputed top 3. He wasn't in a position to get entangled with a prestigious guild like that yet. He needed an exit strategy. Fast. No time, Shin declared, already pivoting. Dinner appointment, but a firm hand on his shoulder stopped him. You won't regret the conversation, Tahan promised, his grip unwavering. It'll be quick. My treat even. Easy for a guild master with all the time in the world, Shin countered. Not so much for a D-rank supporter. Tahan just shrugged, conceding the point. Shin still bristled, but curiosity pricked him. Just how much had that rental fee stung Tahan? Reluctantly, Shin gave in. A short talk. The trio settled into a quiet corner of a traditional house-turned-eatery. So, Shin began, what could the Overkill Guildmaster possibly want with a D-rank supporter like me? Just killing time? Tahan didn't beat around the bush. My class, as you observed, is Berserker. That grants overwhelming attack power, yes, but it comes with a critical drawback. Very few weapons can handle the immense force of an Emperor Berserker. Finding a weapon supplier that could match his needs was paramount, and he'd scoured the globe for one. Countless journeys both within and outside the country. From the finest blacksmiths to the most renowned weapon makers in the field, he'd explored every lead, leaving no stone unturned. Any hint of potential, and he commissioned it without hesitation, regardless of time or astronomical cost. Every single weapon he had used until then had shattered under his full might. Every single one, except for a sword created by Shin. A cold realization hit Shin. The rental payment hadn't even scratched Tahan, and there was certainly no nullification skill for a berserker. Tahan's casual confidence was unnerving. Shin filed away a mental note about playing such strategies against higher-level hunters. Noticing the shift in Shin's demeanor, Tahan leaned forward, cutting to the chase. You're unaffiliated, right? Interested in joining Overkill? Tahan promised the best possible treatment. He offered Shin a contract fee of 10 billion, along with separate payments for operational expenses and dividends. The contract would run for 1 year, and each time it was extended, the fees would increase by 10. Just as Tahan started to explain the contract details, Shin cut him off. He apologized swiftly, stating he had no intention of joining a guild and had to decline the offer. With that, Tahan had nothing more to say. Shin rose, thanked him for the meal, and turned to leave. Tahan called out once more, but Shin kept walking, unwavering. Min, who'd been a silent observer, finally spoke. Why such an offer, Tahan? The terms were absurdly generous with no obvious cause. Tahan shot back. If you were Shin, you wouldn't question it. This weapon Shin forged, it hasn't even hit its peak, but it's the first one that felt like it could take everything I threw at it. It's not just the feel. Think about the sheer number of high-level weapons I've shattered in the last year alone. The realization hit Min. The Guildmaster's weapon expenses were astronomical. Not just their initial cost, but the constant replacement of gear that simply couldn't handle his power. Below a certain rank, his true abilities couldn't even be unleashed. If that's the case, Min countered, then your contract fee is a drop in the ocean. The real problem has always been that no one, not even the absolute best smiths, could craft a weapon capable of enduring that kind of power. Tahan's gaze was sharp. Precisely. Shin has that ability. That's why I'd recruit him at any cost, no matter the offer. As Shin walked, a thought simmered. One day, he'd likely be turning down offers from the Overkill Guild itself, from Tahan. This offer was tempting, but it was still too soon. He'd wait. Tahan would be back. Meanwhile, deep within a dungeon, goblins fell by the dozens. A blur. A boy's arm flew, severed by a mysterious figure. Another boy, frozen in horror, managed to gasp. Who are you? The man, a massive sword in his grip, moved with a devastating grace that would haunt witnesses for years. Most would scream, beg, or simply pass out from the pain. Not this figure. This man, the one destined to become a hero, was different. He drove his blade into the first boy, killing him without a moment's hesitation. The second boy froze, stunned and confused. What just happened? Was this maniac killing them all for their trophies? The man scoffed, unimpressed by such mundane speculation. I don't explain myself, he stated flatly. A waste of breath for someone about to die. A cruel smile flickered. Unless, of course, you manage to defeat me, then I'll tell you everything. So hurry up and try. The boy's blood ran cold. This wasn't an easy opponent. Standing still meant certain death. He'd rather lose an arm, a leg, anything, than simply fall. With a desperate yell, he charged. The man met his attack with a massive sword, blocking effortlessly, then swung back with brutal force. The boy's weapon ripped from his grasp, soaring uselessly into the air. Stunned, the boy barely registered the powerful kick that sent him sprawling. Disappointing, the man muttered, a spark of excitement in his eyes. It was his first hero-ranked subjugation in a year, yet the boy's weakness was a letdown. Still, he conceded, you showed courage to challenge me. Lying helpless on the ground, the boy finally grasped his grim fate and pleaded for his life. Coldly, the man promised to send him off cleanly. A swift slash and the boy was dead. As the lifeless body slumped, the man stepped past, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. This hadn't even been a decent warm-up. The boy's final expression was one of unfairness, but it didn't matter. The official report would state they'd fought valiantly against the boss, dying heroic deaths. He casually tossed the body aside, a common end in a rank error dungeon. Then, he checked his growing collection of photos, trophies of the deceased. This was what he lived for. Only one thing felt strange, the heels. The energy they gave off unsettled me, he murmured, speaking to her. Hide them for now. At least make them less obvious. The priestess arrived, a hurried apology on her lips. She explained she'd rushed here, drawn by the undeniable presence of precious ingredients nearby. He arched an eyebrow, wondering what could possibly be so valuable. He scoffed, dismissing the thought. Idiots. All of them. He'd already warned her not to listen to the priestess, to just wait a little longer. She turned to him, her voice edged with curiosity. Was he implying they should go against the executive's wishes? He scoffed again. That sensitive bastard, he corrected. I'm simply suggesting we clean up this situation first. She offered. I'll handle it. It's my specialty. He shot back, a sharp reminder. Don't forget our deal. You promised me an S-rank hunter. That's the only reason I'm here. He leaned in. I haven't even fully unleashed my power yet. I want a chance to go all out, no holding back. She gave a curt nod. Don't worry, I'll be in touch. Without another word, she savagely ripped open the dead body's belly, her gaze fixed on the cavity, anticipating. What would emerge next? Suddenly, a grotesque monster clawed its way out of the corpse. Her eyes gleamed with wild excitement. The child, she whispered, a chilling confirmation that the Exacer's prophecy had been true. The scene flickered, shifting to a swirling portal where a squad of hunters had assembled. Shin moved through them, heading straight for a figure whose face was obscured by a mask, a weapon case clutched in his hand. Shin stopped dead, visible surprise flashing across his features. It was Tahan. Tahan, equally taken aback, voiced the unspoken question. What are you doing here? Shin shot back. Why have you come? Tahan grinned. Recognized me, huh? Good eye, Shin. Shin didn't mince words. Only one person I know carries a case like that. So why are you here? Tahan's answer was simple. To attack the gate. Shin's eyebrow shot up. A D-rank gate? You're here for that? Tahan shrugged. The guild member assigned to it suddenly fell ill. I'm just filling in. Before Shin could press him further, a voice boomed, Everyone inside! Tahan glanced at Shin. Let's go. As they moved, Shin's mind raced. He'd known Tahan would appear eventually, but not this damn fast. His plans? They'd need a serious rework. Once inside, Tahan turned to Shin, his voice low. So, why'd you refuse the guild's offer? Shin shot back. I already rejected it. End of discussion. Nearby, a boy nudged a girl. Hear about the C-rank gate auction this morning in Chunshin? she confirmed. Hun Moon Guild snatched it up just like that, the boy added. Yeah, she agreed. My friend was there. Said the bidding went so high, no one else even dared to compete. Shin, overhearing, mused. A C-rank gate for the Hun Moon Guild? Had they found something truly special within? Tahin cut in. You interested in buying gates yourself, Shin? Join our guild, and B-rank gates, even higher, become easy pickings. The guild name carries serious weight, you know. Shin considered Tahin's offer. For most awakeners, a guild's name was everything. It commanded public admiration, lucrative contracts, and unparalleled rewards. More than that, it opened doors. Their vested rights within a guild meant endless privileges for high-level special gates. Members secured entrance tickets, and influence wasn't just about raw talent. Political connections often sealed the deal. Naturally, this system ensured that the rarest treasures, those hidden behind the most coveted gates, always funneled directly into the hands of the larger guilds. Tahin leaned in. Every awakened has a goal, Shin. Whatever yours is, Overkill's backing makes it effortless to achieve. Why on earth would you reject that? Shin's reply was icy. None of your business. He had his reasons, however vague they seemed, and since no one had ever rejected an Overkill guild offer, he made it crystal clear. He wasn't joining any guild no matter what. Tahin mused aloud. Is it trauma from the Dun Guild's annihilation, Shin? I read the report. He paused. Or is there another reason entirely? Whatever it was, Tahin wasn't giving up so easily. As they pushed deeper, a boy visibly flinched, his eyes wide at the spiderwebs clinging to the ceiling. They pressed on. Moments later, the man spoke, his voice grave. We're about to enter monster territory. Noticing the group's raw inexperience, he quickly launched into an explanation of what lay ahead. He kicked things off, confirming everyone had seen the recon report. Their targets, Legion spiders. Individually, they were weak, barely a threat, but these weren't solo acts. They swarmed, with the report estimating around 50. Not an overwhelming number, he stressed, but their fangs held paralysis poison. Don't get bit. Tahin cut in, a sharp warning. Monsters incoming! Stick close! Shin, utterly unfazed, shot back. Forget the support. Forget the helpers. Just prep for the fight. Tahin, however, cut him off, a steel edge to his voice. Protecting support is essential. It's the rule, no matter your ability, the situation, or if you like it. Shin scoffed. What hunter's fool enough to follow that? Then, a voice cut through the tension. Spiders! A sword-wielding boy trembled visibly, but forced a shaky breath. Just stick to the training, we can take them. The instant a spider lunged, the boy moved. His sword flashed, a single, effortless slice cleaving the monster in two. Another boy braced behind his shield, while a girl with a magic staff unleashed crackling bursts of energy, tearing into the advancing arachnids. For a D-ranked squad, Tahin grudgingly admitted, their performance was solid. He wouldn't have to babysit them. Then his gaze swept over the horde. He hadn't expected this. More than a few dozen, certainly. The sheer number of spiders was shocking. The spiders surged. Tahin's firebase weapon ripped free, spitting fire as he met the charge. He noticed their durability, laughably low even for ranked monsters. Hell, he thought, they barely needed the blade. A pulse of sword ki was enough to shred them. At this pace, he'd clear the raid without so much as dulling his weapon. Then, a cry cut through the chaos. Shin heard it, hunters shouting for help. The river, it was swarming with spiders, an impossible tide. The shield-wielding boy yelled, "They just keep coming, and only a handful of us even did recon." Another voice, frantic, added, "This is going to get messy." The mage girl, staff clutched tight, was already sputtering. Her mana was hitting empty. "Let's move toward the trouble," Tahin suggested, his gaze flicking to Shin. "Follow me. You go on ahead," Shin cut in, unwavering. "I'll finish up here." Tahin's surprise flickered, but before he could retort, a spider lunged at Shin. "Get down!" Tahin roared, instinctively realizing Shin could be caught in the crossfire if he swung his sword recklessly. Shin, however, moved faster. His eyes snapped open, power coalescing into a sharp, square form directly above the attacking spider. With a blur of motion, he unleashed it. The creature shrieked, then crumpled, dead before it hit the ground at his feet. Shin considered his options. Of all the weapons he could currently forge, the sword boasted the greatest craftsmanship. It was the most effective for chaining multiple hits and pouring power into each, a capability currently beyond his mana reserves. But if he could harness his power in this precise, focused way, nothing else came close. He focused his energy, shaping it not into a physical blade, but a wave of pure force directed like a sword. With a swift, sweeping motion, he unleashed it. Every spider in his immediate vicinity was sliced apart, collapsing in a single devastating strike. Tahin stared, stunned. Shin stood calmly atop a fallen spider's head, his movements precise. The blade, still visibly embedded in the creature's body, had unleashed an impossibly wide area attack, and Tahin was utterly surprised by its scale. His mind raced. 10 seconds, maybe less, and dozens of Legion spiders lay dead. He wondered fleetingly if Shin had somehow materialized the weapon, but shook the thought away. Shin was a talented support, capable of holding his own, he reminded himself. Meanwhile, Shin, noticing Tahin's frozen surprise, decided to lend a hand elsewhere. The other 3 hunters were now completely encircled, the spiders closing in tighter with every passing second. Snapping out of it, Tahin finally grasped the grim reality of their situation. There'd be time for questions later. Shin, however, simply pointed to his bag, a silent command. Handle this. People wouldn't believe a mere helper could pull off what he just did. Tahin didn't hesitate. Sword flashing, he surged forward, a whirlwind of steel tearing through the arachnid horde. Moments later, the last spider fell. Thank you, Guildmaster, one of the rescued hunters gasped, still reeling. We wouldn't have made it without you. The man's voice held a touch of surprise. He hadn't expected the formidable warrior to be the leader of the Overkill Guild. Tahin offered a quick apology for the secrecy, explaining he'd been quietly scouting the dungeon. The girl stared, shocked by his sudden apology. She still couldn't quite grasp that he was the reason they were alive. Watching him dismantle the spiders with such brutal grace had been incredible. Blushing, she even dared to ask for a photo once he was free. A sudden arrival broke the moment. The girl, seizing the distraction, made a beeline for the boy holding a lantern. Just then, Shin finally appeared, breathless with apologies for his tardiness. They began gathering byproducts on the move. A quick sweep of the area confirmed no other guildmasters were present, and they soon uncovered a path leading deeper into the dungeon. The boy in armor cut in, flatly suggesting they call off the raid. Unfortunate, he thought, but necessary. The first boy, clearly confused, demanded why they should quit now when they were so close. The armored boy elaborated. The sheer volume of Legion spiders and the dungeon's layout were wildly off from the recon report. He continued, explaining that dungeons existed beyond dimensional gates, alien worlds distinct from their own. They harbored bizarre creatures and landscapes that defied any earthly comparison. The full scope of dungeons and the awakened remained largely unknown. For the newly awakened, accurate dungeon information was paramount. Few could adapt to environments so radically different from anything they'd ever known. Failing a raid, especially in a worst-case scenario, was often a death sentence. This lethal reality made the role of scouts critical. Individuals who awakened with abilities to detect or conceal traces began to specialize, taking on dangerous dungeon reconnaissance commissions. Their efforts dramatically improved dungeon clear rates, and these specialists became indispensable, the scouts. The armored boy stressed that recon reports boasted over 98% accuracy. This wasn't likely a simple mistake. Still, they couldn't entirely dismiss the chance of a dungeon rank error. The second boy hesitated, then pushed back. But with Tahin here, he ventured, can't we still push through? The armored boy acknowledged the other's eagerness to push forward. We've already relied on Tahin's help once, he warned, and if we're not careful, we could all end up in serious danger. Undeterred and with personal stakes in clearing the dungeon, the boy pressed on. Isn't there any other way? He asked, sensing the girls echoed his resolve. The armored boy shot back. Are your reasons truly more important than your lives? Once we're in that boss room, there's no turning back. I won't have any of us face that. Let's just exit, report to the association. Tahin, however, spoke up, his voice steady. I'm fine to continue. I'm part of this team, even if my primary goal is investigation. If the raid's progress leads to a conclusion, why stop? And if I want to investigate further, the boss room is exactly where I need to be. The armored boy shamelessly bowed to Tahin, his thanks immediate. He began to ramble about leadership, but Tahin cut him off with a dismissive wave. Don't worry about me, just lead, like you have from the start. All right, let's get going, the boy agreed, gesturing for everyone to follow. The 5 pressed on, soon halting before a massive gate. The leader, sensing the boss room, called for a final briefing. He explained their target, the Legion Queen leader, a D+ threat. Her combat ability was low, making her an easy boss, primarily focused on breeding Legion spiders. But that's just the original intel, he cautioned, his gaze fixed on the gate. We have no idea what's waiting for us behind this door. Let's head inside. As the girl conjured a guiding light, Tahin's senses picked up nothing unusual. Still, the leader urged caution. This was the boss room, after all. Moments later, they spotted her, the queen spider, surrounded by a few smaller kin and the spider-clad boy from the briefing. A breath of relief escaped the girl. The boss looked exactly as expected. She wasted no time, unleashing a bolt of lightning magic that slammed the queen spider to the ground. The leader stared, wondering if their target was dead already. A swift, unprecedented victory. Yet a shift in the air, a sense of unease, made him quickly order a retreat. A disturbing, guttural shriek pierced pierced the air, and suddenly, a monstrous form materialized. Iraken. Its deadly spider body supported a grotesque human-like torso. Tahan immediately snapped into position, recognizing the B-rank threat. He knew his usual swordplay wouldn't even dent this creature, so his first strike had to be everything, a decisive blow, maximized for raw damage. Mid-swing, just as he aimed for a fatal strike, a sickening snap echoed. His weapon shattered into a dozen pieces. Tahan, still airborne, watched his ruined sword explode, the finishing blow now impossible. The Iraken lunged, but just as its attack descended, Shin materialized a crude, temporary weapon in Tahan's hand. "Buy time!" he yelled. "I'll forge a proper one!" Shin poured mana into the temporary weapon, but it felt empty. Had he truly drained himself? He'd pushed his current mana reserves impossibly far, thanks to his daily potion. One bottle, and only one, to stave off addiction. He'd just downed it, feeling the familiar kick of energy. Yet it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough to forge a proper weapon. Not now. As he feverishly began the true forging, Shin's mind raced. Iraken wasn't the C-rank monarch spider they'd anticipated, the error boss. This was a high-level B-rank. They were impossibly lucky Tahan was here. Without him, their current group would have been annihilated. The moment the danger level spiked to B, the entire fight shifted, becoming a brutal uphill battle. Iraken clashed with Tahan, a whirlwind of motion surrounded by explosive flares. Shin estimated its fighting power equivalent to 5 rank hunters. This wasn't a fight Tahan could win solo. He whirled toward the others. "Get ready!" Shin barked. "Its killing intent has shifted. You can move now." The party leader stared, questions churning. Who was Shin? The second boy voiced his bewilderment. Why was someone so clearly talented relegated to a helper role? The girl, meanwhile, mused if Shin was Tahan's hidden ace, brought along specifically for this mission. Shin ignored their questions. Something else first. He rapidly forged 3 weapons, tailored to their abilities, then ordered, "Pick them up. Either raid the dungeon, slaughter these spiders, or run. Wait outside until it's clear." He trusted their call. More spiders surged. The boy, wielding his sword, felt an unbelievable power. He'd never held anything like it. Each slash carved through monsters like paper. Was killing always this easy? The girl, her magic flaring, unleashed a high-level attack, sweeping through the horde. The leader stared, stunned. The weapons were the only change, yet their skills had amplified tenfold. How good were these blades? Who exactly was Shin? Tahan's sword dripped with the green blood of high-level monsters. It was getting tougher to hold the line as the Orochen charged. "Gotta finish this. Fast." He lunged, sword flashing. To his surprise, it held. Stronger than ever, just like Shin had promised. Then, a sudden horrifying wave of spider heads erupted. Where are they from? Where are they going? The girl wondered. The leader's eyes sharpened. They were surging directly toward Tahan. "Back up!" Tahan bellowed. He grimly suspected the Orochen had been holding these spiders back. Things were escalating. He felt the Orochen's dormant abilities activating. As the spiders reached her, Tahan grasped the horrific truth. The Orochen was sacrificing them, siphoning their life energy to revive herself. They wouldn't win unless every single spider was dead. Tahan charged again, needing to amplify his firepower, to end this in one decisive blow. His sword flared, then began to splinter, sparking a cold dread. Shin, observing, offered a low whistle. More incredible than I thought. He'd poured his last reserves of mana into that blade, but he hadn't expected Tahan to destroy it. Without hesitation, Shin conjured another sword. "Use this!" No familiar single edge. This was Shin's absolute toughest creation. The moment Tahan's hand closed around the hilt, its raw power pulsed. With this, he knew he could crush them all in a single strike. He channeled his flares, coating the two-handed sword, and braced for the strike. Though unfamiliar with its weight and balance, the weapon felt like the only choice for the situation. He lifted the blade, unleashing an explosive slash that tore through the Orochen, a devastating blow. Shin immediately grasped it. This explosion was an innate berserker skill. Tahan had likely just tapped into it properly for the first time. Such power usually demanded a steep price, consuming the user's rationality in exchange for overwhelming force. Tahan watched as the Orochen cleaved clean in two. A cold thought flickered. What a nightmare if the sword had shattered. He'd barely held on to himself. Had he not fully unleashed the power, his mind might have been swallowed whole. This was the second close call since his awakening, a stark reminder of the terrifying edge of his own abilities, even as he managed to wield them. Gazing at Shin, Tahan understood. This wasn't just another awakened. The moment Shin's true capabilities came to light, the entire world would bend its focus. They stood over the Orochen's corpse, which pulsed with with an astonishing, overwhelming mana signature, unlike any dungeoner or boss they'd encountered before. Shin broke the silence, his voice cutting through the heavy air. Feel anything from it? Tahin shook his head. Not dead yet, but we took care of all the remnants. It won't be coming back. Shin nodded, a silent agreement. Even top-tier hunters couldn't sense mana on this level. Then, it hit. Tahin's passive skill, Mana Absorption, flared to life. On his screen, a new skill materialized. Demonic Weapon Production. Curiosity sparked, then a chill. He reread the description, trying to fathom the demonic weapons it promised. The demonic realm was a concept they all knew, yet Tahin recalled nothing specific, nothing concrete enough to imagine such a craft. A fleeting disappointment, no direct mana rewards, was quickly shrugged off. It's fine, he muttered. The origin had already propelled him halfway to his mana cap, and he had a gut feeling the rewards weren't stopping here. Tahin waved Shin over, a serious talk clearly in mind. Shin, curiosity piqued, asked, "What is it?" Tahin then bowed deeply, an apology already forming on his lips. Even with Shin's firm refusal, Tahin admitted his proposal to join the guild had been impolite, both personally and as a guildmaster. He offered his sincerest apologies. Shin was utterly taken aback by the sudden shift in demeanor. The party leader stood equally stunned, watching Tahin bow before a mere D-ranked helper. But Shin's earlier, impossible feats had already made it clear he was no ordinary person. The leader's mind raced, wondering if Shin was in fact a hidden talent of the Overkill Guild. Just then, the boy and girl returned. "We searched everywhere," the boy reported. "Nothing left." The girl chimed in, guessing the Orichin must have cleared out all the monsters from the dungeon earlier. The boy, still impressed, muttered, "That weapon is insane. Sliced through monsters like butter, no energy needed." The girl nodded. "Never seen a weapon maker like that. Do you think he's tied to Overkill Guild somehow?" The leader, however, motioned for them to leave and contact the association. Still curious, the boy asked if there was any particular reason for such a hasty exit. The girl agreed, wanting to thank Tahin and their helper first. The leader spun around, his voice urgent, practically shoving them out. "Just get out of this disgusting place," the boy nodded, telling the leader to ease up on the rush. They were already heading out. The leader shot a glance over his shoulder. It was obvious that helper had ties to the guild. Smart move to bail now, before they drew unwanted attention or got tangled up with a major guild's internal drama. That kind of trouble was just exhausting. Still, he couldn't shake the thought that, emergency or not, flashing that much power so readily didn't track with typical guild behavior. Big guilds played it cautious, always prioritizing security. Shin nodded, echoing the leader's sentiment. Even with Tahin's rental pay offer, bowing his head to just anyone felt entirely out of character. Then Tahin cut in. The guild wouldn't bother Shin again, he declared. No more tailing, but that didn't mean they were quitting. "This is his first real opportunity," Tahin stated, "and I want to make a contract." He guaranteed Shin would find the terms agreeable. The next morning, Shin arrived at the Overkill Guild and found Min waiting. She greeted him with a warm smile. "Nice to see you again," she said, introducing herself as the guild's attending secretary, tasked with overseeing his contract proceedings. She then handed him a document. Shin thanked her, a touch surprised. Tahin had promised immediate contact, but he hadn't expected immediate to mean first thing the next morning. Min clarified. Tahin had ordered her to expedite everything. She admitted she'd been wondering what the rush was, sensing things were getting far more serious than she'd initially anticipated. This room, Min explained, was a special reception area within the guild, boasting exceptionally strict security. She assured him that any concerns about leaks were completely unfounded. She passed him a paper, the contract, complete with the conditions Tahin had outlined in the dungeon. While amendments would take time, she noted, the contents weren't set in stone. Shin should feel comfortable voicing any thoughts or desired changes. Shin scanned the document. It was precisely as Tahin had described back in the dungeon, yet seeing it formally organized like this made it feel undeniably real. He set the paper down. "No issues," he told Min. "Let's proceed." Shin recalled Tahin's words in the dungeon, unofficial supporter. Suddenly the pieces clicked. Tahin's fierce reluctance to join a guild wasn't just a whim. He needed to conceal his true identity. If Shin's hunch was right, this deal was perfect. The guild could ghost him rare materials, top-tier ingredients, and discreet gate access. All off the books. A formal contract, yes, but every detail would be handled in absolute secrecy. Still, Shin had to ask, why such generosity? Tahin's smile was thin, not for free. His condition was simple. Shin would handle his personal commissions. No pressure, though. If a job didn't sit right, Shin was free to refuse. "What if I only take the support and don't help with anything?" Shin pressed. Tahin's smile widened. "That's perfectly fine," he assured Shin. "The contract's real purpose is simple. Forge a link between you and our guild and keep you from joining anyone else. Taking a commission? That's just a bonus, a show of good faith. Footsteps echoed, growing louder. Right on time, Tahin murmured. 2 men strode in. Hunter Association Investigation Team, one stated, offering a curt introduction. His partner just looked at Tahin, asking, "You all right?" The first man cut in. "We need to go. I'll get your statement outside before we leave." Tahin turned back to Shin, his gaze expectant. "I hope for a positive response," he said, then softened. "But if any of this burdens you, don't accept. Your abilities, Shin, are worth far more than anything in this contract." Shin paused, the original plan playing through his mind. Impress Tahin, secure a guild relationship without full commitment. Yet, this offer was too good to pass up. He made his choice. "When does the support start?" he asked. Min beamed, producing a small box. "Right away," she declared. "Anything else you need, just say the word." She held out the box. A gift from Tahin to celebrate the signing. "I hear he found something pretty useful in Arakan's room." Shin opened the box just enough for a peek, then snapped it shut. "Thank you," he said, tucking it carefully into his bag. He handed Min a folded list of requested materials. "Where do I pick these up? That much?" Min quirked an eyebrow. "You'll have those materials in about a week. Though I might be crossing a line here, but I honestly don't think they'll do you much good." Shin merely nodded. "Wasn't planning on using them anyway." He stood, already heading for the door. "Got someone else to meet. Time to go." He navigated to another building, settling in to wait. A quick glance at his phone confirmed it. She was due any minute now. Then she appeared. Hamja, an A-rank hunter. Her presence pulled Shin back to a stark memory, a forest clearing, where Jia had carved through a monster with chilling, effortless grace. That was after the player selection, when they'd hailed her as the hunter prodigy, the god archer. Jia walked straight to the reception desk. "Excuse me," she said, presenting her card. "Entrance to the training gate." The lady behind the counter's eyes widened, immediately recognizing the A-rank insignia. "The C-rank gate, then?" she offered, a hint of awe in her voice. Jia politely but firmly shook her head. "The D-rank gate, please." Both the lady and a man nearby exchanged a look of utter confusion. The clerk knew Jia was officially A-rank, but it hadn't been long since her recognition, and she'd barely cleared a handful of gates. Minimal experience for her status. The man had seen plenty of lower-ranked awaken throw in the towel, abandon the hunter life altogether, but an A-rank requesting a D-gate? Unheard of. For some reason, it felt like Jia was on the brink of demotion. Awakened ranks, at their core, were a measure of mana absorption. When the blue energy bled from the cracks in reality, it flooded every living being, but the capacity to absorb it, to hold it, varied wildly from person to person. The more mana a body contained, the more potent the abilities it could manifest. The association rigorously analyzed individual mana levels, designating anyone above a fixed threshold as awakened, then segmenting them into ranks based on their total mana capacity. Once assigned, a rank was usually permanent. Exceptional performance in dungeon raids, however, could earn a lower-ranked awakened a promotion from the association. Conversely, a severe downturn could lead to demotion. Jia completed the form, pushing it across the counter. "I'll get this processed," the lady assured her, then hesitated. "Are you entering with a partner?" Jia declined the offer for a partner. The receptionist then explained she'd add Jia to the partner recruitment list. Rules mandated at least 2 entrants. With no D-rank training gate requests yet, Jia faced a likely wait. Jia wondered if she could just go in alone. The receptionist confirmed it was possible with a solo gate permit, but noted Jia hadn't registered one. To get one, she'd need to pass a specific test. The lady then asked if Jia wanted to sign up. Jia declined, opting to wait instead. The receptionist shifted gears, reminding Jia her first hunter qualification renewal was due in a month. Jia had likely seen the message already, but to renew her A-rank qualification, she needed either multiple C-rank or higher gate experiences, or to pass the A-rank practical test. Given her recent history, it seemed the test was her only option. A formal notification would follow soon, the lady added, wishing her luck. Jia thanked her, a bitter thought forming. Even requesting a training gate was a bureaucratic nightmare. I must have been insane to come here in person, to deal with all these people. She mentally chastised herself. She'd arrived convinced she couldn't afford demotion, but now, a stern inner voice told her to snap out of it. Get a grip. It's just a D-rank gate. What happened last time won't happen again. Just take it slow, restart, and everything will be fine. Just as the receptionist began to tell Jia she'd still have to wait, a notification flashed. A D-rank request had come through. Perfect. And since she was going in alone, the partner requirement was moot. She slammed the agree button. Moments later, Jia stood before a shimmering dungeon gate, her old gear feeling strangely alien. It's been a while, she mused, adjusting a strap. Feels so awkward. Just as she moved to enter, a man approached. Shin. He introduced himself, her assigned supporter, hoping they'd work well together. Jia offered a quick bow. He offered a hasty apology for his tardiness, then gestured toward the gate. Jia nodded, adding that she'd handle the gate request. Shin knew Jia was an A-rank hunter, or rather she should have been. She'd originally been estimated at that rank, but after a string of failed tests, she'd become one of the rare awakened demoted to C rank. Yet, despite the demotion, she'd earned the title of God Archer. This wasn't just for show. After becoming a player, she'd discovered a hidden talent, and Shin knew exactly what it was. A power she could have unlocked even without the player system. He was dead set on helping her awaken it. Later that day, they entered the dungeon world. Goblins already roamed the forest, and Jia hunkered down, scanning the tree line. Her relief was palpable to see real monsters, confirming her mana-sensing equipment hadn't been a waste. Turning to Shin, she offered a quick apology. "Is it okay if I handle these alone?" She vowed to share all the loot and compensate him handsomely. Shin waved off her concerns. "Don't worry about me. If you need help, I can at least provide arrows." Jia nodded her thanks, already moving into position. Activating her archer skill, she whispered a silent command to herself, "Don't be nervous." Then, she took aim. One goblin dropped. The others immediately surged forward, charging her. Jia didn't hesitate. Another arrow flew, dropping more. Shin watched, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't seen her fight like this since she became a player. Her raw destructive power easily outstripped an A-rank hunter's, but it was useless without precision. Jia narrowed her eyes. "One of my 3 arrows should hit its mark." Her mind raced. "At this speed, I can fire at least 4 more. 2 shots, then it's over." Suddenly, a bugle blared, a goblin musician. Within moments, Jia was swarmed. She froze, momentarily overwhelmed. Where to shoot? What to do? As goblins behind her lunged, Shin acted. Giant swords materialized, forming an instantaneous barrier around Jia. He stepped closer. "I need your help." Jia stared, utterly bewildered. Wasn't he D rank? He nodded, admitting he couldn't last long solo. He needed her. Jia hesitated, unsure, but Shin was already moving. He darted toward the monsters, disappearing behind a bush. "All your remaining power," he hissed. "Shoot an arrow." Despite her confusion, Jia nodded, resolve hardening. She aimed, then unleashed a deadly arrow exactly where Shin pointed. Did I hit it? What now? Her mind raced. Shin's voice, now confident, cut through her thoughts. "You've opened the path. Time to run." Jia blinked, surprised, but there was no time for questions. They bolted. They burst into a cave nestled against the mountainside. Jia's breath hitched. Was this really safety, or just another hiding spot? The goblin seemed to have vanished, but her instincts screamed caution after everything that had happened. Shin, however, remained unnervingly calm. It didn't matter. They needed to move, and fast. Jia cut the tension. "That's it for today. I'll get you your compensation." Shin shook his head. "Not yet. The goblins were on high alert," he explained, bound to sweep the area. Too dangerous to leave. Worse, they might have lost the rescue player they were provided with during the sprint. Their only option was to wait it out. Jia's shock was evident. "When can we leave?" Shin's gaze was distant. "Half a day at least. Could be longer, depending on how things play out." Jia visibly reeled at the mention of waiting half a day. Shin, however, dismissed it as a lie. The goblins, lacking true coordination, would likely disperse within 30 minutes. The real problem was something far more dangerous, the king of the stretch. In her current shaken state, Jia would probably believe anything he told her. But convincing her to enter the cave with him was the immediate hurdle, and he wasn't sure she'd agree, nor could he see any other viable path. Jia's voice was small, choked with apologies. "It's all my fault," she mumbled, remorse etched across her face. She regretted not engaging the goblins properly, for insisting on venturing out alone in the first place, and for the fresh wave of trouble she felt she was about to cause. Trapped in a D-ranked dungeon, a place she now believed someone of her limited experience shouldn't have even dared to enter, the situation felt utterly surreal. Seeing her spiral, Jin snapped, his voice cutting through her self-pity. "If you're so sorry, then just grant me one request." Jia blinked, confused. "What do you mean?" Shin gestured toward the cave. "We've got plenty of time, let's talk inside." Once inside, the chill air did little to calm Jia's racing thoughts. An A-rank hunter she might be, but her dungeon experience was minimal. She struggled to grasp Shin's half-formed explanations, wondering if he truly needed her. Then, a word cut through. "Elite monster." The pieces clicked. Shin nodded. "You said this was your first training gate. It makes sense you wouldn't know." He explained that the dungeon structure wasn't common knowledge. Beyond the main boss, there was often a secondary threat, an elite monster, a rank below the boss itself. This cave was its lair. He'd tried to form a party, been rejected repeatedly, and couldn't face it alone. Jia, by contrast, had been the only one to accept him as a supporter into her party. Watching her reaction, Shin wondered if he'd overstepped, if his request sounded too outlandish. "If you're sure," Jia replied, her resolve firming. It felt like the only right thing to do. Shin had pulled her from mortal danger, and she understood the sting of being unable to find a party. Repayment was overdue. Just as Jia's thoughts settled on helping Shin, the mana detection machine shrieked. A sudden, urgent beep. The elite monster. It was here. "Get back!" Jia yelled, shoving Shin behind her. Even if it was an elite, it was still a D-ranked dungeon monster. One clean hit, she figured, and it would be over. She loosed an arrow, a swift, precise strike aimed at the elite, but with an astonishing blur of motion, the monster blocked it with its own weapon. Jia gasped, utterly shocked. How did it do that? Her assessment had been dead wrong. This wasn't just any elite. She'd need every ounce of her power. The monster lunged, but Jia froze. Shin yanked her back, sending them tumbling just as the creature's attack whizzed past. Shin's near miss snapped Jia out of her trance, a cold dread seizing her. The past slammed into her mind, a memory of scathing criticism. A girl, face contorted in fury, had accused Jia of nearly killing her, her aim so poor she couldn't even shoot arrows properly. "You owe me!" she'd shrieked, cutting off Jia's attempts to apologize. Pointless excuses. Just because you're A rank doesn't mean the world owes you a damn thing. Just wait, she'd snarled. I'll show you exactly who you're talking to. Later, expelled and desperate for a new party, Jia faced endless rejection. Her A rank meant nothing. The whispers followed her everywhere, branding her a failed A rank hunter. One voice scoffed, "She nearly wiped out her own team in a dungeon." Another chimed in, "Heard she can't even take down a weak monster. D rank parties won't touch her." What happened to her talent? Was this her forever? The cruel questions echoed. Jia blocked out the torrent of voices, the sheer weight of their accusations pressing down on her. Birds, she thought, the word a dull ache. Maybe she should just quit. Now, even Shin was getting dragged into her mess. The elite monster, however, wasn't attacking. It merely parried her strikes with its blade, as if to say, "Fighting isn't really my forte." Jia blinked. Shin had stepped between her and the beast. Calmly, impossibly calm, he spoke. "Listen, I know this won't make sense, but focus. If you can calm down and follow my lead, we win. The stage is set," he thought, a grim resolve hardening his features. In this chaos, it has to activate. Just need to buy some time. "Look closely at the monster," he instructed, his voice low and urgent. "You'll see it. When you do, hit that spot with everything you've got." Jia rose, a strange sensation prickling at her skin, every nerve ending alive and buzzing. It was profoundly unsettling, yet she pushed past it, ignoring the discomfort as she drew her bow. Now, the weakness in the monster's form was undeniable, a clear target. This was it, her one shot. She funneled every ounce of her resolve, every shred of strength, into a single, devastating arrow. With a fierce cry, she let it fly. Shin watched, breathless, as the arrow found its mark. The monster detonated, hurled backward as if struck by a meteor. It worked. The conditions met. It might have seemed like a random activation to others, but Shin knew the cost was worth it. A gaping chasm now marred the monster's chest. With a shudder, it finally toppled. "Unfamiliar, isn't it?" Shin murmured, watching the strange sensation bloom and intensify across Jia's body. His method was extreme, he knew, but to truly awaken her, he'd had no choice but to trigger this very feeling. Jia's mind reeled. Who was this man? And how had he so perfectly anticipated every turn of events? What did awakening truly mean? He simply told her not to rush, assuring her they had all the time in the world. But Jia wouldn't have it. She demanded he stop deflecting, to give her a straight answer. Before she could push further, a sudden wave of darkness washed over her, and she collapsed. Shin hoisted her onto his back. "Allies are tough to make," he muttered, "but at least that part's handled." They emerged from the cave, and when Jia finally came to, she was mortified. She couldn't understand her behavior, explaining, "It felt like I hadn't even been myself." The thought of being so rude to someone who'd saved her twice made her cringe. She apologized profusely for her doubts and for fainting. He waved it off. "It's fine. No one got hurt. All the monsters are dead. You just need to pull yourself together." But tears welled in her eyes as she nodded in agreement. Then, he asked for the necklace he'd given her before they entered the cave. She stood, retrieved it, and handed it back. The moment he saw its color, he knew she'd used it. He reminded her about the mycuic sensation, an artifact found only in A-ranked dungeons like Harpy's Refuge. Its power lay in enhancing the senses, but only under specific, extreme conditions. Once activated, it automatically propelled the user's senses far beyond normal human limits, unlocking a form of transcendental perception. The real challenge, however, was meeting those conditions. The user's emotions had to be pushed to their absolute breaking point. For someone like Jia, the most potent trigger was sheer terror. He confessed he had deliberately orchestrated the situation, creating an environment designed to terrify her. It was a brutal method, but he knew if it worked, he could awaken her, whatever the cost. Items like the mycuic sensation were incredibly rare, so rare he'd given up on ever acquiring one for himself. Tahan had managed to get his hands on one in less than 2 days, a feat only possible because Shin had paved the way so effortlessly. Still, Shin knew this was merely the beginning. Jia had only touched upon the awakening through the item. She would need far more training to reach the level she commanded in her prime. Her first task was clear: create a scenario where she could focus solely on the monsters. To achieve that, she needed to switch her weapon. Strong as she already was, moving from a short bow to a long bow would extend her range, naturally reducing her direct contact with creatures and preventing those moments of panic like the one she'd just experienced. There were still other skills to hone, but this was the priority. Her unexpected depth of gratitude momentarily left Shin confused. She explained everything, even the pendant. She'd thought she was going to die, powerless, but clutching the pendant had shifted something deep inside her. The world seemed to slow, a strange connection blossomed, and suddenly, she could see targets clearly etched onto the monsters, guiding her aim with uncanny precision. To be brutally honest, despite her A-rank status, she'd always felt like a D-rank in both skill and temperament. Every attempt to improve had only deepened her self-disappointment. Yet, by simply knowing him, she felt an incredible, rapid growth. She was finally realizing her true potential. For the first time, a genuine excitement for herself surged through her, and in a rare torrent, she spoke at length about it all. Just as she was about to continue, he gently interrupted, telling her it would be too hard to go it alone. He gave her his number, urging her to reach out if she ever needed him. She smiled, happily accepting, promising to share hers in return. But before she could, an urgent message from Tan buzzed his comm, prompting him to decide they'd connect properly once they were both out of the field. The scene snapped to the Hunter Association headquarters, where Tan was already on a call with Shin. A quick thank you, then Tan promised to reconnect after his briefing. He agreed to assist Shin if he could, adding that the item Shin had provided last time had been incredibly useful. Shin, already clear of the training zone and parting ways with Jia, expressed his relief that the item had helped and reiterated his thanks for Tan's pledged support before ending the call. As Tan waited, Min entered the room. The association president had sent word. They could move out immediately. Leaving, Min couldn't shake the strangeness of it all. Usually, the president dispatched official documents. A personal summons for Tan delivered indirectly. Official commissions were always tough, but this kind of direct call could only mean one thing. An S-rank gate had reopened. Tan merely reassured her. It's fine. Shin's agreed to help. He felt confident that if he fought as he had before, there'd be no danger. Building that connection with Shin was proving to be the smartest move he'd made. Min noted Tan's significantly improved mood since the Arakan dungeon raid. It had to be connected to that mysterious maker. He'd been different ever since, and the unlimited support he'd vaguely mentioned still intrigued her. Even more shocking were the guildmaster's incredibly generous conditions. Tan, despite no longer being in the Berserker class, a class notorious for emotional instability, was now more calculated and cool-headed than anyone Min knew. It made her wonder if Shin was far more capable than she'd initially dismissed. But then again, a D-rank creating a weapon that could truly satisfy someone like Tan? It felt impossible. Given how rarely Tan brought Shin up, Min decided she'd have to investigate the matter herself. They arrived before a meeting room. A man greeted Tan, asking if he'd come alone. Tan paused, wondering if he was supposed to have company. The man confirmed. From what I heard, 2 guildmasters were expected. Since you're here alone, you can head inside first. Tan then asked if the man knew the identity of the other guildmaster. He just arrived, the man replied. A voice cut through the air. Tan, is that really you? Been quite active lately, haven't you? Tan and Min spun around, instantly recognizing the man whose mere presence grated on Tan's nerves. A smirk played on the man's lips. Never thought I'd get to see you here of all places. It was Kim Mihyuk, the other guildmaster. He wasted no time sizing Tan up with a dismissive glance. So this is the famous guildmaster Tan, huh? Color me unimpressed. Tan's jaw tightened. Kim Mihyuk was, without a doubt, the most infuriating man he knew. Kim stepped closer, his words laced with false praise. Your guild, Overkill, has its moments, but let's be clear, the problem isn't the guild itself. It's the man leading it. I don't have time for your ridiculous provocations, Kim, Tan shot back, his voice flat. Kim merely shrugged. Too busy, I suppose. What with all your little excursions, handpicking low-ranked dungeons, chasing fame from rookie hunters and forgotten gates. Min's fists clenched, her face flushing with barely contained rage at Kim's insults. Ignoring her fury, Kim continued, We raid. Our goal has always been to clear, not to rescue. Those rank error dungeons, pure coincidence. We walked in on our own terms. Before Min could retort, Tooth laid a restraining hand on her arm. Open the door, he ordered the attendant, his gaze firm. We're here to meet the president. The attendant nodded, pushing the door open and announcing, President, the 2 guildmasters have arrived. From inside, President Han Chalman's voice boomed, "I heard them. As troublesome as ever, those two." Tan and Kim stepped into the meeting room. Min, excluded from the high-stakes conversation, found a spot on the floor outside the door, sinking down with a sigh. A man appeared, offering her a steaming cup of tea, which she gratefully accepted. Inside, President Han wasted no time. "Heaven issued an urgent request for both of you 3 days ago," he began, his expression grim. "A strange head appeared and vanished in the suburbs. They need you." "A rank error dungeon?" Tan wondered aloud. Chalman shook his head. "Not enough confirmation. We can't even measure the gate's mana." Kim visibly flinched at the news. Tan found it baffling. A gate that defied normal measurement, an anomaly unlike anything they'd encountered. Gate ranks were typically determined by one of two methods. Either a specialized instrument assessed the gate's mana directly, with the final rank usually matching the monsters within, or by compiling reports from association scouts. "Rank error dungeons occur when a gate's mana rapidly increases," Chalman clarified. "But this is different. No measurements have even been made yet. Have you sent scouts to investigate?" Tan pressed. Chalman's jaw tightened. 5 teams. None came back. Kim slammed a fist on the table. "You don't know the rank. You have no intel to share. And you didn't even inform me immediately." He leaned forward, his voice a low growl. "This isn't just about passing the buck, is it? We have no idea how long this unknown gate will stay open. Left unchecked, monsters will breach. We've seen it before. Every single time, it's been a bloody nightmare." Chalman opened his mouth again, but Tan cut him off. "Shameless, maybe," Tan conceded, "but an emergency, absolutely." Chalman's gaze hardened. "I won't take no for an answer. Both your guilds will work together to raid this unconfirmed gate." "Our original plan included the Hunu Guild," Chalman added, "but a sudden overseas dispatch pulled them out. This is a 3-guild threat, and the deadline is in 2 days." He leaned forward, his expression grave. "I'll ensure maximum support funds and reward money. Anything else you need, the association will move mountains to provide." Tan paused, then asked, "Do we have to form a team strictly from guild members?" Chalman shook his head. "Doesn't matter. But to prevent public chaos and panic, we're limiting access to a small number of verified individuals only." Tan gave a curt nod, his agreement clear. At the Shunua Guild, Kim burst through the doors, shrugging off his coat. His subordinates greeted him with deference, but Kim was already moving. He barked orders. Assemble a team exclusively from A-rank guild members or higher. They had 2 days to select the roster. Kim's mind raced, a familiar irritation bubbling up. Tan's smug smile replayed in his head. The man always had a trick. He viewed Tan as an arrogant nuisance and was dead set on using this opportunity to cut him down to size. His next command was sharp, slicing through the air. "Get Kang Yuran on that team, now." One of the women hesitated. "Sir, Kang isn't affiliated with our guild, and with her personality, she'll likely reject the offer outright." Kim's voice cracked like a whip. "Who doesn't know that?" His tone dropped, thick with menace. "I don't care how. Bring her to me. Get Kang Yuran here, by any means necessary. Fail, and you can both consider your careers in this field over. Permanently." The two subordinates exchanged shocked glances, but quickly affirmed his orders. Kim, however, was already a step ahead. He secretly preferred Kang wasn't bound to any guild. It made her the perfect target for a proper recruitment. This was his chance to poach a talent, yes, but more importantly, to prove to Tan that even among the elite, power wasn't evenly distributed. 2 days later, the air crackled with anticipation in front of the mysterious gate. Keihan stood ready, accompanied by Shin, another man, and a young girl. The girl glanced around impatiently. "What time is it? The others still haven't shown." The man checked his comms. 5 minutes. The Shinwa Guild is notoriously punctual. They'll be here on the dot. The girl scoffed, muttering, "That's exactly why I can't stand them. No manners whatsoever." A dangerous glint entered her eyes. Honestly, if they ever did learn some, I might just be tempted to put a bullet through their heads. A hand landed a light smack on her head. "Watch your words, Sunjay," the Vice Guild Master warned, calling her by name. She rubbed the spot, grumbling. "Brutishly strong, aren't you?" He glared, then lunged. She bolted, laughing as he chased her away. Shin chuckled, watching the scene unfold. "Your guild members really get along." Tahan offered a faint smile. "Looks can be deceiving, but in a fight, they're rock solid." He turned back to Shin. "Thanks again for coming. Honestly, I thought you'd turn me down." Shin waved a hand. "I already told you, Tahan. With the item you gave me, I'm honored to help." He paused, a different glint in his eye. "But there's another reason. 5 days ago, a system window popped up, a hidden quest. Only a handful of players got it. The selection process hadn't even begun. Yet I was already chosen. Why would I decline? Shin continued. The difficulty is extreme, sure, but the rewards are insane. Some players even awaken new abilities. Tahan nodded slowly. Sounds like it's tied to this dungeon. He then offered an apologetic nod. Sorry about Kim. His rudeness is inevitable. Just then, Kim and his team strode up, looking genuinely surprised. You're early, he drawled, not quite an apology. I'm swamped, but I guess the Overkill Guild has time to kill. Must be from spending all your days in low-ranking gates. No wonder you've got so much free time. The Overkill Vice Guild Master leaned into Shin. Ignore him. Don't give him any ammo. She started to retort, but he cut her off, his voice firm. Just ignore him. He swept his gaze across both groups. The rivalry between our guilds is as ugly as ever. It's not just personal anymore. It's splashed across the mass media, a constant war of words over which guild is stronger. Kim's eyes narrowed on Shin, a sneer twisting his lips. So, you're Tahan's big secret, his hidden card? He acts like he's got an ace up his sleeve, but it's just you? He scoffed, looking Shin up and down. Going on a trip? What's with the clothes? His tone turned sharper. This isn't a picnic. Dungeon raids are no joke. Looks like you're just here to get carried. A girl quickly stepped between them. Chill out, Kim. We have a new member, Kang. Kang, who'd overheard the squabble, cut in sharply. Didn't you say we had no time to waste? No time to argue? Let's move. Sun stared, a jolt of shock running through her. Kang? Her party's roster was insane. This was the Kang, Korea's strongest element master, capable of wielding all 6 elements, an S-rank sorcerer. Add Kim and Tahan to that mix, and they had an all-star lineup. This raid, a cakewalk. She'd gladly be carried. Shin, however, felt a cold dread settle in. Easy? Not a chance. This dungeon was the exact same one from his previous life. Last time, 8 high-rank awakened had gone in. Only Tahan crawled out, barely, saved by a desperate trump skill. The gate had vanished without a trace, an unprecedented catastrophe. 7 top-tier awakened simply declared missing. The association had buried the incident so thoroughly that virtually no data remained. Shin couldn't guarantee their survival, let alone victory. They stepped inside. Kim immediately lunged, his attack obliterating a doll with casual ease. He chuckled. Too easy. Shin's unease deepened. Why did it seem so simple? On their way back to the entrance, Shin commented on the cool architecture, only for the Vice Guild leader to snap, "Lower your voice." A beat later, silence. The gate was gone, or rather, sealed shut. The Overkill Guild's vice leader slammed his fist against the invisible barrier, then tried a desperate pry, but it held fast. "We'll have to force it open," he declared. Shin's voice was flat. "You want me to break it too?" A few party members launched attacks, their skills slamming against the gate, but it didn't even budge. "Step aside," Kim barked, shoving them back. "I'll handle this." Before Kim could unleash his power, 2 figures burst from the shadows, Torah maids, blades flashing. Kim reacted instantly, striking them down. "What are these things? How dare they get in my way?" "Impressive skill," one of the girls muttered, eyeing Kim. He scoffed. "No big deal. Why waste anything more on trivial trash?" But as she watched, the trivial trash began to stir, their broken forms reforming. Resurrection. Kim barely glanced at them. "They've got a regen ability," he stated, a smirk playing on his lips. "But they'd need a power level I haven't seen in this entire dungeon just to slow me down." He flicked his wrist, and 2 colossal glowing hands materialized, slamming down to crush the respawning monsters flat. While the others engaged the relentless monsters, Shin and Kang remained conspicuously still. "Why aren't you fighting?" Shin finally asked her. She shot back. "Same question for you." He simply stated, "I'm a support-based production class." "No real reason," she replied with a dismissive shrug. "Just don't feel like wasting effort on this party." She'd been briefly excited, expecting to work alongside Korea's strongest, but this was all flash and zero substance. They couldn't even put down one monster. Had she known, she'd have turned down the invitation flat. Shin, however, focused on the monster's polluted mana. It felt wrong, unnatural, like invisible threads tethered them all together, their corrupted energy converging on a single, unseen object. Break that, and maybe it all collapses. He also questioned the point of showing his true hand to this group, but figured his borrowed rental powers would be enough to get by. Kang, meanwhile, finally moved, an arcane glyph blossoming beneath her feet, conjuring something small from the earth. Shin watched, then probed. "Got enough mana for these bugs? Why not send that over?" "Like I said before," she shot back, casually annihilating a nearby bug with a flick of her wrist. "I only kill what I want to." Worth a check then," Shin mused, before adding with a grin. "Afraid of bugs, are we?" "Shut up!" she snapped, her voice laced with irritation. You're annoying. Not meddling, just observing, he countered, though a hint of apology softened his tone. There is a bigger bug monster nearby, you know. Elsewhere, Kim hammered the unending horde, frustration mounting as they resurrected faster than he could fell them. Why aren't my attacks working? Tahin, too, fought with grim determination. Then, without warning, everything went still. Kim blinked, disoriented, wondering what just happened. He felt finally warmed up, a potent energy thrumming through him, even as a flicker of his own small fires seemed to burn out. The controlling object, it seemed, was destroyed. As Shin siphoned its mana, a stark realization hit him. This was the source of the resurrection ability. Without his unique sight, the polluted mana would have remained hidden, the secret undiscovered. He couldn't help but wonder if this very secret had doomed their raid in his previous life. Tahin reported to the Vice Guild Master. The lobby was practically clear. Uncertain what lurked ahead, he urged a full sweep of the entire first floor. The Vice Guild Master readily agreed, taking point and ordering the others to follow. They charged forward, only to slam headfirst into another group of the same monstrous creatures. Kim didn't hesitate, shoving the Vice Guild Master aside. I'm going first, he barked, launching himself into the fray. As he engaged the monsters, Seung's mind raced. Was the mana they were gathering somehow originating from an object within themselves? Shin pointed to a precise spot. Shoot! There! He commanded. Confusion clouded her face. That will break the controller? She asked. Shin quickly explained the situation to the others, and in a heartbeat, understanding clicked. The solution was simple, brutally efficient. Shin marveled at their speed. The first floor cleared in a blur. They moved through the final room with brutal efficiency, quickly reaching the stairs. First floor's done, Tahin announced. Time for the second. Don't act like a damn leader, you bastard, Kim snapped. You already knew what was happening. Tahin, ignoring Kim's outburst, motioned for his own people to follow. Kim watched him seething, convinced Tahin was deliberately shunning them. Fine, he thought. I'll just have to crush his pride too. But then a sharp pain lanced through Kim. He'd pushed himself too hard in the last fight. Let's go, he grunted, the bravado fading. The girls immediately suggested they stick together. A subtle unease pricked at Shin, a nagging feeling about Tahin's words, though nothing concrete stood out. He had to be sure. Breaking away, he slipped into the next room alone. Just ahead, on the second floor landing, stood a solitary figure. A surge of raw power slammed into them. No time for skills, Kim yelled, as the others found themselves instantly surrounded, fighting desperately to protect themselves. Is everyone all right? Tahin's voice ripped through the chaos, his mind already zeroing in on the invisible monster. This thing was high rank. He could feel it. The Vice Guild Master confirmed he was fine, and Sung quickly added her own okay, but then her voice hitched. Shin was gone. Tahin's blood ran cold. He scanned the swirling melee, a sickening realization dawning. He hadn't seen Shin since the attack started. What the hell happened to him? Shin! He roared, his voice cutting through the din. Meanwhile, alone in that strange room, Shin felt the frantic pulse of battle outside, and it wasn't going well. He'd finished absorbing the last of the mana. He needed to get back to the others, now. But as he spun around, the door was already sealed shut. He tensed, scanning the enclosed space. Were there enemies lurking in here too? Just then, a small girl materialized from behind the closed door, a tiny doll clutched in her hand. Shin's mind reeled. A kid? Here? Are you the hunter? She piped up. Then, without waiting for an answer, she turned to go. Just follow me, she instructed. Shin called out, How do you know I'm a hunter? She paused, glancing back. The lady downstairs told me a hunter would come save me, she explained simply. She said we should leave together. You're here, so you must be him. A lady downstairs? Shin's brows furrowed. As they moved towards the stairs, the girl looked up at him. You don't know her? She asked, a puzzled frown on her face. That's weird, but I know you're the hunter she said would come. At the bottom, the girl hollered, Lady, wake up! He's here, just like you said. Shin glanced at the lady, whose vacant stare suggested serious psychological trauma. He cut straight to the chase. I was sent by the Hunter Association, he stated, hoping to break through whatever mental fog she was in. That snapped her out of it. She shot upright, a wave of palpable relief washing over her. Thank you, she gasped. I'm the 4th scout they sent in. The first 3 never returned, so I was ordered to investigate and find them. But the moment I stepped into this dungeon, dolls came swarming from every direction, charging right at me. I was completely caught off guard. I tried to make it back to the gate, but the door was sealed shut, the wooden top blocked, trapping me in here. Shin, assuming they shared a similar plight, asked if she knew what had befallen the other scouts. She nodded. From the entrance, she'd called out their names, but something felt wrong. They seemed unconscious. Suddenly, they attacked her. She fled, eventually meeting the girl who'd aided her, only for the scout to mention the girl had played with her too much. Shin pressed for the girl's name. Elizabeth, she replied. But I prefer Beth. He suggested they regroup and leave, arguing it was too dangerous to stay. She countered that the second floor outside was even more perilous. They resumed their desperate battle against the invisible entities. Shin sensed the enemy's stealth was finally faltering, leaving him to wonder if these were in fact human-type monsters. Suddenly, a card fluttered down. Shin's eyes fixed on the face. It matched one on the missing scout posters from the association president. Sung's voice cut through the air. Their faces? They seemed familiar. Shin barked a command. Hold your fire. Those are the missing scouts. He rapidly processed their situation. Stealth abilities had a cooldown, leaving users vulnerable with drastically reduced movement speed. Taking them out easily now was out of the question. Kim's excited shout ripped through the air. They're finally learning stealth, he bellowed before the realization hit. Scouts. Their speed visibly waning, Kim declared, I'll kill them with one punch. He charged, but Sung retaliated, firing a shot aimed straight at Kim's nose. This only fueled Kim's fury. A flicker of madness entered Kim's eyes. He swore these weren't monsters, but people who could be saved. There had to be a way to restore them. But as the palpable killing intent from the fading figures washed over him, his mind narrowed to two choices: kill or be killed. Anyone, regardless of who they were, showing hostility would die. The scouts were no exception. The unconscious scouts jolted awake, scrambling to their feet and lunging at Kim. He snarled a warning at Sung, block him again, and she'd be the first to fall. Sung reeled, fury blazing, poised to strike, but Shin cut her off, stepping between them. He urged Kim to stop, hoping against hope that his words would be heard. Kim's gaze was cutting. Everyone is blind to their own cause, he stated, and I'll show you just how blind you truly are, Shin. At that moment, a young girl moved, planting herself defiantly in front of Shin. Kim's voice dropped, icy. This isn't a request, it's a deal. He'd hand over the raid's spoils and all funding to the Shinhwa Guild. Those terms, he mused, should be enough to make them think. An attack flashed toward Kim. He caught it effortlessly on his hand armor. Just a warning, he bit out. Piss me off in the slightest and Shin, you're dead. Shin thanked him, a sliver of relief cutting through his dread. Time. He'd bought a little time. Sung mumbled an apology to Shin. Take responsibility later, he snapped. Right now they needed to focus, understand the situation, figure out how to save their people. Meanwhile, Beth turned to Shin, her voice hushed. You saw the dolls outside too, right? Some were horrifying. She didn't know how, but every single one was tangled in thick purple threads. The dolls wouldn't die unless those threads were cut. They'd just keep coming, endlessly. The threads themselves were impossibly sturdy, almost impossible to break. She shivered. Isn't it terrifying? Shin pressed. If we remove the threads, do they return to normal? Can we turn our colleagues back? Beth hesitated. I heard that once the threads are gone, you still need to disable a device attached to their bodies. But try to rip the threads off and the body just collapses. She didn't know if any of it would truly help. It was a grim answer to a tough question, but Beth's candidness struck Shin. It reminded him of something else. On the second floor, a chilling realization hit them. Once stealth dropped, they had 30 seconds to live. Sunin, her voice laced with worry, turned to Kang. Can you block them? Ice? Anything to slow them down? Kang, already bristling with frustration, shot back a sharp warning. Don't cross the line. The digital countdown blared, relentless. Then Kim, a surge of raw power building, unleashed his ability. He lunged to strike, only to hit an invisible wall. His skill had been nullified, and the gnawing pain from earlier began to flare, intensifying with each heartbeat. A voice, crisp and calm, cut through the tension. Shin had powered down just in time. Shin, standing shoulder to shoulder with Beth, admitted, We barely pulled you back. From here on, it's my show. Tahin, eyes wide, spun around. Shin, where'd you go so suddenly? Shin's voice, though distant, held a reassuring calm. Just needed to check something. No big deal, nothing to worry about. Tahin sighed in relief. But this is a dungeon. No more vanishing acts, understood? Behind them, Shin alerted Tahin. Scouts! Stealthing up again. Tahin pushed forward, positioning himself. Stay back, he commanded. As the invisible enemies ghosted past, Tahin's blood ran cold. They were hunting Shin. Careful, he barked. Shin, however, saw them. The polluted mana threads, like glowing spider silk, gave their hidden forms away. A blur of motion, Tahin intercepted a strike meant for Shin. I see their weak points, Shin called out, his voice sharp with focus. I'll mark them. Aim true. Avoid hitting the main body. Tahin nodded, a question forming. The blue shards? Shin began pointing, and Tahin attacked, felling a doll with a single precise blow. As he fought, the strategy clicked into place. This was the way. The circular device in the center, Shin directed. That's the core weakness. Aim there. With each strike aimed at the designated targets, the dolls began to crumble. Tahin frowned, baffled. Why now? They hadn't broken like this before. Once the last doll lay shattered, Tahin turned to Shin, the earlier question resurfacing. So, when you checked something on the first floor, did you find anything important? Shin reported nothing special on the first floor. He'd been deep into his own investigation when he stumbled upon a surviving scout. Her condition was critical, so she couldn't join them, but she'd relayed the full situation, and crucially, her weak point. Tahin cut in, "What about the child?" Beth had helped him find the scout, Shin replied. Her parents apparently were trapped deeper in the dungeon. Kim eyed Beth, his expression hardening. "Something's off," he stated. Shin pressed, "What exactly?" Kim, sensing their doubt, scoffed. "Seriously? A normal girl here? The gate's a top-tier secret, under constant association surveillance. Don't let its appearance fool you. It's monitored every second. There's no way anyone could have just gotten in." Tahin acknowledged Kim's point, but warned, "Don't jump to conclusions." Kim snapped, "You're just looking for cracks in my logic. You'd still be blindly wandering if I hadn't been taking it easy on you all. Maybe I should just cut my losses and kill every guild member here while I have the chance." Tahin's voice dropped. "I don't seek pointless fights, Kim, but it seems you need a lesson in raid harmony." Their eyes flashed violet. "Kim acts like he's above us," Sung declared. "This is the perfect chance to put him in his place." But the girl beside Kim sneered. "And you don't? Stop Tahin instead of spouting nonsense. What if he gets himself killed?" Shin shot back. "And who exactly do you think is going to die? You honestly believe Tahin will lose?" "Tahin will!" she insisted, her voice tight with panic. "Sung, hurry, stop him!" Kim's rage flared. "You think you can even carry your guildmaster out of here once he's unconscious?" Tahin, equally furious, met his gaze. Power surged between them, crackling in the air as they prepared to clash. Shin felt a jolt, a sudden surge in the room's chaotic energy. He couldn't pinpoint why everyone's emotions were spiraling out of control. A shimmering aura pulsed around Beth. She smirked, admitting she'd only nudged their emotions, yet they were tearing into each other like crazy. Pathetic, she called it. Then she turned to Shin, thanking him for inadvertently helping her deploy her brainwashing skill. She'd needed a way to get close without raising suspicion, and he'd been the perfect unwitting accomplice. Shin's blood ran cold. He'd initially seen her as a monstrous child, but when had that shifted? When had she become just a normal kid in his eyes? Had he been under her influence, brainwashed, since their very first encounter? Too late. The realization hit him like a physical blow. He had to stop this now before the entire group fell under her spell. He strained to move, but unseen threads tightened, holding him fast. A cold dread seeped in. He wasn't the only one. Everyone else seemed caught in the same invisible web. Was this her method? Using corrupted mana to twist not just physical bodies, but minds themselves? He watched, horrified, as the truth clicked, and still he'd missed every sign, swallowed every lie. Suddenly, a familiar hum resonated through him. His passive skill, mana absorption, flared to life. As he siphoned off the pervasive corrupted mana, a grim certainty settled. She had picked the wrong opponent. Kim reeled, bewildered. Beth, however, just chuckled. Shin knew how to absorb corrupted mana. How utterly amusing. Shin roared, his voice cutting through the growing chaos. "Beth! She's from the academy! Attack her now!" But before anyone could move, Beth's voice, sweet and innocent, rang out. "Mom! Dad!" Instantly, two figures materialized beside her. She pointed at Shin's group, a pout on her face, accusing them of bullying her. "Punish them!" she demanded. Kim, his eyes glazed, flexed his hands, muttering about ending them all in a single blow. Beth simply smiled at Shin. "Time for you to put on a show," she purred. Kim unleashed an explosive attack, tearing a gouge in the ground between them. Kahan stared, aghast. "Kim, what are you doing?" But Kim was gone, a puppet on Beth's strings, the invisible threads coiling deeper within him. Beth clapped her hands, genuinely pleased with her work. Shin's mind raced. Was this why he'd felt that faint trace of corrupted mana from Kim's hand earlier? Beth, as if reading his thoughts, offered an explanation. Lewis, she revealed, preferred to hide behind the shy, those who went unnoticed, making them the perfect hosts. She found it endlessly entertaining, watching them fight their own teammates, turned into enemies before their eyes. Their own ally, a living doll, now a weapon. She leaned forward, eager to see what chaos would unfold next. Kahan, grim-faced, moved to engage Kim. "I'll take him down, fast! The rest of you assist!" The others nodded, fanning out to support, but as they closed in, Kim's hands glowed, and a shimmering barrier erupted around him. Shin stared, wondering what had just happened. A girl quickly explained it, a skill Kim activated only when his life hung by a thread. The barrier was impenetrable, immune to interference for a set amount of time, then it would remain active for several hours. Beth smirked. With one opponent neutralized, she only had 3 left to deal with. Time to end this. Shin felt the raw energy pouring off them. These weren't the typical dolls he encountered. Each one bristled with the threat of a dungeon boss. Pushing past the 2 guards was suicide. They had to face them head on. A gut feeling nagged at him. Something was off. These weren't just standard control types. Keihin immediately called it, "I'll take the female doll, you handle the male." The plan was simple. Focus firepower. End this quickly. Sung gave a grim nod of agreement as the male doll, Kim, charged toward Keihin. Keihin met him, ready. Shin watched Kim manipulate ice and mana threads, a thought sparking. Was this the skill that turned enemies into dolls? And if so, was there a bug in the system interfering with Kim's supposedly impenetrable shield? Shin suspected Kim's ability involved turning hunters into dolls, but the pieces didn't fit. Kim's transformation had been instantaneous, even after absorbing everyone's polluted mana. Yet earlier, when they were all bound by those same threads, Beth had had the perfect chance to convert them into dolls, and hadn't. It made no sense. As the others fought, Shin's mind raced. If Beth was just toying with them, why the elaborate charade? She'd led him to the Lost Scout, even taught him the weak points of the doll turned. Then, after gaining his trust, she'd abruptly revealed her true colors, rendering it all pointless. It wasn't the behavior of someone who reveled in manipulation. It was almost as if she was being forced to fight. Kim landed a brutal hit on Tahin. Shin noted Tahin's incredible durability, but the impact was still significant. Thankfully, the weapon Shin had crafted for Tahin allowed him to channel power, maintaining control and keeping it primed to explode. It was unfortunate, but at least they had that ace up their sleeve for situations like this. Then Sung yelled to the Vice Guildmaster, "Enough! He should be soft enough now!" She unleashed an enhanced bullet, tearing a massive hole in the doll's chest. Still, it moved. Tahin, locked in combat with Kim, realized the fight was far trickier than expected. What surprised him most was the sheer lack of variety, only simple physical attacks. That left only one true concern, mental attacks. As a berserker, he could resist them, but not completely. He barked orders. "Stay paired up! Watch for mental attacks! Hold your positions unless ordered otherwise! They're all destroyed, Mom! Dad!" Beth shrieked, a triumphant grin twisting her face as Tahin lunged. Perfect timing! Tahin's strike landed, jarring a small doll from her grip. Sung cheered, relieved. "See? I told you there was nothing to worry about." Ken chimed in. She acted like it was a huge deal, but that was boring. Shin, too, thought it was over, realizing his earlier assumptions had been way off base. But Tahin stared at Beth's tiny, lifeless form. Monster or not, the sight of a dead child still churned his stomach. He was about to order a retreat when a sudden, unseen force slammed into all 4 of them, freezing them in place. Not magic, not a mental assault, but an overwhelming presence, something utterly alien and terrifying. Shin instantly recognized it. As expected, he muttered, the hidden boss. A system screen flashed, displaying new main and additional goals, along with their grim rewards. Then, Beth rose. Her true form, a vampire of chilling beauty, shimmered into existence. "Thank you," she purred, her voice now a melodic whisper, thick with dark power. "I've been waiting for someone to destroy my parents." Her smile faded, replaced by a snarl of pure venom. But instead, they betrayed me. Now they'll live eternally, bound by my power. Her voice rose to a furious crescendo. "Ungrateful rat bastards! Abandoning me in that pathetic, useless body." A dark laugh escaped her, echoing with ancient malice. "Now, I finally feel alive. How long has it been? Every second in that weak form was a torment. I hated it," Kang roared, snapping Sung and the Vice Guild Master out of their stupor. "Don't just stand there like idiots, prepare for what's coming." He knew with a cold certainty that even Tahin's raw talent wouldn't be enough against a monster like this. Beth's gaze flickered to Taeyeon, a twisted smile playing on her lips. "You're cute," she cooed, then her eyes narrowed, "but still a rat bastard." Her words confused the others, but Beth merely chuckled. "Let's see, shall we?" she mused, a predatory glint in her eyes. "A meal. It's been a while." With that, she unleashed Essence Drain. The group immediately convulsed, coughing up blood. Kang's mind raced. High-ranked undead excelled at absorption-type magic, but to suppress them all at this range, without any visible conditions or preparation, just how much of a monster was Beth? Tahin ignited his flares, channeling raw power. Beth observed, unfazed. "Strong," she acknowledged. "Strong enough that even in your current state, you might have been a problem." She tilted her head. "If you had been able to use all your power, the results might have been different, but that won't happen." She crushed something unseen in her hand and attacked. Shin stared at him, the question hanging in the air. What percentage of a threat did Tahin honestly believe they were up against? Tahin, sensing the unspoken challenge, demanded, "What are you talking about?" Shin laid it out. "Your berserker explosions have a hard limit, Tahin. You can't sustain 100% output without your body and mind shattering. I know you adjust it, but you're still new to the explosion skill, still figuring out how to manage it. Last time against Irochin, you barely hit half your maximum. My guess? You've been holding back even more since then." Tahin grimaced. "Even then, my strongest sword shattered, and honestly, in this state, I don't know if I can push an output level I've never even attempted before, but I will buy us time." Shin smirked. "Part of me wants to monopolize your abilities, you know. Ridiculous, I know." A strange energy rippled, making Tahin stiffen. "Mana," Shin felt it too. "Feels like we're bound together now," he continued, voice low. "So we might as well keep pushing each other. Make sure we both grow." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Shin activated demonic weapon production. He'd hoarded 100 units of polluted mana, scouring the demonic realm for the perfect weapon. With a final surge, the process completed. The demonic leviathan materialized, humming with dark power, directly in front of Tahin. "Take it," Shin urged, eyes alight. "Show us what you can really do!" Tahin felt it immediately. This sword was different. Any other blade, no matter its power or special abilities, he'd have taken without a second thought. But this, it radiated something alien. Even knowing Shin had forged it, Tahin hesitated a beat before his hand closed around the hilt, a jolt of raw power surging through him. The polluted mana was palpable, crackling with a distinct flame attribute. It was terrifyingly powerful. "Polluted mana and a flame attribute," Beth mused, her voice a low purr. "Quite strong. Unfortunate for you, then." Her hand flashed, a crimson surge of blood magic activating her bloodbath territory. Crimson tendrils seeped instantly into Shin's shoes. A wide area skill, he realized, his mind racing. Was it absorption? A shutdown effect? Beth's cruel smile widened. "The absorption isn't as intense as it could be, darling, but it's still versatile." Her gaze sharpened. "Your mana management, your basic metabolism, slowly, they'll seize up. Everything, down to your very bones, muscles, nerves, and veins, will simply melt away. The pain won't be overwhelming, but it will take its toll." Tahin kept pressing forward. Beth watched him, a cold thought forming. He's still moving like nothing happened, even after his kill-off technique. But it was a lie. Tahin's body wasn't his own. The sword commanded every twitch, every stride. This power, far beyond what she'd seen, was a new challenge. "Good. More fun for me when I shatter these dolls." He lunged. Beth countered instantly, unleashing a blood magic, thirsty hand. The crimson claw surged, but Tahin met it head-on. A blinding flare erupted from his sword, ripping through the attack and annihilating it. Beth's eyes widened, confusion clouding her features. Was that? The sheer force was easily double his previous output, maybe even more. Shin, equally stunned, watched Tahin's blade carve into Beth. She choked, spitting a spray of blood, a chilling realization dawning on her. He'd been holding back, all of it. Then, the system screen flashed for Shin. Main goal complete. Raid success. Hidden boss defeated. A reward box materialized, and Shin's hopes immediately latched onto mana recovery or capacity items. The Leviathan's sword shimmered, then vanished. Shin scanned its description, a new question forming. Was the weapon search purely random, or did some unknown standard guide it? Tahin swayed, the sword's influence gone. His body trembled violently. What just happened? "Don't overthink it, just stay put," Shin advised, his voice firm. Tahin was barely standing. Moving was out of the question. "You're too hurt. You pushed yourself way too far, pouring out that much power." Shin shook his head at Tahin's recklessness. "Let's rest. Doesn't look like anyone's dying just yet." Tahin staggered to Beth, who, despite her injuries, managed a weak smile. "Congratulations, Shin." Shin eyed her critically. "Doesn't seem fatal. So is the raid truly a success if she's still breathing?" He turned his attention to her. "The polluted mana, the dolls, they all trace back to you, yet you don't control them. They protected you like property." "Explain." Beth nodded. "Have to protect me. I'm their precious power source, the one who keeps them running." She began a story from long ago. "On a whim, I did something I never would have. Saved a wraith from drowning. A strange tale, sure, but it didn't end there. The dolls, equally strange, wouldn't let their savior go. They invited me to stay. A human had never done such a thing before, and I found myself trapped. I'm not sure when the turning point came, but when I truly woke up, I wasn't a guest anymore. I was family. For a brief time, I was happy. Then the truth clawed its way out. They hadn't accepted me out of kindness. It was my weakness, my foolish empathy, that allowed them to betray and control me. That was proof I'd gone soft. That's how they sealed me in this girl's body, locking away most of my abilities. Now I only exist to supply the polluted mana necessary for their protection. Protect them from what? Shin wondered aloud. Beth wasn't sure. She asked if he'd looked outside since entering the estate. The view was fascinating. An endless, vast desert stretching to every horizon, a landscape with no end, no matter the direction. But it wasn't natural. This was an artificial space, a barrier designed specifically to shield the estate. Her mother, Beth believed, had wielded her power to conjure it, to protect them from the monsters beyond the fissure. Shin's reaction gave her a chilling guess. His world, too, knew the fissure. That must be how he'd arrived. It felt as if their worlds had mirrored each other's doom. Fissures tearing open the sky, humanity awakening to mana, then, one by one, gates ripping open, unleashing monsters far worse than any vampire like her. Shin stepped closer, questions burning. How had her world survived the gate's calamity? How many years had passed since the first fissure? The calamity, she replied, was inevitable. I didn't witness it firsthand, unfortunately. Trapped in that body, she'd endured dark years, unable to move, unable to act. During that time, her world had fallen, and the estate became a solitary island. Only recently had she regained movement, and with it, the system window had flickered into existence before her eyes. Shin got it. The system window. She was a player, just like him. Noticing the confusion warring on his face, Beth acknowledged his unspoken questions. She apologized, already knowing she couldn't answer them all. As if on cue, her body began to break down, cracks spreading across her skin. Death, she murmured, a faint smile touching her lips. Isn't so bad after all. Shin watched her collapse, but then a system notification blared. Demonic cycle of control available. A small smile played on his lips as he opened the window, then moved. His hand went to her neck. Her voice was a ragged whisper. What are you doing? It's no coincidence, he replied, his gaze intense. I could say it wasn't necessary to use until now, but personally, I was curious. Then, the system's voice boomed. Upon successful equipping, the relevant monster will be held from their critical condition and become a subordinate familiar to the player who equipped the item. Shin had seen plenty of players with familiars, but this was a first. A player as a familiar. The contract finalized. The screen confirmed her registration. He hadn't expected a transformation, yet her shift into a cat, not a bat, was still jarring. Even her necklace morphed, adapting to the change. Snapping back to human, she leveled a glare. Don't make me fall in love with you! You're just using me as a familiar! It was more than humiliating, she insisted. It was agonizing. He doubted she could hold her human form for long. Unlikely, but even so, she had no right to refuse this humiliation. A message flashed across the screen. Supplying any mana, even corrupted mana, could temporarily disable the lock on her familiar abilities. It struck him as odd. A familiar unable to even transform? He still had no idea what to make of her, or how he could use her. All he knew was they were stuck, for better or worse. She shifted back to her cat form, and he scooped her up. Let me go, she demanded, but he only chuckled, teasing if she could still talk in this state. Their earlier squabble faded. He was curious now. Had she really been betrayed by those people? Confused, she asked what he meant. He cut her off, reminding her she'd already spilled it all. Don't repeat yourself. He understood now. Getting to his feet, he continued. Something still doesn't add up. She explained they'd stolen her power for their own survival, yet she questioned if a life like that even held meaning. He still couldn't fully grasp it, but her family struck him as pathetic. Were they even rational, or just pure ego? More like programmed dolls than living creatures, mindlessly following a preset pattern. Beth countered, there's nothing to be done. Human mentality was designed to evolve alongside their physical forms. They'd become this way by force-feeding on corrupted mana, letting their egos swell and their rationality shrivel. Do you honestly expect me to feel sympathy for them? She challenged. He shook his head. No, most humans, myself included, wouldn't choose that existence. Shin's thoughts drifted to the father doll. Had it moved bodies? Beth cut in, demanding, what are you getting at? If it wasn't him, he wouldn't have chosen to live like that. So what's your point? Shin manifested a shimmering purple orb, beckoning Beth closer. She floated towards it, a familiar, unsettling compulsion clinging to even that simple command. As they neared the orb, Shin explained, you might not realize it, but this is an essential crystal. It's usually central to black magic rituals, capable of storing both mana and fragments of a soul. He paused. Those people must have siphoned your power, stuffing it into the doll, essentially infusing their own essence. They might have lacked raw power, but their technical skill was undeniable. Beth frowned, a question forming on her lips, but Shin cut her off. There wasn't another way, was there? Suddenly they materialized within a house. A family gathered around a dining table, their voices low. The woman at the table spoke, her voice strained. Thousands of visions these past few days, but the outcome never changes. The conclusion is always the same. Something is happening between two worlds. Over the last few years, the frequency has been increasing uncontrollably. Even if we postpone it as long as possible, it'll be too late to prepare for what's coming. Beth realized this wasn't the present. A vision then, woven from memories. Were they the father's? The father leaned forward, pressing for details on her different dimension hypothesis and the proposed method. If that's the case, he argued, at least our family might survive. The mother continued, with Beth's help, we could at least separate our estate, severing it from the collapsing world. But that's where the real problems begin. If our world collapses, the estate would be trapped in the void between dimensions, drifting aimlessly until some entity from another world stumbled upon us. That could take hundreds, even thousands of years. Until then, it would be a slow, agonizing death. The father's face was etched with worry, while the boy adamantly refused to involve Beth. The mother rounded on him, incredulous. What are you talking about? We only have a few years left. But Beth, she's different. Can't we at least save her? Our family is still alive because of her actions that day. If this fate is truly inescapable, she pressed, then you should be thinking at least one of us, one member of this family, should survive. Her gaze then softened. But there's no way she would cooperate with us, not after we tied her with that thread. Why did they do that to me after I trusted them all? A wave of betrayal echoed through Beth's mind within the vision. The family, consumed by deep sorrow, simultaneously summoned glowing crystals into their hands. The boy finally spoke, his voice quiet. After transferring our consciousness into the doll's body, will it still retain our human minds? The father's reply was grim and immediate. Yes, it will. For a time, decades, perhaps even a century, their human consciousness would linger, but inevitably it would slowly, then completely, fade. Within 200 years, they'd be empty vessels, forgetting who they once were, reduced to the dolls they were forced to become. Trapped in their isolated dimension, they knew dangerous variables could emerge. When that time came, these dolls would stand as Beth's impenetrable shield. The father's resolve was clear. They would protect her, doing everything in their power until a savior from another world arrived to claim and save her. Shin, having just consumed 50 units of corrupted mana, saw Beth crying. He wondered briefly why they hadn't told her sooner. If we had, Shin stated, his voice flat, we all would have met our end together. This was a ruin we couldn't avoid. You would have chosen to face it with us. Stop sitting there. Get moving. Shin's words were sharp. We don't have time. A system window flashed, confirming his urgency. Beth's freed abilities would last a mere 2 minutes. This wasn't even a full recovery. 50 corrupted mana for 3 minutes? He scoffed, his gaze hardening. I'm not wasting that expensive price on you crying. Your role is to conclude this. These are the ones who remained as dolls, protecting you all this time. The least you can do is help them find peace. Beth scrambled to her feet. I can't do that, she choked out. How could I? Don't be pathetic, Shin snapped. Their destruction was inevitable, their death certain. They could have organized everything, chosen to live their final moments in happiness, but they didn't. Those people trapped themselves, sealed themselves into an endless life sentence, just for you. Not for you, not for me, but for the sheer devotion of your family. The least you can do is honor that. Though the depth of her family's sacrifice still eluded her, Beth unleashed her power. The system screen flickered. Additional goal achieved. Shin has discovered the truth about himself. With that, the dungeon raid completed. Others arrived, pulling them out. Severely injured, all of them. Yet Shin walked on his own power. He mused internally that the ordeal felt longer than expected, a thought he kept from Beth, who still clung to her cat form. Turning to her, he asked, "What do you think of this place compared to your world?" No comparison, she decided, her voice low. Even the mana here feels so weak, but choice wasn't hers to make. Whatever this new place was, she would live, and she would thrive. It was her obligation. The scene shifted. Night had fallen over Kang's house. She muttered to herself, annoyed about her inability to quit drinking. Then, spotting a figure, her voice sharpened. "What's a rat doing here? Come to ruin things, have we?" "Rude," the boy replied, finally flicking on a light switch, banishing the shadows. Calling me a rat, he took a slow sip of wine. "Just waiting for my colleague, Kang, exhausted from longing." "Surely you can understand that much," she snapped, her power flaring. "Enough of this nonsense. Why are you even here? Do you want to pay for the bottle he opened? Even his life wouldn't be enough." He slammed the table, frustration etched across his face. "So cruel. I wasn't here for personal reasons. I heard she'd gone into an unconfirmed dungeon, and you know how interested I am in those. I just came to hear all about it, how fun it was." Once she'd finished recounting her story, he smirked, realizing she hadn't seen a thing. It genuinely surprised him, a proud queen blacking out out so pathetically in the middle of a raid. "Shut up!" She cut him off, the absurdity of it all getting to her. Unconscious or not, she'd seen the results with her own eyes. Tahin, with just 2 swings of the sword Shin had given him, had finished the boss. Even for a berserker's explosion, the sheer power was unprecedented. The boy nodded. S ranks are different, all right, definitely worth hunting, but Kang wasn't so easily swayed. The spectacle was memorable, sure, but her focus remained on the supporter. She knew the boy was just a D-ranked small fry, good only for making weapons. Yet that weapon had withstood Shin's full power. If they could wield such a sword, he cut her off with a dismissive wave. "If you could churn out sturdy swords, that'd be genuinely useful, maybe even worth carrying around. But a tool is just a tool. Without someone to grab the hilt and swing it, it's useless. The true measure lies in the wielder's ability and the purity of the fight. Everything else is simply impure." He made to leave, his point made. "And that impurity," she countered, "might be the very reason you fail when you hunt Tahin." He actually agreed. A D-rank supporter, the Queen's latest obsession, is interesting. Not on Tahin's level, no, but I'm curious. I'll meet her later. By then I might have killed both Tahin and your little impurity. Days later, the scene shifted to Shin's room. He lay on his bed, the lingering exhaustion a heavy cloak despite having slept for what felt like ages. It wasn't the demonic weapon production, he mused, but more likely Beth's absorption skills sapping his strength. "Beth?" he mumbled. "Is there any way to get rid of these side effects?" No answer. He glanced around, noticing her absence. Where had she gone? After a moment, he shrugged. It was fine. She was his familiar. He could always force a summons. She knew that. Besides, she had to be curious about this new world. As long as she wasn't doing anything too weird, he figured he could let her be. His eyes snagged on the mischievous treasure chest, a real one. He'd only heard whispers of these player-hailed random rewards, never expecting to see one outside a screen. While the chest supposedly materialized items tailored to the owner's specific needs, its gifts were notoriously flawed. Picture a sword, razor-sharp and sturdy, yet missing a crucial screw, capable only of offense, never defense. Or a shield that absorbed all impact without recoil, only to randomly reflect that force onto an unwitting bystander. Despite these crippling weaknesses, the chest wasn't rare. Countless attempts to leverage its conditional gear often ended in bloodshed. What he really needed was mana recovery, or a boost to his total reserves. He braced himself, wondering what twisted gift and what accompanying flaw this chest would unleash. He opened it. A brilliant blue light erupted, bathing the room as he pulled out a ring. Traitor's gluttony. It granted the wearer a skill called Mana Drain. Confusion hit him. Tai-Hei, and the system screen immediately blared the caveat. The drain's potency hinged entirely on the target's favorability toward him. Disgusted, he hurled the ring across the room. Just then, Beth stepped in. Shin's mind still buzzed. The drain ability itself was undeniably potent, almost overpowered. But that condition, favorability, coupled with such an ominous name, it felt less like a gift, more like a curse. Beth, oblivious to his specific frustration, merely commented, "Don't know why you're mad, but seems you've got a guest. Some idiot showed up." Shin glanced out his window. Kim was stepping out of a car below. What was up with this neighborhood? He wondered. From below, Kim stared up at the dingy building, his face a mask of disdain. What kind of dump was Tahin letting his so-called supporter Shin live in? For all his grandstanding about generosity, Tahin was a scumbag. Kim knew scouting Shin personally was a risk, perhaps too much for just a supporter, but Shin was worth it. He didn't need Tahin's official report. Kim had felt it himself. During that past incident, Shin had unleashed an energy so potent it had ripped through the barrier, touching Kim even from a distance. A D rank? Kim scoffed. Shin had A rank potential minimum. Tahin hadn't hired him for nothing. If Shin wasn't completely loyal to Tahin, Kim decided, he'd make his move. A moment later, Shin appeared, stepping out to meet him. "How did you find my apartment?" Shin demanded, his mind racing. There was no legal way Kim could have gotten his address. Kim merely shrugged, unperturbed. "How I found it isn't the point. It's how you received it that matters. Most people would be thrilled thinking the best guild wants them bad enough to go this far." He gestured expansively at Shin. "You must have been pretty impressed to come out personally." Shin walked straight past him. "I didn't come out to meet you," he stated flatly, almost apologetically. "It's just my helper job certificate renewal date." Kim cut straight to the chase, detailing Tahin's meager offerings to Shin, before countering with a promise of triple the amount. He knew after their last encounter, he probably looked like a fool. But for genuine talent, Kim pledged, he offered unrivaled treatment. The best, beyond anything anyone else could match. Shin just stared. Surprised you're that self-aware, Kim, but it changes nothing. My answer is the same as Tahan's. You have nothing to offer me. Kim bristled, the reply echoing Kang's recent rejection. Do you think I, or my guild, are idiots? His fists clenched, knuckles white. I'll show both you and Kang exactly what I can offer. You'll both come begging for the job. With that, Kim stormed out. He'd reconsider everything he thought before. The Hunter Association setup was a mess anyway. Most hunters drove themselves, which made sense. He bumped into a man, muttering a quick apology, but the man just walked past without a word. Shin kept walking, a persistent weariness reminding him his condition wasn't fully recovered. A figure approached, directly in his path. Shin tried to place the face, but it was unfamiliar. Is Do Jun-hun still alive? He wondered. At a dungeon entrance, a hulking man with a giant hammer nodded to his party head. Prep's done. Time to move. He swept his gaze across the group. C rank and above, even the best hunters can get crippled or killed by one mistake. You all know the risks, but we can't be too careful. A young woman nervously mumbled, "This is my first time attempting a C rank or higher." Shin, the designated helper, felt a flicker of surprise, then offered a calm reassurance. Our tank's a veteran. Stick with him and we'll be fine. He knew, even as he said it, that offering such guarantees wasn't really a helper's role. As they began to move forward, a man with his face hidden beneath a hood, Yoon Do-jun, reviewed his own stats. D-rank supporter, macro crafting specialist. 2 years in the hunt, but only a year of real field experience. He remembered his first year with the Doan Guild under Hong Do-yoon. During a shared meal, Do-yoon had mentioned a D-rank gate. Do-jun, then fresh-faced, had questioned it. Why bother with something so simple? With your experience and the guild's resources, shouldn't we be aiming for C ranks? Do-yoon had just smiled. It's a D rank, yes, but its size and resource yield are massive. Dungeons like that offer huge profits for minimal manpower. That's why the big guilds usually snap them up. D rank dungeons seem so small time, Do-jun thought, especially for the big guilds already swimming in riches. Probably just pocket change to them. His gaze sharpened. But for new guilds like ours, it's everything. Even if we only pull in half of what we expect, that's enough to upgrade my hard-working members' gear, train them in exclusive facilities instead of shared spaces. Not much left after that, but it's enough to build this guild from the ground up. Be patient, Do-jun, Do-yoon had told him, a knowing glint in his eye. Soon enough, the whole world will know the name of Doan Guild. Do-jun remembered a different day entirely. The day an unbelievable call from the association shattered his world. He'd met with an official, a man who laid out the grim truth. Doan, a B-rank hunter and a recognized veteran, shouldn't have died in a dungeon like that. The man had explained, grim-faced, that the dungeon Do-yoon entered was anything but ordinary. I don't know what you've been told, he'd said, voice low, but it was an unconfirmed dungeon. Post-investigation results confirmed it, a place of extremely high danger. Stunned, Do-jun felt a cold certainty grip him. Doan's death was no accident. I'll look into the gate, he'd declared, through an official auction. He wasn't sure what others knew, but he knew Doan. Doan wouldn't lie to him. The official had then pressed, asking if Doan had said anything out of the ordinary beforehand. Do-jun's mind reeled. Had the gate bidding been manipulated? Something felt profoundly wrong, yet he pushed the thought down. He'd replied, forcing a neutral tone, would be beyond simple common sense. The official continued, informing Do-jun that Do-yoon's body would be transferred in 2 days, once the investigation concluded. He'd hesitated, then added, it's fortunate we recovered his remains thanks to one survivor. Because of him, we collected all the bodies easily. A survivor? Do-jun had wondered. Who? The man admitted he didn't know the full story, only that the survivor was just lucky. Pushing the gnawing memories aside, Do-jun refocused as their team arrived at the dungeon. All right, let's get started, the leader barked, gesturing towards the shimmering gate. We're going in. Let's finish this raid without serious injuries if possible. But as they stepped through the shimmering portal, Do-jun couldn't shake the thought. How could all the guild's veterans, including Do-yoon, a B-rank hunter, have died, yet Shin, a rookie D-rank supporter, survived? It made no sense. Every angle pointed back to Do-yoon's death. Whatever it took, Do-jun vowed, he would uncover the truth. Moments later, a lone figure approached the gate, only to be promptly stopped by the guards. Only raid participants are allowed in, one guard stated, blocking his path. The man smoothly claimed he was part of a party, insisting he must have simply gotten the time wrong. He flashed a permit, urging them to check. The guard verified the permit. These lunatics would be crawling out of the woodwork at all hours if they weren't tied to the raid, the man muttered under his breath. Approved, the guard announced. What a relief, the man said, a thin smile playing on his lips. What was that? The guard pressed, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Just relieved I'm cleared for entry, the man clarified smoothly. Then, a venomous whisper beneath his breath, because if I wasn't, you'd all be dead. His thoughts turned to Do-jun, deep within the dungeon. It'll be interesting to see what kind of abilities my hero candidate truly possesses. Inside the dungeon, the party had just felled the Hate Duke monster. We finally took it down ourselves, the team leader crowed, relief evident, but Do-jun felt a chill, a nagging sense that something was wrong. No way this was a C-rank dungeon, he stated, voice grim. This was easily a high-level B rank. If they'd held back their true abilities until the very end, it could have been deadly. The leader turned to the dealer, offering profuse thanks. I never thought we'd have someone so talented with us. Do-jun scoffed internally. While the dealer had certainly contributed, it had only been about half of what was required. He replayed the brutal fight in his mind, the leader falling back, while Do-jun had been the one to stand his ground, confronting the monster head-on. If I'd just brought my usual equipment, he muttered, that whole mess would have been much easier. Shin broke the silence. Looks like you'll need new weapons. I'll make you a pair. Then, his gaze sharpened. Once we leave, will you conveniently forget about your abilities? Do-jun bristled, trying to dismiss the unsettling implications. The weapons themselves were unnerving. Their strength, cutting power, and sheer weight were all vastly superior to his standard gear. Who can materialize high-level weapons this easily? Is Shin truly just a D-rank supporter? Do-jun demanded. Shin, who are you? Shin's reply was sharp. I should be asking you that. We've never met, yet you know my name. He pulled off his mask, his gaze direct. Do you know Do-yun, my older brother, the guild master of Dun Guild, the one you belonged to a year ago? Shin looked genuinely confused, but Do-jun pushed on, his voice a low growl. I don't care who you are. I want to know everything that happened to my brother a year ago, and your part in it. Before he could press further, an attack tore through the air, aimed squarely at him. Do-jun instinctively drew his twin swords, expecting a lingering monster. Instead, a man stepped out of the shadows, a sudden jarring presence. The man's voice cut through the silence. Your best days might be ahead, but I didn't think anyone could deflect my attack. To think someone like you is still alive. I've already killed the others. Do-jun tensed, a cold dread washing over him. He hadn't even registered the man's presence. This strength, is he a berserker? He's definitely a few steps above me. He whispered to himself, no need to be scared, just relax. The man smirked, his eyes finding Shin. I heard there was a D-rank supporter mixed in, but it turns out to be Impurity Boy Shin. Shin frowned, his voice sharp. What do you mean by that? The man dismissed Shin with a wave. A shame. I'd hoped you'd put up more of a fight, but that doesn't mean I'll let you live. A chilling realization hit Do-jun. This man knows Shin too. Then the man shifted, raising his giant sword. A predatory grin spread across his face. Let's see if you have something to offer. The hunt's more fun if you do. Do-jun braced, the sheer force of the incoming blow threatening to shatter him. One or two direct clashes tops, he thought, the truth stark. If I get hit, I'm done. Dodge, find an opening. That's the only way. As Do-jun lunged forward, the man sneered. Looks like that bastard Shin was worthless. You're wrong, Shin retorted, voice strained. The man scoffed, but his amusement vanished as Shin and Beth roared in unison. It's 3 against 1! A system alert flashed, explaining the brutal cost. Without sab-polluted mana, Shin's stamina and mana were draining catastrophically. Beth, too, would be forcibly ejected in 10 short seconds. Critically wounded, Shin mentally tallied the grim exchange, his near-death state for a mere fleeting summon. Even so, he grit his teeth. It's enough to finish this. The man lunged, but Beth countered with a dense fog skill, shrouding his vision. He cursed under his breath. Unfortunate, but pure physical strength means nothing here. His gaze cut through the haze, assessing Do-jun. Similar to Shin, yes, but a noticeable level gap. That weapon must be doing most of the work. Then, Beth's voice, a final whisper through the mist. Looks like it's time to say goodbye. Seizing the fleeting window, Do-jun erupted into a ferocious attack. The man twisted, a desperate dodge, but it wasn't enough. His arm severed, falling away. As Beth's form flickered, beginning to dissipate, she murmured, not bad at all. A little sloppy at the end, maybe. Do-jun knew killing this monster was a long shot, but severe injury? That was within reach. The basic skill gap between them remained massive, yet in this moment, in this state, Do-jun felt a surge of certainty. He had a real chance. Drop your weapon, surrender, and you might live, Do-jun warned the man. Considering your sins, though, the outcome's probably the same either way. The man dropped his weapon. Do-jun at first glance thought it was surrender, until an instant gut feeling screamed otherwise. The man was already powering up, and Shin's voice cut through Dojin's comms. Corrupted mana! Dojin surged forward, but it was too late. The man smirked. Let's see each other later, he whispered, vanishing. The nascent magic circle, already flickering into existence, confirmed it. A teleportation spell. Good riddance, Shin grunted, a genuine relief in his tone. Just a simple escape item. If that had been an attack or debuff, you wouldn't have walked away in one piece, Dojin. Dojin turned to Shin, his expression grim. What about Dungild? Doyen, I'll explain everything, Shin affirmed, his gaze steady. You have a right to know. That evening, Dojin and Shin stood by, watching the association's cleanup crew bag the last of the party members' bodies. This doesn't sit right, Dojin muttered, his voice tight. They were murdered by that bastard. Now we have to lie, claim monsters in the dungeon, did it? We had no choice, Shin replied. Security logs list 7 party members. Minutes after the initial entry, someone else, using an access card, showed up late and walked right in. Dojin frowned, struggling to grasp it. How is that even possible? Unbelievable as it sounds, it happened, Shin confirmed. Whatever certificate they used was good enough to fool the system, good enough to fool security. It might have even been a real access pass. Think back to what I told you, Shin continued, his voice dropping. A year ago, an unconfirmed dungeon went up for open bid as a certified one. We still don't know their ultimate goal, but I'm certain this wasn't the work of some small-time crew. If the association ever caught even a whisper, any organization involved would be instantly obliterated. The person pulling strings here has to be a major player, someone so important that even if they're caught, it won't matter, Shin explained. You probably get the gist, but understand this. We're not just up against ordinary bad guys. This is why they went as far as manipulating the guild members' families, your family included. And some people, Shin added quietly, might not be ready to accept that reality. Dojin's eyes widened. He understood. If they reported this officially to the association, those people could get caught in the crossfire. Shin simply nodded, confirming Dojin had hit the mark. Dojin, still reeling, had one final question. Shin's ability. A D-rank maker? It made no sense. Why had Shin hidden his true power? Shin waved off the details, claiming they'd take too long. Honestly, a year ago, my abilities were useless. I could summon a sword, yeah, but it was so pathetic, calling me a D-rank was embarrassing. He explained that during an unconfirmed dungeon incident a year prior, on the verge of death, he'd awakened a new power. It was the only reason he survived. He admitted it sounded unbelievable, that he wouldn't trust the story either if their roles were reversed. But once the main culprit and the full truth are revealed, I'll tell the world. Tell their families. He knew it didn't excuse hiding it for so long, and for that he apologized to Dojin, vowing to find those responsible for the deaths and fast. What would Shin do when he found them? Dojin wondered, then turned, cutting him off. Don't act like this is just your problem. Shin might not be the culprit, but beyond that, Dojin had no answers he could accept. He was just like Shin. He'd seen the truth with his own eyes, yet he had to keep silent, for the sake of those who deserved to know. But I swear, I will never stop until the people who killed my brother pay. He would hunt them down no matter what. Until then, he was all Shin had. From this moment on, they had only each other. The scene shifted to an abandoned factory, cold and cavernous. A man materialized with a pop of displaced air. I'll kill them, he snarled, the words a raw whisper, unsure if he spoke to the empty space or himself. A woman stood waiting. You only realized your defeat after you fled? She sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. Is that truly how pathetic you are? She advanced, her heels clicking on concrete. You should have returned dead, or at least hopelessly broken. Then I could have used you as a sacrifice. Her gaze was scathing. No need to act like a dog in the rain. He still had high hopes for you. With a flick of her wrist, a grotesque tiny object materialized before him, complete with a minuscule mouth and unsettling eyes. The man stared, bewildered. Don't refuse, she commanded. Eat it. It will become your new arm. Skepticism warred with his fear. Are you messing with me? He rasped. You expect me to just eat some strange unknown thing? She acknowledged his hesitation. We hardly have a trusting relationship, I know, but you can only afford to be picky if you have options. And right now, without your primary weapon, I doubt sheer effort will save you from your current predicament. He picked up the squirming thing, a low growl escaping his throat. If something happens to me, then you're free to do whatever you want, she calmly finished. He swallowed it whole. A gut-wrenching scream tore from him, echoing through the empty factory. After a long moment, the woman watched him writhe, a faint smile playing on her lips. They match better than I expected, actually. She teased. It might take all night for it to fully take shape, but this is only its its first form. For now, he had a new arm. She added, "Just use it. Over time, it'll naturally transform into something more suitable. If you don't like it, you can tell me anytime." "The thing is like my child, so I can do whatever I want with it," he seethed, a primal rage coiling within him. Dojon and Shin, both marked for death, but even deeper, a burning hatred for the one who'd so casually severed his hand. Meanwhile, at the airport, a media frenzy erupted. Cameramen and reporters swarmed the arrival gate. Beside Dojon, a girl observed the chaos. "Looks like a celebrity's landing," she mused, nodding towards the throng of photographers and journalists. Dojon shook his head. "No celebrity, a hunter." He turned to her. "Ever heard of the Kim W Guild? One of the big three in South Korea." She nodded. "Sure I have, but why the airport? They're based right here, aren't they?" Dojon explained. "Been reading up. Special invitation from the UK. Sounds like they cleared a truly brutal, dangerous gate." A reporter's voice cut through the din. "Woo Hyen, how do you feel after successfully completing the city at Dia raid?" Another shouted, "Heard you got a huge success payment from the British government, Hyen." Then, "Do you believe South Korea's top 3 guilds can compete internationally?" Hyen's assistant stepped forward, blocking the path. "No interviews at this time. An official press release will be issued later." As they finally broke free, the assistant turned to Hyen, admiration clear in her voice. "Cleared my schedule until tomorrow. You've got that group interview with the Manhwa Guild representatives at 11 a.m. Then, a more serious note. "Also, 2 days ago, a sighting of the executive." Hyen paused. "Where?" The assistant explained. "An A-rank error dungeon in Bayonne. Witnesses and the barricade lead confirmed it. Someone arrived later than the others, their appearance matching all existing reports on the executive." The association also confirmed 2 survivors, a B-rank assassin and a D-rank supporter. A D-rank supporter survived? Hyen frowned, surprised. Was the B-rank assassin that good? Her assistant shrugged. "Don't know, but both survivors later claimed their party members' deaths were just accidents during the hunt." Hyen's mind raced through possibilities. Were the survivors allied with the executive, or had they been coerced, threatened into silence? Either way, she had to meet them. They held answers she desperately needed. Hyen sat in his room, the glowing screen of his datapad reflecting the dim light. As expected, his search for the mysterious man yielded nothing among the Hunter Association's records of great swordsmen. The man wasn't a well-known hunter. Hyen knew that much. He also constantly changed his appearance, a ghost slipping through the cracks. But one thing was certain, the man was tied to the strange incidents plaguing the error dungeons. Hyen grimly suspected these glitching dungeons, these anomalies, were the work of the man's organization itself. His thoughts drifted to the estate where Beth had been held. Could they have wiped out all the hunters present, including Tahin? The potential of those people, future heroes, every one of them, their eradication would be an incalculable loss for the world. It wasn't just forged dungeon ranks anymore. Sending separate assassins suggested the organization operated far beyond dungeon walls. The true danger, Hyen realized, wasn't just inside the dungeons, but also lurked very much outside. A sudden buzz cut through his silence, his comm unit. The caller wasted no time asking, "Have they contacted Shin?" Later that evening, Shin found himself at a high-end restaurant meeting Kang. She took in his attire with a wry smile. "I expected a tie, given the place. Perhaps I expected too much." Shin shrugged. He'd never been to a place like this, never even considered it. "The more time passes," he said, his voice flat, "the more distrustful I become of society." He was certain his address and phone number weren't in any publicly accessible association database. Kang raised an eyebrow. "Your address, then? Did Kim come to visit you?" She leaned forward, a knowing glint in her eyes. "It's obvious what happened. Kim, probably wearing that greasy smile, all his usual unfounded confidence." But she quickly waved a hand. "Don't worry, Shin. I'm not here to deliver bad news. I just invited you out because I have a personal interest in you." She paused, then pressed. "Or did you come because you were interested or had business with me?" She gestured to the empty chair. "Sit. Drinks are on me." "This isn't the kind of conversation I can enjoy over a drink," Shin countered, unmoving. "If you don't have anything specific to say, I'll stick to my business." Kang sighed. "I can't remember the end of the last dungeon." She frowned, a flicker of frustration crossing her face. "I fainted. Even Tyne, as candid as he was, didn't stand a chance." "So tell me, how did you defeat the monster?" Shin scoffed. "You should be asking Tyne, not me. I'm a D-ranked supporter, no combat ability to speak of. Everyone else was unconscious. There's no way I could have understood what was happening. All I did was use my remaining energy to create a sword, nothing more. That's fine, Kang said, her gaze unwavering. Shin, however, was left wondering what she really wanted from him. Kang's words were unsettling, yet delivered with a strange amusement. A maniac with a great sword was systematically hunting hunters, and she was the next logical target. Shin cut in. If his predictions held, her entry into an A-rank error dungeon meant she was already a target. Among all of them, she stood out as the sole hunter unaffiliated with any guild. Kang, unperturbed, continued her thought. They'd likely target her first, she elaborated, precisely because she lacked organizational protection. Plausible, she conceded, but her tone sharpened. Are you forgetting something crucial? She didn't miss a beat. It's not just me. There's also a D-ranked supporter like you, with no guild affiliation and far weaker combat abilities. She leveled a look at him. If your theories are true, then aren't you in a far more dangerous spot? What do you think about that? I could protect you if you'd like. Shin, however, declared he'd said all he needed to and turned to leave. His parting shot was sharp. Take what I said seriously. Your life depends on it. The moment Shin was gone, Kang pulled out her comms. He's left, she reported, her voice low. This is our chance. Go all out, even if it means debt. She ended the call, a quiet "what now?" escaping her lips. Shin walked alone, when suddenly, his power flared. The very man he'd faced in the dungeon materialized before him. Should I say it's been a long time? The newcomer drawled, his gaze mocking. He cared for little, but even he had to acknowledge Shin's raw guts. Barely days had passed since their last brutal encounter, yet here Shin was, strolling alone at night. Was he truly so thoughtless, so foolish? The man sneered, certain that any attempt to run or scream would be futile. Shin hadn't even noticed, but he was already caught. The barrier was already humming, a masterpiece of a trap. Whoever set it up was terrifyingly talented. No one outside would ever know what transpired within, and until one of them died, not even an ant could escape. Shin, however, merely shrugged. Not bad. This barrier only blocked entry, he knew. It was based on a principle that created a virtual space, perfectly mimicking reality. He briefly forgot the corrupted mana, a sudden unease settling in as he realized he couldn't sense any presence. Had the man slaughtered everyone living here? Still, Shin murmured, a hint of dark humor in his tone. It's a relief your organization has some level of discernment. The man's brow furrowed. What do you mean? Shin simply met his gaze. He'd expected this, expected them to come. Thought it might even happen tonight. The man scoffed, a sneer twisting his lips. You're the perfect target, Shin. Just a supporter, useless on your own. Before Shin could even formulate a retort, the blade flashed. Keep babbling, act carefree, the man snarled, lunging with his sword. The strike landed, erupting in a cloud of smoke, but when it cleared, the man stared, disbelief etched on his face. Shin stood, his own materialized sword now locked against the incoming blow. This wasn't a half-hearted strike like last time, the man thought, a cold dread seeping in. Any other fighter would be dead already. Shin's voice cut through the tension, calm despite the immediate danger. First time in a year I've fought one-on-one without an audience. He held the man's gaze. As for being a useless supporter, you're not entirely wrong. A blur of motion. Shin lunged, activating Grid World. Try to keep up. Miles away, Hyen's car jolted to a sudden stop. No visible gate sign, yet a palpable wave of corrupted mana washed over her. As a saint, a formidable mid to upper tier support class, she wielded not just general mana, but distinct divine power. Divine power was antithetical to corrupted mana. Even if some classes couldn't see it visually, she could always feel it. Her assistant, sensing the unusual aura, quickly asked, "Should we report this to the association? Corrupted mana, right in a residential area?" Hyen's gaze hardened. "Give it 30 minutes. If I'm not back, then contact them." With that, she gathered her energy, gripped her weapon, and stepped out. The assistant perceived only a solid wall where Hyen stared. Then, to his shock, she simply walked through. Not only had she passed the unseen barrier, but her presence vanished entirely. He could only hope she'd be safe. Back in the fight, Shin didn't just fight, he played. He dismissed his materialized sword, a feint, drawing the man's focus. The opponent barely dodged Shin's next move, fury boiling over. "Tricks like that won't work on me," he roared. But as the words left his mouth, a glint caught his eye. A KM-38 mana grenade, one of the army's high-powered monster killers, landed at his feet. The blast was instantaneous, engulfing the man in a concussive wave. From a distance, the lady watched, a flicker of grudging respect in her eyes. Shin had even made the Empress bow, a feat in itself. He was, without a doubt, a troublesome adversary. His materialized weapons weren't fancy, just brutally strong, impossibly sharp blades. Their true power, their special abilities, unlocked only by his hand, seemed designed for sheer physical resilience. Yet it wasn't the weapons that truly stunned her. It was Shin's skill. He didn't just throw them. He wielded them with a terrifying, almost surgical precision. Speed, angle, power, timing, every variable was perfect, so refined that even an executive of her caliber struggled to track. Then came the firearms, materializing and deploying at just the right moment. His combat application was simply peerless. Such devastating effectiveness spoke of true battle experience, a seasoned veteran. Had a monster like him really been hiding all this time? After the shots, Shin's thoughts drifted. Mana bullets were barely a tickle to C-rank monsters and above, but against humans, a different story entirely. Human toughness, human resilience, it was a whole different game, especially if you caught them from behind, defenseless. He hated even imagining such a scenario, but knew he'd never be on the receiving end. Is he finally ready to concede? He mused. The man, still red-faced with fury, spat out a single word. Bastard. Shin merely shrugged, a casual dismissal. Just being polite, he drawled, before a storm of spectral swords erupted towards his foe. When the ethereal fog finally cleared, it revealed a grotesque sight. The man, already growing a new arm, had used it as a shield. From the sidelines, the watching lady let out a sharp sigh. No choice then, she muttered, activating her own power. She hated getting involved, but with her colleague in danger, there was no other option. A flash of regret crossed her face. She should have ended this long ago. Perhaps I was a little too greedy, the man conceded, a grim smile twisting his lips. Do your best, the lady urged, and with a sickening crunch, his hand morphed into something monstrous. Shin's grip tightened on his sword. The man's right arm, the one he'd severed moments ago, was impossibly whole again. Corrupted mana. That was the only explanation for this grotesque regeneration. He lunged, but the man's mutated hand moved with impossible speed, shearing through Shin's weapon before striking back. Shin barely managed to conjure a barrier, the impact rattling him to the core. Strong weapons alone won't cut it, Shin, the lady called out, her voice sharp. You need a counter. The words jolted Shin. A counter. He suddenly remembered the Bloodstone of Irakan, a strange gift from Min, part of his guild contract with Tahin. It wasn't just a stone, it was a conduit, holding the death throes of the monster Irakan. For a single minute, it would grant him the class, skills, and aptitude of whoever had slain the beast, matching their power. But the cost was brutal, a staggering 99% stamina drain once the minute was up. Shin exhaled slowly, a sound laced with grim resignation. He'd never imagined activating it on himself. As the monstrosity charged, Shin slammed his palm against the bloodstone, a searing surge. For an instant, he became Tahin, inheriting his tier, rank, and raw aptitude. A massive, gleaming sword materialized in his grasp, effortlessly blocking the creature's strike. The sheer, overwhelming power of a true fighter class surged through him. This was the real fight. Shin's counterattack was an explosive burst of power, a shockwave that sent the ground trembling. The lady gasped, her eyes widening. That item. She'd only ever theorized about such temporary class changes, artifacts tied to the mysterious Bloodstone line. The sheer strength and energy radiating from Shin were clearly temporary, borrowed power. But then her gaze flickered to the colossal weapon in his hand. Corrupted mana. From that weapon. It made no sense. How could Shin, an ordinary hunter, wield power from that person, power tainted by corruption? Her mind flashed back to the Beth Estate raid, to Shin's drained mana reserves. Yet somehow the Bloodstone, even with its minute trace amounts of corrupted mana, hadn't escaped Shin's mana absorption skill. A system prompt, invisible to all but him, would have confirmed it. Mana absorption activated. Corrupted mana, pause 100. Instantly, the demonic weapon creation process flared, its tendrils reaching into the very heart of the demonic realm, seeking a suitable weapon, and from the depths, a name echoed, Fraggarok. The blade materialized, dark and lethal. Shin moved like a blur, the demonic sword tearing through the air, driving his opponent back with brutal force. Before the enemy could fully regain his footing, Shin was already upon him again, unleashing another devastating blow. The lady's gut twisted. Shin's class had shifted, yet his bizarre proficiency with a blade, his movements, defied explanation. It was as if he'd wielded a sword for decades. Her confusion made perfect sense. The Arakan's Bloodstone offered a class change, not experience. And in his past life, Shin had never touched a melee weapon. No combat training, no fighter's instinct. This was why the demonic sword Fraggarok truly shone. While it lacked the raw, destructive might of Tahin's Leviathan, a weapon built for sheer firepower, Fraggarok possessed a singular, terrifying ability. Shin felt himself a puppet on a string. His senses were sharp, his mind clear, but his body moved without his direct command. Even the primal urge to cut seemed to originate from the sword itself, pulling him along. The irony was brutal. Fraggarok, a demonic blade with a will of its own, seizing its wielder, became terrifying terrifyingly effective in that moment. Sword and master were one, a lethal, unwilling synergy. As Shin lunged, his opponent screamed, spinning to flee. Too late. Shin was already behind him, blade arcing down, a decisive slash, then a sudden jolt, a profound weariness. Had the time limit expired? The man, a quivering wreck, tried to push himself up. Shin knew one more strike would be fatal, but before he could land it, a bolt of divine lightning slammed into the man. Shin spun, already guessing. Wu Hein emerged from behind, her voice cutting through the tension. Lots of questions, Shin, but this isn't the time for pleasantries. Her eyes raked over his injuries. Don't move. Stay put! Hein secured the man, her voice firm. We won't lose him! The captive thrashed, bewilderment warring with rage. What's happening to me? What kind of situation is this? He spat curses at Hein's silence. Are you even listening? Do something! You have no other choice, Hein stated, her tone glacial. Without ceremony, the man was forced into a gleaming machine designed for decapitation. Shin and Hein watched, stunned, as the execution was swift and absolute. Then she appeared. No great surprise, she commented, her voice calm. I hadn't expected it this way, but I knew Shin would suffer in the end. He was worthless anyway, just removing a useless part. That's enough, Hein roared, her fury palpable. Another move and I attack. The woman barely registered Hein's threat before divine power erupted. Hein launched her assault. A shimmering barrier snapped into place, shielding the woman and the gruesome corpse. Divine power, the woman mused, a flicker of genuine surprise in her eyes. A direct hit would have killed me instantly. Lucky, Hein, reeling from the sheer force of the divine power she had unleashed, wondered, was there another player in this game, beyond the executive and this woman? The woman declared it a day. She'd concede to Shin's demands for now, refusing to waste another joule of energy on someone not under her command. Next time, she purred, I'll return to dress him far more gloriously. Then she vanished in a flash of teleportation. Hein immediately turned to Shin, sprawled unconscious on the ground. Shin jolted awake on a plush couch, disoriented in an unfamiliar room. Had he been moved unconscious? How long had he been out? To his astonishment, he felt almost fully recovered. Moments before, exhaustion should have glued him to a bed for a week, every muscle screaming in protest. Instead, a wave of refreshing energy coursed through him. Then, the cold reality hit. His hands were bound. Just then, Hein entered. I'm unsure of your current condition, she stated, her voice calm. But I did what I thought was best. Let me know if you feel any discomfort, anything at all. Shin managed. I feel almost fine, thanks to you. He began to thank her for the rescue and treatment, but his gaze fell to his bound wrists. Why am I tied up? Hein's expression hardened. From now on, I need your absolute honesty, she declared. Start with this. Why were you with those people? She promised to answer his questions once she had hers. A flicker of realization crossed her face. She already knew his name, didn't she? Shin simply nodded, gesturing for her to begin. Explain what happened. The words barely left his lips before his mind raced. Hein, an S-class saint, renowned not just among hunters but the entire public, the formidable guild leader of Heinemu. In his past regressions, the Heinemu Guild had been a minor player, certainly not one of the fabled three great guilds. And that concept, in truth, had always been muddled in his previous lives, practically a two-way struggle between Overkill and Shinhwa. Soul Link existed, yes, but lagged far behind, never an equal contender. This reality, though, was startlingly different. The Heinemu Guild now stood shoulder to shoulder with Overkill and Shinhwa, a true titan among the big three. The sheer divergence from his memories was staggering. How had Heinemu ascended so dramatically? And Hein herself was clearly the architect of that success. Hein's answer was concise. To put it simply, I was just returning home after carrying out my plans. Shin internally registered her as the preeminent healing type supporter, a miraculous leap from C rank to S rank. I agree, he stated, cutting to the chase. I wasn't with them. They attacked me on my way back. He remembered a different Hein. In his previous life, she was a B rank supporter, never reaching guild leader status. They hadn't been close, but their paths had crossed during joint guild operations. She was capable, yes, and possessed a gentle aura, but entirely lacked the formidable, sharp-edged presence she commanded now. The drastic shift in her personality and abilities baffled him, yet undeniably, these changes had elevated her. By all logical reasoning, Shin should have suspected her of collusion with the hero hunters, but she had risked her life to rescue him, actively fighting against them. Hein's gaze sharpened. One more question, she pressed. Are you acquainted with the executive? Shin shook his head. That's not a question I can answer. Not yet. He met her stare. You seem to know the executive intimately. You didn't report him to the association. You're interrogating me personally, and it looks like you intend to hunt him down yourself. His voice hardened. Why? Are you seriously questioning the person who just saved your life? She shot back. Shin scoffed. I'm not stupid. I'm tied up, completely powerless, with no idea when you might decide to cut me down. Of course I'm questioning you. I already told you I won't hurt you, she reminded him. Shin wasn't buying it. Your word isn't enough. You've spared my life so far, and you fought the executive, but that's hardly enough to earn my trust. Hein saw it herself. What if, after the merciless killers of his comrades failed and things didn't go well, you fought the executive to rescue me? Or maybe this whole thing was a setup from the start, abandoning him to get information out of me, he pressed. You somehow got through the executive's barrier, one supposedly impassable. If you really know him, then my suspicions aren't just paranoia. I don't need shallow assurances. I need proof you're not connected to those people. She let out a short, sharp laugh at the accusation. Unpleasant, she muttered, before deciding, fine, I'll tell you about myself. She began, I have a younger sibling, Jian. Unlike Hein, Jian is exceptionally talented, incredibly capable. Jian, the Fire Lotus's Jian? Shin's mind raced. Unless it was a coincidence of names, there was no doubt. Jian was one of the legendary hero players. And then it clicked. Hein was Jian's sister. Hein explained that guilds had quickly recognized her sister's immense talent, practically begging Jian to join them. But Jian refused every single offer. Hein suspected it was because Jian felt like a burden, always wanting to stay by her side. 2 years ago, Jian had burst through the door, brimming with energy. If this goes well, she'd practically sung to Hein, we can finally start our own guild. Her eyes shone with pure luck. Jian slid a piece of paper across the table. It was the winning bid for the gate, the very trap that had devoured everyone there. Shin cut in. The winning bid must have been a forgery. That gate was probably an unidentified one. Hein demanded to know how, but Shin's certainty was undeniable. It wasn't just an unidentified gate. It was a high-risk dungeon. Had it been any ordinary dungeon, Jian might have stood a chance. Hein pressed on, recalling the day she and Jian stood atop a mountain when he appeared, the executive. He'd scoffed, asking why they bothered exhausting themselves, lecturing them on loyalty to their deserting party members, as if they had no choice in their fate. Jian, enraged, had balled fire in her fists, challenging him. Try it. See if you really think I'll let someone like you do whatever you want. He'd merely sneered. You've got guts. Then he struck, felling Hein with a brutal blow. Let's get rid of the small fry and get started, he snarled. Jian lunged to save her sister, but it was too late. That was the last Hein saw her alive. Despite the impossible fall, Hein survived. She dragged herself up, fueled by a desperate resolve to find Jian, but when she finally reached her, her sister lay lifeless, irrevocably gone. Hein's voice hardened. Since that day, she'd dedicated every fiber of her being to getting stronger. She'd mercilessly honed her saint abilities, joined the Heinemu Guild, and clawed her way up the ranks. Her powers had been pathetic then, but at the brink of death, something extraordinary had awakened within her. The only reason she survived that fall from the cliff was that newfound skill. No injury, no matter how dire, not even the threat of death itself could keep her down. As long as it wasn't too late, her healing skill could pull her back from the abyss. It had granted her status and wealth beyond her wildest dreams, but none of it brought her closer to her true objective, finding the executive who murdered her sister and exposing the shadowy organization pulling his strings. Shin realized with a heavy heart that she was just like him, powerless, forced to witness comrades die. He hesitated, a moment of profound silence after her confession, unsure of how to respond. Hein met Shin's gaze. Your turn, she prompted. He recounted his story, explaining how he knew what he did. Again, he thanked her for sparing his life, apologizing for his initial, perhaps ungrateful caution. As Shin extended a hand for a handshake, Hein grasped it firmly. After hearing your story, she said, I'd be on guard too. Her expression softened. This might feel rushed, but join our guild. She explained that Heinemu would soon stand on equal footing with the other major guilds, and she envisioned a day they could work together as trusted comrades. Just then, Tahine burst through the door, nearly tearing it off its hinges. He froze, seeing them shaking hands, a bewildered frown creasing his face. Shin, surprised by his sudden appearance, wondered what urgent matter could have brought him here. Hein, still holding Shin's hand, shrugged. Not sure what's happening, but I didn't expect Tahine to come crashing in like this. He looks dead serious. She explained their history. They'd trained together at the Alum Center, assigned to the same group. Tahine had helped her immensely in those early days. Every awakened had to undergo mandatory basic education before becoming a hunter. 4 times a year, new awakened entered the city center for these quarter-long classes, learning the fundamentals of their abilities, mana management, and all the essential laws governing their kind. After their training, they drifted apart, but their paths crossed again frequently once Hein joined the Humu Guild. They'd maintained a solid working relationship for quite quite some time, until that pivotal, loose incident brought them face to face with the executive. Ever since, the executive had been relentlessly hunting Shin, the sole survivor they knew of, while also attempting to locate other survivors, including Du Jin. Hein discovered the Overkilled Guild was also tracking Shin. She immediately texted Tahin, asking about him, but Tahin, uncharacteristically, flatly denied any knowledge. It was the first time he'd ever lied to her like that. Hein realized he must have a serious stake in Shin, which was exactly why she'd contacted him first. She couldn't shake the suspicion that Tahini's own people were shadowing Shin, documenting his every move. A deep misunderstanding seemed to fester between them. Tahini quickly denied any spying on Shin, insisting that explaining the situation took precedence. He then demanded to know why Shin was even there. Hein cut straight to it, asking if Tahina remembered the incident she'd brought up before, the one she'd discussed with him and Kim long ago. Back then, Tahina had offered up a wealth of information, pushing for their cooperation. She'd warned them about a specific group hunting hunters for various motives, a threat demanding a joint investigation involving all three guilds. But neither Tahin nor Kim had bought into it. While she understood Kim's skepticism, Tahin had dismissed her, demanding more concrete evidence. Shin, listening, realized Kim and Tahini must be well aware of the situation by now. Hein pressed on, acknowledging their need for more information. That's precisely why she'd called Tahini here. The very group she'd spoken of had attacked Shin that night, and she'd intervened, stopping them cold. Shin stood right there, living proof of her words. Tahini's gaze snapped to Shin. Is that true? Shin confirmed it, explaining how the same people who'd attacked him previously had returned that night, bringing reinforcements. Tahini took it all in, then challenged Shin. Why didn't you tell me any of this sooner? Shin retorted, don't you know why? Hein watched, recognizing the situation, yet the weight of it all still felt incredible. Regardless of whether Tahin believed Shin, the gravity of Shin's situation was immense, marked by the association, labeled a lunatic. The risk to him was beyond high, especially given their lack of a close relationship. Hein knew they'd maintained frequent contact, but it was painfully clear Tahin hadn't managed to truly connect with Shin. Despite everything, she still needed Shin's answer regarding her guild offer. Shin himself sensed this wasn't just about simple cooperation. Over the past 2 years, Hein had delved into countless missing persons cases, convinced many were linked directly to the executive's shadowy group. Her investigation had unearthed a stark, undeniable pattern. Cases involving 2 other specific guilds, alongside a few other peculiar instances, showed 0 rank discrepancies, no unusual gate accidents, and no missing persons. Tahin dismissed size. Guilds with real pull didn't care about numbers. He believed it had to be something deeper, something about their inherent destiny. Hein countered, larger guilds actually saw more disappearances. When members vanished, big guilds often swept it under the rug to save face, making them perfect targets. Shin, however, pointed out the lack of other obvious targets beyond those. Hein elaborated, guilds, without missing members, were usually tightly organized, anchored by an A-rank guild master. Even smaller, they had fierce unity. Members watched each other's backs and wouldn't let a disappearance slide. She sensed these groups were actively avoiding her, even with her public investigation and Humu's backing. She cited Kim of Shinhwa Guild as an example, a man whose notorious personality still prioritized his people. She suspected they were deliberately avoiding cohesion, though she doubted they could maintain it indefinitely. For now, a false sense of security was enough to keep them off the radar. Tahin conceded her point but insisted there was no need for further escalation. The Overkill Guild simply outranked Humu in raw power. For Shin's safety, aligning with Overkill was the clear, logical choice. Shin, however, couldn't shake the question. What were they truly fighting for? Tahin was uncharacteristically intense, a flicker of pride visible to Hein. The truth was, Tahin was only this invested because Shin had kept the executive's existence from him. Tahin reeled back in shock, but Hein, pressing on with the assumption Shin would join Overkill, detailed their unparalleled combat strength and support network. To recruit him, Hein proposed a tactic, a deki, specifically designed to lure the dangerous secret organization into open conflict. It's not that we lack the ability, she clarified, but this isn't a decision to be made on impulse. Shin cut her off, thanking her for the offer but stating plainly he had no intention of joining any guild. Perhaps she thought it would restrict him, but Shin clarified his official affiliation would remain with Humu. He saw it as his best shot at safety. Hein immediately countered. Safety wasn't the issue. Shin was only useful as bait. She reminded him that their turn hadn't been postponed. Humu's protection wouldn't stop these people. They might be after Shin now, but someone else would simply take his place. Rather than focusing on that, Shin's thoughts shifted. What if he became the primary target? At the very least, he'd draw all the attention, making others safer. Tahina's voice was low. Was Shin suggesting he'd take the risk himself, shielding others? Not exactly, Shin replied. Even with Humu's resources, they hadn't caught a single glimpse of those criminals in 2 years, despite now having a few clues. But if Shin became the bait, they could at least predict the enemy's next move. If another attack like last night's happened, they'd be ready to catch them. Shin took a sip of coffee. At the very least, he continued, we'll gather evidence, forcing the association's hand and exposing this group to the world. Hyen stiffened. You're taking this on alone? He accused, skepticism plain in his voice. What do you mean? I've already told you everything. There's no need for cooperation unless you just want to use me. He leaned forward. I don't know when they'll come, but I guarantee they'll be here the moment I contact them. Shin met his gaze, seeing the defiance. Knowing Hyen suspected he'd still take the lead, but Shin also knew the true leverage. Tahin. There was no way Hyen could refuse. You're in our hands now, Shin stated simply. Inside a darkened building, a woman with a man's physique entered, her expression unreadable. She reported to her boss on the executive's last assignment. So, the Maker handled him? The boss asked, his voice a low rumble. She shook her head. The Maker's abilities were more substantial than anticipated, but Hyen trespassed. Her voice hardened. After the battle, the executive was compromised. Risk of information leakage. I disposed of him myself. A beat of silence. Though, considering how cooperative and impulsive he was, I wonder if grooming and using him wouldn't have been more efficient. The boss nodded slowly. If that was your judgment, prove it. He granted her permission. Use Hyen. Fill the executive's empty spot. She hesitated, a slight frown touching her brow. Alone? He shook his head. Not distrust. Hunting is too important a task. I need it done properly without distractions. I trust you to handle it. She gave a crisp nod. My best, then. The boss pressed. Beyond Hyen's trespassing, did this Maker possess any special traits? The executive only goes after those who truly interest him. She scoffed. The association's intel is dead wrong. Shin is no average Maker. His weapon materialization and proficiency, at least A rank. He used them to hold his own against the executive in battle. The boss's eyes narrowed. Are you telling me Shin was 2 steps ahead, reading movements, outmaneuvering the executive? Despite the fundamental divide between supporters and fighters? She nodded. Brief as it was, yes. And he used corrupted mana, a method completely unlike anything I've ever seen. The boss's agitation flared. Don't leave a single detail out. Tell me everything that happened, from start to finish, as precisely as you can. Days later, Dojon stood amidst towering skyscrapers, murmuring into his calm. Shin? He's right in front of the building. He glanced up. Came a little early, just in case. Dojon had already arranged everything with Mr. Tan, who was free to meet for a meal and conversation. Shin, phone pressed to his ear, scoffed. If it's an expensive meal, he won't be skipping out. Dojon sighed, eyes closed. Expensive. It's not that he'd be against it, but I doubt he'll be able to eat much, nerves and all. He understood this wasn't them joining forces, merely cooperation against a common enemy. Even so, facing one of the best guilds had him on edge. Is that so? Shin's voice held an edge of dismissiveness. With his abilities, there's absolutely no need for concern. Dojon let out a short laugh, a hint of relief in it. Glad to hear you say that, Shin. Shin hung up, muttering, okay, let him call if anything happens. He knew Moon Dojon was safe for now. The kid was brilliant, talented enough that joining one of the 3 greatest guilds wouldn't raise a single eyebrow, and he still had plenty of room to grow. Shin pictured Dojon, blades in hand, an uncut diamond in a mass murder outfit. With mentors like Tahan and others, Dojon's abilities would skyrocket far beyond what he could achieve alone. Shin grinned grimly. I don't know what they want, but for now, he'll be the bait until they make their move. Meanwhile, Hein stood by the window, sipping tea, a small piece of paper clutched in her hand. She'd asked him a few days prior about his plan. Shin had simply bowed his head, stating he'd continue playing the part of a normal support, keeping his true strength hidden. Tahina eyed him, but they disappeared together. The guild already believes he's connected. Exactly, Hein added, eyes distant. They'll need another angle. Shin countered. What if they assume no connection? Hein stared, a flicker of surprise in her gaze. Is he asking for leniency? Shin stepped closer. His revealed ability is the biggest wildcard for them. If by some slim chance he's not tied to the guild, they'll move heaven and earth to eliminate him. If they don't hear from the guild for weeks, even months, they'll have to confirm for themselves. They'll shadow him relentlessly until they're certain he's truly alone. They'll finally show their faces. Tahin studied him carefully. And they'll wait for that moment? Shin closed his eyes. He'll figure it out. They're masters of concealment. They'll suspect until the very end. First, they'll try to force him into the open. If that fails, they'll wait until everything calms down, then strike with everything they have. And that's when it will be their turn. Hein crossed her arms, a long silence hanging between them. Finally, she nodded. Understood. We'll proceed as you've outlined. She produced a small chest. Take this. We need to prepare ourselves as well. Hein stood by the window, a small photograph clutched in her hand. He's definitely hiding something, she muttered, her gaze fixed on the image. But it won't matter if she can venture Jian. The photo showed her and her sister. Across town, unique class, had other concerns. A message pinged. Hanjia. Almost there, it read. Where are you sitting? Shin tapped out a quick reply. By the window. His mind, however, was on Tahin, being targeted after suspecting Tahin had put him firmly on their radar. Hanjia was a reliable ally, but that was all she needed to know for now. The door swung open and Hanjia walked in, a casual wave of her hand. Shin. He nodded back. Hanjia. He noticed the glasses, a rare sight for her outside the dungeons. She'd changed so much since their last encounter. This was Hanjia, the future goddess archer, the one who'd cleared that dungeon with him, and thanks to his help, awakened her power. They'd stayed close, her usually taking the initiative to check in, but he never hesitated to ask about her either. After her awakening, Hanjia had shot to prominence. He could almost visualize her drawing an arrow, a blur of fierce, unwavering focus. It was as if to compensate for her previous modesty, she pushed herself to the brink of recklessness. She tore through countless dungeons, never tiring, her abilities and fame skyrocketing in a flash. Soon, newspaper headlines screamed her name, photos plastered across pages, a true rising star. I saw an article about you, actually, Shin said, a hint of admiration in his voice. Top 10 ranged fighters. It's incredible. Hanjia flushed, looking away shyly. You saw it? They asked for an interview, and I gave it, but I never thought it would blow up like this. Her gaze still averted, she added, It's all thanks to you. Shin met her eyes, a faint smile on his lips. It would have happened anyway, even without me. Then, his expression shifting, he looked past her, a sharp question in his tone. Is he with her? Hanjia nodded. Yes, she forgot to introduce them. This is Quan Jian, a C-rank assassin. Ah, her partner? Shin's mind raced, already dissecting the situation. Long-range classes, ideally, could operate solo, but only if they possessed the agility to find and secure safe positions. Hanjia, still learning, wasn't there yet. She needed a close combat partner, not a slow tank, but someone quick, agile enough to draw aggro and protect her firing line. This way, she could attack without worrying about her comrade's safety. Dujin, frankly, was ideal for that role. Shin had been considering introducing them, but there was a significant nuance regarding Dujin's safety. Shin met Quan Xian's gaze. Nice to meet you, I'm Shin. Xian eagerly extended a hand. Nice to meet you, I'm Quan Xian. Their hands met, and Shin registered the clammy grip. Sweaty hands. Socially awkward? He wondered. A beat later, Hanjia spoke, settling onto the couch next to Quan. She'd taken Shin's advice, diving into longbow training. It meant starting from scratch, drawing the string, aiming, but luckily, muscle memory kicked in fast. Her biggest worry had been finding a partner for two-man hunts, but it turned out Quan was specifically looking for a long-range fighter. Our teamwork isn't perfect yet, she admitted, but it's getting better every day. Right, Quan? Quan kept his gaze fixed on his mug, head bowed. Yes, he mumbled. Shin studied him, a thought clicking into place. Zero eye contact. Even worse than Hanjia. He cut to the chase. All right, what's this favor they wanted to ask? Hanjia elaborated. She called it a favor, but to be honest, it's more like an official entrustment, not really a favor at all. She's thinking of joining a guild. Shin's eyes widened. Hanjia continued. She hasn't decided which one she wants to join yet, but first she needs a certificate from the Endless Sky Islands. The Endless Sky Islands. Countless landmasses, great and small, suspended in an eternal void. Hunters had indeed made it out of its dungeons, but this place was unique. Its gates didn't close. Instead, after every monster was cleared, the dungeon evolved, spawning new one-way portals to other parts of the sprawling aerial labyrinth. This peculiarity, a massive headache for the Korean government and Hunters Association, eventually became its primary asset. Abandoning the impossible task of closure, they repurposed it. A facility was erected, protected by multiple layers of security protocols, transforming the dungeon into the association's ultimate proving ground. Honestly, for an ability test, solo runs yield the most accurate results, Hanjia explained. But there's a strict team composition limit. One ranged hunter, one melee, and a support. Those are the minimum requirements for the Boundless Sky Islands. She then glanced at Shin, a clear implication that he could fill that last slot. Shin considered her words. It makes sense, he thought. Guilds offered learning opportunities, just like with Dojin. He hadn't asked her to join, memories of her past life holding him back. In that life, Hanjia was a lone wolf, a cool, confident hunter, always with her bow. Teamwork wasn't her strong suit. This, Hanjia wanted in. Had she truly changed? Some part of her felt familiar, yet different. Noticing his pensive expression, she asked, "Shin, if this is too much, just say no." He quickly replied, just lost in thought, a faint smile. "Actually, this could be useful for me too." Hanjia's face lit up. With the decision made, Shin suggested they head straight for the Endless Sky Islands. Soon, they stood before the portal, where Yu-jun, guardian of the Endless Sky Islands, addressed them. "I'll reiterate the rules," she announced. Their bracelets weren't just entry tickets, they were their lifeline. Each bracelet contained mana, and was their sole guarantee of safe transfer to their designated exam island, but only if they entered with her. The group absorbed her words intently. Jun emphasized, "Do not remove these bracelets. They allow me to provide emergency assistance." She placed a hand over her heart. "I may be retired, but I'm an A-rank support with skills like barrier and rescue. If anything goes wrong on the islands, I can save you, but I need your cooperation and communication. If a problem arises during the test or you feel you can't clear it, notify me immediately." Shin glanced back. Quan stood there, a sword clutched in his hands, a worried frown on his face. Shin had worked with Jia enough to sense Quan was a complete rookie, and that sword, he'd never seen one like it. Its design screamed one purpose, piercing vital points. Jun turned, a curt nod. "Let's go." They followed, stepping into the shimmering portal. Moments later, they materialized in the Endless Sky Islands 12th district. As they exited the portal, Jun's voice cut through the air. "First wave starts in 5 minutes. Each wave brings more monsters, and the difficulty escalates. To clear this dungeon, you must defeat every monster in every wave. Your kill count updates in real time. What's the maximum number of waves?" Hanjia asked. Jun gestured vaguely. 100, at least, from what I remember when this place was a simple dungeon. Hunters back then pushed themselves to their limits. In the actual test, the record sits at 73 waves. Both the leader of Overkill Guild, Tahan, and Heian Guild's Wu Heian hold that record. Shin mulled over the implications. Even factoring in Tahan's weapon limitations only reaching wave 73, this test was proving tougher than he'd imagined. Jun waved them off. "I'll position myself for observation. The moment I sense they're overwhelmed, or they throw in the towel, I'm stepping in." Monsters were already swarming closer. Jun, a blur, simply vanished. Weapons drawn, the others advanced. Wave 1 hit. 30 drooling gremlins erupted from the bushes. "Gremlins?" Shin scoffed, eyeing them. For Quan's level, this isn't even a warm-up. He spun around. "What is this bloodlust? Almost monstrous." He watched Quan, sword extended, flare with bright energy. Moments later, Wave 4 rolled in, 3 orcs. Swords already skewered their bodies. A strange energy pulsed from them. Shin recognized it instantly. An insane bloodlust. He'd felt it before, back when players first began awakening. Beyond those who simply cleared dungeons or hunted monsters, a clandestine guild existed, one that hunted players. Empty fantasy. Shin remembered the terrifying aura from their fighters, a phantom organization of killers, utterly untraceable. Once, Shin had stood over a kneeling man, the question burning on his tongue, one he'd wanted to ask for ages. Why? Why do this? The man just stared up at him. Horror. Didn't he get the task? Shin's brow furrowed. "What?" The man grinned. "A hidden quest, to hunt other players." Shin grabbed a fistful of his shirt, shouting, "What kind of rewards do they even get for killing players?" The man simply laughed. Then, in his eyes, an inscription flashed. "Hidden task. Failed. This is the end," he rasped. A system notification confirmed it an instant before the man's body detonated, showering Shin in blood. He remembered thinking, "I needed to know everything, right then. He's something else, isn't he? Unconventional fighting style." Hanjia's voice cut through the chaos. "Yes," Shin confirmed. The 5th wave had begun. Hanjia crossed her arms. "It's his class ability." She closed her eyes. "He doesn't like me interfering." Shin frowned. "Isn't he an assassin?" Sion tore through monsters with blinding speed, felling them in mere seconds. Shin watched him, a thought crystallizing. Fast movements, a piercing style, worlds apart from most berserkers. Suddenly, a monster lunged from behind Seon, striking him hard. Shin's eyes narrowed. He just tanks blind spot attacks, all focus on offense. Hanjia stood, bow in hand. "He's better in a duel," Shin stated, "than in a full-blown group fight or taking down aerial targets." Hanjia chuckled. Is that right? Shin kept his gaze locked on Seon, splattered in monster gore. Like fighting other humans, he realized. Hanjia leaned in, her tone apologetic. He's still a low rank, so his emotions run hot. He gets sensitive when people interfere. She gestured towards Seon. His style, from what I've observed, has a glaring weakness. Blind spots. Her eyes met Shin's. So, I either hold back as long as possible, or I take out whatever lands in his blind spot myself. What should I do? Shin asked. His weapon creation skill. Shin gave a terse nod. Hanjia just smiled. Relax. Let him observe Seon, then deploy when things get hairy. Shin simply nodded again. Hanjia practically bounced, a wide grin splitting her face as she pointed ahead. All right, team, get to work. The sixth wave slammed into them. 20 direwolves materialized, and Seon was already a blur of motion, his sword flashing as he carved through the pack. Barely a breath later, the seventh wave hit. 7 lizardmen. Hanjia immediately opened fire, her shots cracking. Then came the 8th, a clattering horde of 24 skeletons. Shin moved to intercept, his stance grim. The 9th wave surged forward next. 13 orcs. The team converged, a whirlwind of steel and magic. Seon's blade became a lethal arc, striking down foes in a blink. Shin paused, his eyes fixed on him. Hanjia wiped her chin, a satisfied grin spreading across her face. 10th wave already, she mused. Not bad at all. Shin's gaze flickered to his hand. My stamina is bleeding out faster than I anticipated. Mana's almost gone too. He spared a quick glance at the others. Hanjia seemed okay, but Kwan Sion was clearly flagging, probably from his initial solo push. This team lacks professionalism, lacks experience. Their coordination is far from optimal. A sudden shriek tore through the air. They're coming! Hanjia yelled. The 10th wave hit, unleashing 2 colossal trolls. Sion's voice hitched. Trolls? Hanjia spun around, her brow furrowed. Only 2 trolls for the 10th wave? Something's off. Shin's gaze flickered to Hanjia, bow taut in her hands. Can Sion even handle these things, he wondered? Just then, a colossal monster swung its massive fists, slamming them into the earth. Sion whirled, eyes wide with terror, frozen on the beast. Then, he pushed off the ground, scrambling to flee. Just as I figured. He can't take a hit, so he'll try to dodge, Shin thought grimly. Hanjia's shout sliced through Shin's calculations. Sion's in danger! We need to distract one now! She surged forward, unleashing a powerful torrent of energy. Hanjia pumped her fist, a triumphant grin flashing across her face. It hit! But then, the monster's injured hand began to knit itself back together. A gasp tore from Hanjia's throat. What? Shin's hands trembled. Idiot. I should have accounted for this. He chastised himself. He grit out, I'll buy us time! Trolls regenerate limbs. Next shot, go for the head! Activating his creation skill, Shin's mind raced. Gotta conserve mana. Need to craft a better weapon soon. A system window flashed. Skill, the world of the network. Shin unleashed a flurry of energy threads forward, wrapping them around the monster's legs, binding them tight. Seon stared, bewildered. Shin spun to Hanjia, voice raw. Aim for the head! Seon yelled. Okay! She fired, the sound lost in her sudden scream. A troll lunged, prompting Hanjia to shriek. It's coming right at us! Shin's eyes narrowed, processing the creature's charge. A troll running on pure instinct, he thought, helping its comrade. Shin activated his energy, the surge palpable. Suddenly, Jun burst from a shimmering portal, slamming a hand to the ground. A shimmering barrier erupted, cutting them off from the monsters. I'm blocking them, she yelled, spinning around. We're moving to the lobby. Evacuate! Jun's gaze swept over the encroaching monsters. Guardians? She muttered, a frustrated edge to her voice. These idiots shouldn't be in this wave. Something's wrong with the portals. The barrier shimmered, already cracking as orcs hammered against it. Jun screamed, another portal opened outside. Monsters are pouring out. This entire place is now a dungeon with a rank error. Shin's mind raced. Endless sky islands, a dungeon with a rank error, but I don't sense any polluted mana. Hanjia gasped. Wait, a member of my team is still out there. Jun turned, her expression grim. I'll save him. Go! She activated the rescue skill, and in a flash, the group was pulled away, instantly reappearing at the Endless Sky Island's starting point. Outside, new portals had already ripped open in several locations. They're dealing with it, Jun stated, already turning to rush back through her own portal. Just before she vanished, she spun one last time, yelling, Please, evacuate the building. Shin suggested they leave. Hanjia nodded. Okay. Meanwhile, in another part of the facility, guards stood by blood-splattered screens, frantically trying to regain control. Behind the priest, the man who'd murdered her partner emerged from the shadows. She crossed her arms, a chilling smile touching her lips. God, how unexpected, she purred. A familiar face? Aren't you glad too, Executive? You have more scores to settle with him. Kurum silenced them, a raised finger pressed to his lips. Quiet. Let me think for a moment, he commanded, then added, what if she just breaks the rules? The priestess clicked her tongue, a dismissive whatever, barely escaping her lips. Just then, Jun burst from the portal, her voice cutting through the tension. Kwan Sayon, is he here? She demanded, scanning the area. The trolls are gone? What happened so fast? She rushed to his side, her hand on his back. Sayon, are you okay? Sayon started to respond, but his words were cut short by a stark red system window blazing before him. Hidden quest. The moment was shattered as Min hurried into the office. Guild leader, the association just contacted us, he announced. The association? Tahan's brow furrowed. Now? What could they want? Min replied, apparently, all this chaos is because a new gate opened, entirely off schedule, somewhere on the islands of the endless sky. His eyes instinctively dropped to his phone. Shin's last message, still open on the screen, confirmed his earlier thought. Shin said he was heading there today. Are Mongin and Geo with him? Tahan pressed, concern in his voice. Min shook his head. No, they left with the deputy. Tahan's gaze sharpened. Who's immediately available? Min reeled off the numbers. 1A rank, 5 B ranks, 3 C ranks. Tahan dropped his head, a silent calculation running through his mind. Not enough, but he couldn't go himself, not without derailing Shin's whole operation. He looked up, refocusing. Guild leader Kim of Shinhwa. She's been contacted, right? They need every bit of support, immediately. Tahan stood, his voice firm. Then let her rally the support squad. Shinhwa moves first. Min blinked, surprised. Wait, why? Shouldn't we call in Haiyun instead? Tahan's response was clipped. Haiyun won't work. Sometime later, a car sped through the night. Danya scoffed from the back seat. What's all this commotion for? They're just tracking the dungeon maintenance crew, writing a report. They're supposed to be awakened? Him? Danya chuckled without humor. Awakened? Those are just ordinary people, unregistered as hunters. They've never even seen a monster, let alone fought one. Seo looked at him. Let him wait, she said. Seo, does she have her staff with her? Danya shrugged. She's never fought in a squad. She'd just be a liability. Unfazed, Seo produced a stun gun. Perhaps I should just get rid of this too? She deadpanned. Danya's gaze sharpened on the weapon. And where did she get that from? He eyed it for a moment, then relented. For now, let her keep it. Moments later, a military contingent intercepted them. Leah Shin, a stern-faced officer announced. Head of the service squad. Danya extended a hand. Pleasure to meet you. Beside him, Seo offered a polite bow. Hello, she is the manager of the Shinhwa service squad. Leah Shin chuckled warmly. I have a daughter her age. Danya surveyed their surroundings. We contacted the 3 largest guilds. Looks like no one showed. Leah Shin frowned, a puzzled expression on his face. Excuse me? They called in other guilds? For a simple check? Danya explained. The Endless Sky Island office went dark this time. Inspectors reported a significant rank error out there. From Leah Shin's retinue, hushed voices murmured. Strange the association hasn't responded yet. Someone used their certification. Leah Shin rubbed a hand across his temples, a grim silence falling over him. He studied Danya, then spoke decisively. All right, here's the plan. We'll start with a recon sweep. If there are missing personnel, finding them is our top priority. What? Danya pressed. His eyes narrowed. Leah Shin merely smiled. If things go south, that's when they'll make their move. Danya's brow furrowed with confusion. The leader! Leah Shin jabbed a thumb at his own chest. If these 3 guilds can't operate as a team, he stressed, then A ranks or not, they'll only get in the way. He spun to face the waiting fighters, his voice cutting through the tense air. Understood? Yes, sir. The fighters roared back in unison. Danya ran a frustrated hand through his hair. Something's seriously wrong here. Soul's gaze fixed on him. Why are they doing this? The reward, Danya muttered, looking away. They don't want to lose it. Ah, so these aren't regular employees? Soul mused, a flicker of understanding in her eyes. Veterans, no doubt, Danya confirmed, meeting her gaze. Did you notice their grip on those firearms? He pushed her stun gun back into her hand. Typically, firearms without mana don't even scratch monsters outside the gate. The Skeleton Guild? They're adamant about using them. Their exclusive enchanter, Leah, stretched out his hands, an energy field blooming to deflect the incoming bullets. He tapped her head lightly. She should remember all this too. A sharp cry escaped her lips. Danya interjected. It's not necessary to remember all the hunters. Soul confirmed. Yes, sir. Danya turned to her, ordering, make sure nothing is taken. He then elaborated. The guild leader was forcibly suspended for illegal hunter activities. Even after his army service and becoming an official hunter, he was caught clearing dungeons illegally multiple times. Leah waved a dismissive hand. Shin, glancing around, saw Danya and Soul being escorted by military personnel. The priestess, a bloody cap clutched in her hand, hissed, Let them them watch. Just kill them quietly. Kurum, calmly slicing a piece of meat, scoffed. How much did he tell her? Does he seriously think it's easy to quietly slaughter everyone in a public place? I'm no dog like her. I don't enjoy killing. The priestess clenched her jaw, fury tightening her face. Just then, the executive's hand transformed into a gleaming blade. Kurum, undeterred, just smirked. Oh, I like him. The priestess flared with energy, her voice sharp and dangerous. Let him keep this in mind. He'll end up in the same state as the executive if he keeps chittering with that stinking mouth of his. Kurum, hands raised in a mock gesture of surrender, replied with a taunting smirk. He understands. The priestess, turning away in disgust, snapped, If he understands, then get him to lure those idiots already. He outright refused to help her kill. The priestess stalked toward him, gripping his robe. If he doesn't want to die, he'll do as she says, now. Kurum raised a challenging finger. One condition. A sudden jolt of fear went through the staff, eyes wide. Leah quickly interjected, This is the security department. Let them take a look. Kurum, however, turned back, dismissive. They don't know what's inside. They'll just see her. We're sticking to other locations for now. Sounds like a plan, Danya agreed, already pulling out his phone. Shin pivoted, eyeing him. Why the phone? Just for the record, Danya explained. We need to document what's in there. Leah gave a short, disappointed chuckle. All right then, we start searching. Her voice hardened. How many need saving? Danya rattled off the numbers without hesitation. 1 guard, 5 from security, and an S-rank hunter here for certification. Leah spun around, his voice sharp. The garden hunter. They last saw her entering the inner gate room. He pulled out his comms unit, speaking into it. Have they reached the security department? Suddenly, a massive crimson surge of killing intent shot towards him. The man screamed in terror. Guild leader, is he all right? Danya's voice cut in. What? Leah demanded, just as a colossal demonic creature materialized before them. Moments later, Heron emerged from the vehicle. Finally, here, she announced. Junian shut the car door, a puzzled frown on his face. She wasn't even driving. Heron jabbed a thumb at her chest. No license. I'm a driver without a license, protected by the people. Junian grumbled. Something to be proud of, apparently. Heron shrugged. She hasn't seen the island of the endless sky in ages. Last certification, she cleared the 47th wave. 47? That's barely anything, Junian scoffed. Heron's brow furrowed in a clear display of displeasure. She'd just gotten her rank back then, he retorted. Truth is, she never had the time to finish her certification after that. Junian grinned, a taunting glint in his eyes. Oh, really, Heron? And you? How far did you get? He spread his arms wide, a boastful smirk on his face. Further than her, that's for sure. Is he serious? Heron muttered, clearly annoyed. Shin, who had been observing them, finally stepped forward. Who is this guy? He wondered, a silent apology for interrupting their bickering forming on his lips. Heron shot a glance past Shin, a pointed question in his voice. Is he going to introduce himself, or what? Shin waved a dismissive hand. Didn't you two meet in the dungeon? Heron narrowed his eyes at Shin. He was just backup for the Overkill Guild. Junian turned his gaze to Shin, a challenging glint in his eye. What's his deal? Just then, Hungia stepped forward, looking pointedly at Shin. Shin, Shin began, adjusting his hair, his mind racing for a way to explain the unfolding chaos. The others stared at him, their expressions a mix of confusion and mounting dread. Before Shin could elaborate, Shantae roared, What are they doing? His eyes, locked onto the monstrous figures, hardened. Shoot! At his command, the fighters snapped their weapons up, a furious hail of gunfire erupting. The massive creature bellowed, trying to shield its bulk as countless energy beams slammed into its hide. Leader, it's getting away! The fighters yelled, desperate to hold Shantae back. He frowned, scanning the chaotic scene. There! They spun, disoriented. Where did he go? One demanded, spotting movement. There! Another shouted, pointing ahead, but Shantae's finger shot past them. Behind! Watch out! The fighters spun, just as another monster closed in, an outstretched hand glowing menacingly. A massive red flash erupted before them, engulfing Shantae. Idiot! He spat, rage burning in his eyes. The executive leaped, striking out with a powerful hand. Shantae met him, a grim frown on his face. He swung his axe, unleashing a blinding flash of light as the system window flared. Skill, elemental enchantment, glacier. Shantae slammed the axe into the ground, activating Ice Prison. A massive surge of ice erupted, instantly encasing the executive. He has no head, Danja uttered, a note of surprise in his voice. Just then, the priestess spoke, her voice laced with cold displeasure. So much for entrusting anything to the executive. Can't even finish off these little ones. She seized a nearby fighter by the neck, but she still managed to gather enough mana that way. A beat later, Shantae snapped, Chief, he'll sacrifice one of his own men. Let them get up. You won't apologize? He then turned, his voice raw. He doesn't know what's happening, but 2 of his men are already dead. This isn't just a monster attack, it's a deliberate assault. Let them go. Call for help before they all die. Sol and Donji stared back, terror in their eyes. An unseen voice resonated. My, they are so brave. Very well, Shantae gasped, a strangled cry of fear escaping him. No way! The priestess vanished from sight, only her voice echoing chillingly among the stunned fighters. They closed the gate. That's why they were here just a second ago. Karam shot a question. Did he leave because of a sudden issue, and now he's stewing, desperate to go back? Shin simply replied, yeah. Junian scoffed. Is that all? Shin's eyes flickered shut. He'd be more surprised if Junian actually bought it, he mused, his fist clenched. Even Shin wasn't entirely convinced of his own logic. Anomalies were popping up on the islands of the endless sky, yet he'd received no quest, no hint of contaminated mana. He flicked open his system window, scanning it quickly. Hand pressed to his chest, he closed his eyes again. Still, an unsettling dread gnawed at him, a premonition of something truly dire unfolding. Hanjia spoke up, a stark reminder. Their comrade, the one who went in with them, hasn't come out. Right, of course he hasn't, Shin acknowledged internally. He declared, they don't need anything else. Just let them search where their squad was last. Junian crossed his arms, defiant. But the Shinhwa Guild should be handling this. A hand clapped his shoulder, making him spin around, startled. Haran's smile was infectious. Let's go together. They knew each other, suffered together. That kind of bond, Junian grumbled, clearly annoyed. Haran, he'll just chew you out again. She grinned, lacing her hands behind her head. Doesn't matter. What's it to him anyway? He's not going to kill me. Junian met her gaze. Knowing him, maybe. Shin wondered, what kind of guy is this, really? Kim Junian scratched his head. All right, if you're that set on it, they'll go. The guys cheered, grateful. Junian grinned. Last time, with all the guild leader drama, you barely got a proper introduction. I'm Junian, from the Shinhwa Guild. Haran raised a hand. Mio Haran. Pleasure to meet you. Shin nodded. Shin Junchio. No guild for me. Hanjia smiled. And I'm Hanjia, a free hunter. Suddenly, a man sprinted towards them, gasping for breath. Shinhwa Guild, he choked out. We've got trouble! The gates to the islands of the endless sky, they're shrinking! Shin's eyes widened, a cold dread washing over him. Just then, the priestess stepped before the fighters. Now, she taunted, waving a hand dismissively. Who's ready to clean up their new home? A massive surge of energy erupted, blasting directly toward the group. Shantae roared, his axe already swinging. No idea what kind of idiots you're dealing with, but you just made a huge mistake. Never underestimate us. As an energy monster surged toward him, he swung his axe, then instantly manifested a gun, unleashing a rapid volley of shots. Cracks and pops echoed loudly through the air as the beast reeled, breaking off its assault and retreating. But the respite was brief. The monster suddenly dove from above. Shantae whirled, snatching a flask and activating elemental enchantment, Flame. Everyone, close your eyes, he bellowed, unleashing ignition. As the creature bore down on him, he hurled the now sparkling projectile directly into its path. A memory jolted Donju. He spun around, the grim reality hitting him, the system powering the islands of the endless sky. Even an unknown monster couldn't fully destroy the gate until its power grid collapsed. But if that were true, couldn't the gate, even a small one, eventually reopen? The sorcerer, though unconscious, had been right. The portal pulsed, its size fluctuating wildly. Then, for a fleeting instant, it snapped back to its original form, a critical window that some were quick to exploit. The group lunged through the portal, materializing directly before the priestess. They exchanged confused glances, but her gasp of horror cut through the air. Shin lashed out with a burst of energy, slamming her backward. He instinctively extended a hand, a thought searing through his mind. My body moved on its own. Any hesitation, and they'd have been hit. If this is how it is, I need to understand my limits. He whirled, ready to demand answers from the priestess. The priestess merely grinned, a taunting challenge in her voice. Oh, how scary! And if I don't say what you want, will you kill me? Shin's form crackled with energy. If necessary, he flatly replied, his words sharp. First, people, then their actions. Finally, their memories. Meanwhile, Karum stood on a balcony, laying down his rules. First rule, spearmen. Within his sight, he continued, voice firm. Second rule, they listen to him now. His mind raced. Damn it. She never said I'd have to expose myself. I'm a citizen. I have an ID. Get caught here, and I'm a criminal. This is the last time I help her. The priestess looked down, her gaze sweeping over them. Third rule, they will forget everything that happened here. Understood? A system window materialized, detailing hidden skill, rules of the hermit. The hermit applies an unreasonable rule to one or more targets within sight. The hermit announces the target's conditions and rules, which the target will be forced to follow for some time. The target cannot be changed once selected. Karum directed his his energy toward Junhyun, who immediately screamed, "Yes, I understood!" Karum stared, a puzzled frown on his face. Him? He's finished. The rest of the group froze, utterly bewildered. 2 hours earlier, Sayan crouched behind a hulking monster. Are they all gone? He'd overheard them discussing a gate, but their voices were too distant, their words barely more than murmurs. He glanced to the side, a new thought emerging. Maybe I should hide for now. But soon, it'll remember me and give chase. Sayan's eyes widened. What about me? Suddenly, a portal ripped open before him, disgorging a stream of monsters. I thought the islands of the endless sky only had one-way gates. His mind raced. Is this the gate the Guardian spoke of? Just then, a system window flickered into existence beside him. Sayan frowned. What kind of trolls are these? They vanished as if someone had summoned them. A sudden surge of energy jolted him, and he spun around, heart pounding. What is that? The system window blared, hidden task activated. A secondary message flashed below, accepting automatically in 5 seconds. Sayan's eyes fixed on it, a knot tightening in his gut. A task? This isn't part of the game. And accept? What the hell is this? Am I hallucinating? Just then, Jun sprinted up to him, concern etched on her face. Kwan Sayan, are you okay? Sayan, still reeling, shot back. The Guardian, can she see this too? Jun's brow furrowed in a puzzled stare. Excuse me? What are you even talking about? Before Sayan could even begin to explain, a cold shock seized him. What the? The system window shifted, updating instantly. Hidden task, empty fantasy. Main goal, kill Yu Jun. Reward, unknown. Penalty for failure multiplied by 1. Kill the Guardian? Penalty for failure? What in the absolute hell is this? His mind reeled. Jun stared at him, bewildered by his sudden silence. Kwan Sayan, what's happening? Where did the trolls go? Suddenly, a chilling voice sliced through the air. What the? Is anyone else still here? They spun around. A priestess stood there, a cold smile twisting her lips. They warned you so many times. Why didn't you just leave? Jun took a defiant step forward. Let them wait. Who? Her words died in her throat as a blinding explosion erupted directly in front of her. With a desperate surge of will, Jun barely threw up a protective barrier, deflecting the concussive blast. The priestess merely tilted her head, an amused glint in her eyes. Wow. Impressive, throwing up a shield that fast. She can't even perceive the infected mana yet, but she's definitely capable enough. Jun dropped to one knee, chest heaving. That close. Too close. If I hadn't reacted, I'd be dead. Who the hell is she? The priestess sighed, shifting her gaze to Sayan. And he's already seen the corrupted mana. This early? He hasn't even fully awakened. An empty fantasy then. Sayan just blinked. What? Kwan Sayan, snap out of it. We need to move now. Jun's voice cut through the tension, sharp and urgent as she slammed her hand down, activating a rescue skill. The priestess merely smirked. Oh my, her grin widened, a predatory glint in her eyes. A useful skill indeed. Sayan could only stare, eyes wide with terror. Jun's hand shot out, seizing his. Kwan Sayan, listen close. I don't know what she just hit us with, but it's at least rank A. I know nearly every certified hunter, but before she could finish, a blade erupted from her chest. Jun gasped, blood bubbling. What the executive had struck. Guardian! Sayan screamed. He lashed out, a wild flurry of punches fueled by pure, unadulterated horror, desperately fighting the attacker. But then, a sudden surge of energy enveloped him. Jun, even as life drained, pressed her hand to the ground, a wave of mana rippling outwards beneath her. Sayan's voice cracked. What the? The system window flashed, searing itself into his vision. Skill, Atonement. It read, activates when the user's life is in danger. The designated target will be surrounded by a barrier and transported to the safest location, determined by the user's emotions. Jun's eyes locked onto Sayan's. What? He asked, her grimace already answering. Once you're out, report to the Hunter Association. Immediately. An unregistered awakened is out there, killing people. Sayan's voice hitched. What about you? Jun clutched her stomach. I'm fine. I'll last. For now. Sayan saw her barrier pressing tight against the wound. He nodded, a grim resolve settling on his face. Okay, I'll come back. Jun stood watching as the shimmering portal closed behind Sayan, leaving her alone. The priestess, arms folded, chuckled. Oh my, an anchor skill, I presume. Quite unstable. Jun scowled. She's awakened, but I've never encountered anyone like her. What exactly is she trying to achieve? The priestess took a step closer. I need a base, and the islands of the endless sky would be ideal. A dismissive wave of her hand followed. She was just unlucky. Jun smirked, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Does she think? At that moment, Hanjia rushed to aid Donju. Danju. Jun's gaze flickered, a soft mutter escaping her lips. I've been lucky so far. The priestess sighed, an impatient sound. Yes, enough talking. Her skills are a pity, but my child is hungry. Jun felt a surge of energy, her body starting to glow. She paled, a tremor in her voice. What is this? The priestess merely raised a hand. Die! 2 hours later, Junian roared into the fray, spear blurring. Hanjia yelped, leaping back. Dodge! Heron's voice cut through the chaos. Gather! From the sidelines, Shin frowned, a grim assessment forming. He's not using skills, she muttered, just swinging that spear like a madman. But their focus was split. In the momentary chaos, the priestess vanished. As they finally pushed through the gate, it abruptly shrank, shimmering smaller. Shin's gaze snapped to the shrinking portal. This is bad, she declared, jaw tight. First, we need to stop Junian. A scream tore through the air from the road. Shin whipped around just as Shantae exploded forward, activating Elemental Enchantment Glacier. Junian, caught off guard and disoriented, staggered as Shantae's axe slammed home. His spear vibrated violently, unable to withstand the sheer force. A system notification flared. Ice prison. Shantae gave the girls a quick glance, her expression sharp. So you're from the best guilds? Heron nodded. Yes, and more. Hanjia chimed in. She's not in a guild, but she needs to find someone. Shantae's gaze swept the ground, then fixed on a nearby boulder. Let's help him deal with these idiots first, she stated, her voice grim. They're controlling the monster that's suppressing the gate. Heron blinked, processing the revelation. The monster? Meanwhile, Kuruma stalked toward the priestess, his voice dripping with contempt. What now? The executive and her idiot are utterly useless. Even the spearman got caught. He's headed straight to jail. The priestess merely glared, her voice a low snarl. Keep talking and I'll drain your mana dry. Shut up! She clenched her fists, a tremor running through her. Terrible support. Why did he even come back? I need to get rid of him even if it means sacrificing every gate I collected for the tests. Shin's head shot up. Gates! What the hell is going on? Above them, countless portals ripped open, flickering into existence. Shantae's voice trembled. Where did they come from? Danju gaped. So many gates? Shin's eyes narrowed, a cold realization dawning. It's not just the number of gates, he stared, comprehending. Contaminated mana is surging from them. I only theorized this before, but every single dungeon with a rank error. These idiots caused it all. Kuruma gripped his head, a wry grin spreading across his face. He still has no idea. Wouldn't it be worse if he did know everything? The priestess clutched her stomach. She'd be able to gather all the ingredients for the test she could ever need. If they secured the islands of the endless sky, it would merely be a matter of time. Kuruma's gaze flickered to her. He understands they don't have them. The priestess's voice was sharp with displeasure. Without the islands of the endless sky, they wouldn't stand a chance. There's no need to tell her what she already knows. She's irritating enough as is. The priestess closed her eyes. A year left until awakening. Her eyes snapped open, wide with alarm. It can't be this soon. Kuruma shoved his hands into his pockets. What's happening? The priestess demanded. Why now? Multi-dimensional error detected. System urgently activating. Welcome player. The system window blared, startling not just the priestess, but everyone present. Shin's eyes blew wide. What? The players are awakening? He distinctly remembered it wasn't supposed to happen for another 10 months, and even then, only a select few were meant to experience it. Sile stared at a similar bizarre window that had materialized before her. Something felt off about this sudden phenomenon. Welcome player Mayoharan? Heron gasped, then shrieked in fear. What the hell? Her own system window flashed. Main task, protect the islands of the endless sky. Main goal, defeat 10 waves of monsters. Reward, unlock new skills. Salvation from the islands of the endless sky. Shin's mind raced. Had other players already awakened? And how? Before he could process it, Danju's urgent shout cut through the confusion, his finger stabbing forward. Look there! Huge, grotesque monsters were already pouring through the shimmering gate. The monsters are coming, he screamed. They scrambled, grabbing their weapons as the system window flared again. First wave, 100 gremlins, 80 kobolds, 60 goblins. Where in the hell did these come from? Danju muttered, bewildered. Sile, her voice trembling, pushed. Danju, what do we do now? Shin sprang to the side. Everyone this way, hurry! He waved them forward. The group sprinted, Shantae yelling a final, be careful! As they fled. Danju charged ahead. Sayol, faster! Sayol cried back, pick me up! Massive monsters closed in, their heavy footsteps shaking the ground behind them. Just then, Heron surged forward, leaping directly into the path of the oncoming creatures. She raised a shield. "I don't know what any of this is," she muttered, glancing at her system window. "But if we can handle these waves, it'll let them go, right?" Then she roared, "Enlargement!" The system responded, "Giant's Shield." A true giant's creation, capable of shifting size and shape to match its user's build and needs. The ice groaned, spiderwebbing with cracks. "Hey!" Shantae yelled, pointing. "Force them this way. Block the escape route. We need to pin them down." Shin strode forward, he commanded, his creation skill already activating. He stretched out a hand, raw energy flowing outward. Across the cracking ice, multiple shields shimmered into existence. Heron gasped, taken completely by surprise. Shantae stared. "Did he just create that? How'd he make so many shields?" Shin wiped sweat from his brow. "Now they've only got one narrow passage left. We box them in." Heron sprinted forward, yelling, "Got it!" Shantae turned, his gaze snagging on a downed fighter splayed on the ice. "We've got enough here!" Heron called back over her shoulder, already moving. "If he's a close combat type, revive him. You're the best for large battles, understand?" Shantae knelt beside Junian, who lay still against a jagged ice block. "A spearman?" he muttered, "but he specializes in large-scale battles." The monsters howled with derisive laughter, pointing forward. Hanjia's eyes narrowed. Perfect timing, she thought, and activated her golden meteor skill. A massive surge of energy erupted, hurtling towards the monsters, who, oblivious, continued their evil cackling. Seol watched, awestruck. Wow, professional hunters. This is another league. Their teamwork is insane, even if they just met. Dongju exhaled slowly. Ordinary people like us, we'd just get in the way. Shantae met Seol's gaze. "No need to do anything. It's their turn now," she stated, a sharp look in her eye. "Right?" Without waiting, she nodded once before turning to Dongju. "Hey!" Dongju snapped to attention. "Yes?" Shantae thrust a machine gun into his hands. "Military service?" she probed. Meanwhile, Karam watched from the balcony, a frown deepening. "What in hell?" he muttered. "That shield on the left is top tier, but no single person can conjure a whole wall of shields like that on the right." The priestess answered, "Likely the ability of the support. That fool who wanted to take on the executive." Karam spun sharply. "That idiot is a support?" The priestess lowered her head. "Yes, with the ability to create weapons." Karum's eyes narrowed. "And the ability to control contaminated mana," he added, staring at her, then out at the growing chaos. "What will she do?" The priestess took a nervous step closer. "With what?" Before she could elaborate, a harsh, blaring system alert cut through the air. "Second wave, 300 zombies, 200 skeletons, 100 ghouls." As if on cue, monsters ripped through the gate, surging forward in a monstrous tide. Karam muttered, "With the gate, didn't she plan to unleash all the monsters at once and wipe them out?" The priestess shook her head. When the system activated, it was too late. Her child opened the gate, but she can no longer control it. Karam's eyes sharpened. "They might just let them go. The islands are their target, not them." The priestess's voice was laced with bitterness. "She loathes the option, but it just might work." Donju tossed his phone to Chial, snatching up the machine gun. "Assuming they don't do anything stupid, of course." Just then, the monsters charged. Hanjia drew back an arrow, a grim thought flashing through her mind. "My mana's dangerously low." The brawl with the trolls had clearly taxed her more than she'd realized. She wasn't sure she'd controlled her reserves properly. Heron sprinted to her side. "Hold on, she'll help." Hanjia grimaced. "It's difficult, but she's the only ranged hunter." Heron's brow furrowed. "Who said that?" Hanjia blinked, bewildered. "Sorry?" Heron crossed her arms, and a shimmering barrier flared to life. Hanjia gasped. "Heron, what is she?" Her eyes went wide as a loud, growing sound began to rumble, vibrating through the air. She stopped the involuntary clapping of her hands, but the noise persisted, building to an unbearable pitch. Heron stood her ground, her gaze fixed. "She's collecting the sound," she grunted, then balled her fist and unleashed a powerful swing. Wave strike. A system window blazed into existence, detailing the technique. Skill, wave strike. Imposing the vibrations of the desired environment, an explosive mana attack occurs at a distance. The stronger the vibrations in mana, the more powerful the strike, can be executed with any body part. A violent energy surge ripped through the air, flinging the monstrous horde back. Hanjia froze, utterly stunned. "This is incredible." That was far stronger than her usual attacks. "So, this is an A-rank hunter?" Donju roared. "He'll help too." Hanjia spun around. "Excuse me?" Shin interjected. "Rest if you're tired. They have this." Hanjia snapped back. She didn't mean that. Seiyan, maybe he's still in there and they're just defending him. Shin's voice was cold. Or he's already gone. The guard was there to extract him. The odds favor that. Danju's eyes blew wide. The guard was there? Hanjia's face drained of color. What? Shin pivoted sharply. Was she? Danju's finger trembled, pointing aside. They found her body at the gate. Hanjia's voice was a choked whisper laced with horror. No way. No other bodies? Shin pressed. Danju reported. Only 3 security department members. He's convinced our target is still alive. Hanjia gasped in relief. Thank God, we need to find him now. Her eyes suddenly widened, freezing in place before she pointed at the floor. Wasn't there another person here? Meanwhile, Elizabeth strolled casually along a railing, looking down. Below, a tense confrontation unfolded. Does he even grasp what he's doing? A man bellowed, his hand outstretched. The other man, the debtor, held his hands up in a placating gesture. You seriously don't get it? The creditor's voice sharpened. Where's my money? The money I lent you. I told you countless times that was for my mother's medical bills. The debtor, fear etched on his face, pursed his lips. It just happened. So what? Threaten all you want, I still don't have it. You gonna kill me and go to jail? And then who'll pay for your mother's treatment? The creditor gripped the hilt of a bloody sword, knuckles white. Oh, so this is how it's gonna be. Right to the bitter end? A cruel smile twisted his lips. Don't worry about my mother. She died yesterday, and I was going to kill you anyway. Just wanted to see if you'd even try to hide. The debtor clutched his stomach, terror-stricken. Wait! Elizabeth stretched languidly, a wry thought crossing her mind. I'd hoped this world would be quieter. Apparently it's just as chaotic as the last. Her head snapped around, eyes locking onto a figure moving quickly down the street. A quick glance confirmed the coast was clear. All right, she muttered, launching herself from the railing. Good to get some exercise from time to time. Back with the others, Donji looked around wildly, fear etched on his face. It's over. They took her. Shantai slapped himself across the face, screaming in horror. I was distracted. I forgot, Shin demanded. What happened? Shantai met his gaze, spitting. That monster. It's using gates. Portals. Gates and portals? Shin echoed, eyes locking onto the small, shimmering rift. So that's how the priestess vanished, he realized. Hanjia, hand outstretched, insisted they split up to find her. Kwan Sayan quickly agreed. Shin remained silent for a beat, then asked, Do we really need to look for Kwan Sayan? Hanjia's eyes widened. What? Shin met her stare. There's a high probability Kwan Sayan already got out. Searching for him now would just waste time. What if he hasn't? Hanjia retorted, her voice rising. No one else has made it out since. How can you be so sure? Shin recalled Jun's face, a plan solidifying. The guard mentioned their rescue-focused skills, he began. The islands of the Endless Sky are an isolated space, reliant on a single gate, and known for instability. It's logical to assume the priestess possesses a skill specifically designed to emergency extract people from here. Hanjia threw her hands up in frustration. But that's just an assumption. Zero evidence. Truth be told, Shin mused. I'm saying this because I saw it in my past life, but she'd never believe that. Hanjia fixed Shin with a sharp look. You're here for Saiyan, right? Or for that? Originally, yeah, Shin admitted, but plans changed. Now we're stuck on the islands of the Endless Sky. Every minute this gate stays shut, our situation gets worse. Shin pulled up the system window. I don't know if this quest is even real, but we've got no choice but to clear these waves. The third wave flashed. 100 orcs, 100 Genols, 100 goblins. Massive forms burst from multiple gates, charging headlong. The system confirmed 10 waves in total, and the monsters weren't waiting for an invitation. This is a race against the clock, Shin stressed. No time to waste speculating what the final wave might bring. Efficient, Hanjia commented, her voice flat. Shin met her gaze, a question in his eyes. She pressed on. Do you value human life? Just deciding to sacrifice everything without even checking? Is it because we don't know each other? Because you might die? Shin understood. Hanjia's gaze seemed to pierce right through him. Honestly, it's upsetting. Shin froze. A memory, sharp and sudden, cut through him. Hanjia's voice. I didn't know you'd do this. What a pity. He clutched his head. My memories? But I've never seen this before. Shantae cut them off. You're wasting time arguing. We need to save Soul, and he's not leaving until that debt is paid. Just then, a new gate flickered into existence. A portal? Danju gasped. Hey, support! A voice boomed. Shin spun around to see a figure yelling, If he wants to save her, let him go there! The priestess frowned. Anything? Karam glanced at his phone, then back at her. He stopped the recording, erased everything. What difference would it make anyway? The priestess sighed. Right. Otherwise, her thoughts drifted to the chaos if it had been filmed. Soul Soul slumped in the chair facing the monstrous figure and pleaded desperately, "Please don't kill her." The priestess frowned, pulling up a system window. "If this footage remains, if they analyze it, we're in deep trouble. We already are, with the system active." She shifted her gaze to Karum. "Did he ask about the task?" Karum confirmed. "Yes, the reward is the exit, just as we predicted." He added cold, "Then we don't need her." Soul's eyes blew wide with terror. The monster's massive hand settled on her head. "Wait," she stammered. "I couldn't see their faces. Please don't let them kill her." The priestess leaned her elbows on the table, a cold assessment in her voice. "She certainly makes a lot of noise." Karum suggested, "Let's find a use for her." The priestess gave him a questioning look. Karum pulled off her mask. She thought she wanted to kill that support, he offered. The priestess considered this. So she just didn't want to kill her? Fine, let her do as she wants. "Thank you for understanding," Karum replied. Truth be told, he had his own scores to settle with him. In the present, a shimmering portal flared to life near Shin. Donju's voice was cautious. "Looks like a trap. You sure about this?" Shantae's jaw tightened. "There's no other way to save Soul." Donju met his gaze, a silent acknowledgement. Shantae spun around, his voice sharp. "We can't waste another second. Donju, you and I are covered. There's a man out there fighting hundreds of monsters alone. We need to help her now." Meanwhile, Heron was deep in the fray. A system window flashed. Fourth wave, incoming. 80 orc warriors, 100 goblin archers, 20 skeleton knights, 150 skeleton warriors, 100 skeleton archers. Heron thrust her hands forward, a grim declaration. Just not the archers. Shin, however, moved decisively towards the portal. Hunjia stepped in front of him. "Shin, don't. This is because of her." Shin turned to face Hunjia. "It's okay. It's not her fault." He lifted his gaze, a silent resolve settling in his eyes. Unexpected, yes, but they'd have to see his true abilities eventually. This just moved up the timeline. No matter. They would proceed as planned. Shin turned back to the others. "A warrior?" "Indeed," Shantae confirmed. "He is. His name is Li Shantai." Shin materialized an energy weapon, extending it. "Take it." Shantae shook his head. "I'm already armed." Shin's voice cut through the air, sharp and urgent. "Throw it into the portal in a minute." Shantae's brow furrowed. "What?" Shin spun, a question in his eyes. Can he promise him one last thing? He activated the plat skill, stepping through the portal. The priestess stared, a whisper escaping her lips. "He really came?" Shin's reply was curt. "What does she want?" The priestess's smile was unsettling. "Stop acting arrogant. One awkward move and they'll smash her head." Her hand rose to her lips, a gesture of mock contemplation. He understands she's not going to just kill him, so he should stand still. In the corner, Karum sat casually on a chair, a single finger raised. The first rule. Junhun's scream tore through the air, followed by furious punches against unseen ice. "What is this? Let him out!" Shantae's gaze fixed on the shimmering portal, Shin's command echoing in her mind. "Let him throw it into the portal!" A decision hardened her resolve. "I guess it's time," she thought, and with a powerful swing, hurled the swords into the swirling abyss. Shin, meanwhile, felt a strange unease that had clung to him ever since leaving the islands of the endless sky. Karum's voice cut through the tension again. The third rule, he will tell them everything he remembers. Understood? Shin felt a pull, a sense of incompleteness, as if he'd missed something crucial and couldn't simply return. He activated his World of the Net skill, focusing on Hanjia's image. Thanks to her, he now understood this power, this connection, and who Karum truly was. Karum's eyes widened in fear. "How did he know his name?" he demanded. Swords erupted from the portal, carving a sharp triangle into the floor before shooting forward. "He doesn't know how it's connected to the priestess," Shin stated, though his grin betrayed his confidence. The priestess shrieked, scrambling back. Shin's smile widened. "But that won't be enough to catch him." The priestess merely smirked, a predatory gleam in her eyes. This had been her plan all along. She thrust her hand forward, a shimmering barrier snapping into existence. A cold smile played on her lips. "I'd forgotten I could simply lop your head off," she murmured. Behind Shin, a monster's clawed paw was already mid-swing. He reacted instantly, throwing up his own barrier just as the strike slammed into it. But then, a whip-thin energy thread shot from the priestess's hand. He dodged, only for another beast to lunge from behind, its claws snatching at him, dragging him towards a burgeoning portal. Suddenly, a sword burst from the portal, bisecting the monster. Shin stumbled through, collapsing to the ground on the other side, gasping for air. Before he could even register his escape, an axe hurtled into view, the very one Shantae had thrown 2 minutes ago. Back on the main battlefield, Shantae spun around, incredulous. "That support did that?" Junxia echoed. "A support capable of something like that?" Heron, arms crossed, glared at them. Instead of gawking, "Help!" she snapped. The fifth wave erupted. "Familiar with these?" Heron's voice was sharp. Hunjia gasped. "No way!" She knocked an arrow, drawing the bowstring taut. She'd already downed one. She knew how to handle them. Yet the ogre dodged her attack, a gasp escaping her lips. "Watch out!" Heron's warning ripped through the air. The monster scooped up bones from the ground, hurling them with bone-shattering force. A warrior instinctively lunged forward, shield raised, covering Hunjia. She cursed, a chilling thought echoing. How had the trolls gotten so smart? Then a deep, guttural roar shook the very ground. A system window flashed. Ogre magic, overwhelming roar. The monster's maw unhinged, unleashing a deafening shockwave. Hunjia instinctively braced herself, but Heron screamed, "Get down!" In that instant, the ogre's massive body was suddenly sliced apart. The other monsters flinched in collective shock. Shantae's head snapped up, his voice urgent. "We need to help him!" Heron caught Hunjia, steadying her as she stumbled. "You okay?" he asked, his voice laced with concern. Inside the portal, Shin gripped his massive barrier-encased hammer. This was absurd, he thought, having just guzzled a second mana potion. The priestess, clearly impressed, watched him. She'd claimed that last attack nearly emptied her power. Now she tilted her head. They're both holding back, but why is he showing his strength without striking? Shin's eyes narrowed. Was it that obvious? He recalled opening a box much earlier, revealing twin rings. Hain had explained they were part of the plan, a one-time teleportation link between wearers. He'd hesitated. Han had insisted she knew he'd changed his strategy, but the Arbiter had an ally. Getting caught off guard would be disastrous. The ring, she stressed, could be a lifesaver. Now, Shin's fingers grazed the ring. Summoning to Han might detain the priestess, but it wouldn't be enough. She remained composed, a faint smirk playing on her lips, as if time stretched endlessly before her. She even admitted it might be tough to hold him alone, with just herself and her child. Karam, meanwhile, cowered behind a wall, hand clamped over his mouth, terrified, but she wasn't letting him go just yet. Shin's expression hardened. "You're misunderstanding something," she prompted. "What do you mean?" He frowned. "You only need to worry about yourself." He needed to confirm her abilities. Something about her nagged at him, unsettlingly familiar. A smirk touched Shin's lips. "Of course not. But if you want to live, you'll have to use everything you've got," the priestess scoffed. "Why force me to unleash my full power?" She wasn't above dirty tricks, her gaze flicking to a monster, now squeezing a sealed object in its hand. Shin simply stared. Then, a chilling question. "Is that all?" The priestess blinked, caught off guard. "Is this the best you can do?" Suddenly, a storm of small arrows materialized, all honed in on her. She snapped her head up, eyes flashing with alarm. Some time ago, the priestess had knelt before Lester. His orders, discover how much contaminated mana the creator could wield. She'd pressed for a specific power level. Lester, waving away her concern, declared finding shelter the priority. The priestess had hesitated. "What about the support?" Lester, staring out a window, explained they'd learn his abilities once the system activated. Until then, she was to secure an isolated gate. Time was running out, he reminded her. She'd bowed, confirming her understanding. Back in the present, the priestess frowned, lost in thought. This was supposed to be her chance to learn more about him. Instead, a hail of arrows rained down. Shin, too, focused his mind. Glimpses of Hangia and Sion flashed through the haze of his past life. Different now, yet their abilities were identical, and this priestess's techniques, the divine hammer, the barrier, he'd seen them before, but where? He needed to push her. She was bound to change tactics. Spears? The priestess questioned, her voice serious. She waved her staff, a silent acknowledgement. Suddenly, her vision blurred. A profound wrongness settled over her. Her weapons wouldn't respond. Shin had already unleashed a potent surge of energy, a communication skill. He could connect directly to a target's weapon and seize control. The priestess spun, screaming at the monster to crush the girl. It roared, swinging a massive fist at Seal. But before the blow could land, an unseen force ripped its arm clean off. A spear impaled the creature, then another, tearing through its flesh. The priestess's gaze dropped. Too late, she realized. He'd used a skill. Shin pressed the assault. Her focus shattered. He closed the distance, his spearhead aimed directly at her face. A raw scream tore from her throat. Suddenly, massive white wings erupted from her back. Divine energy blazed across the battlefield, momentarily blinding everyone. Monsters recoiled, shielding their eyes. Warriors instinctively ducked behind their shields. Hangia and Heron stared, mesmerized at the colossal form of the fallen executive. The priestess's raw emotions surged outward, uncontrolled. She gazed at her hands, confusion etched on her face. She hadn't meant to trigger the skill. Shin's eyes narrowed. So, the priestess's anchor skill, he muttered. A perfect chance to end her. But then, behind him, Something shifted. An explosion rippled through the air. Shin barely managed to brace himself. A massive stream of energy shot from a swirling portal, spearing directly through the executive's massive form. Lester stepped through. "In a hurry, weren't you, priestess?" he chided, using something unprepared. The priestess looked down, flinching nervously. Lester's gaze snapped to Shin. "So this is the creator she's been raving about." Shin met his stare. The mana radiating from Lester was overwhelming. Contaminated mana choked the air. Lester smirked. "I told you to focus on securing a shelter, didn't I? Instead, you deploy the hermit and that test sample." Energy coalesced and swirled before his face. "Still lost," he muttered, almost to himself. The executive's colossal form shredded, twisting into black threads that snaked back into the portal. Lester sighed, turning back to the priestess. "So you unleashed a dog that didn't even recognize its owner?" The priestess lowered her head in shame. The executive was gone, utterly. Lester's gaze swung back to Shin, a smirk playing on his lips. "And it seems he hasn't even tapped into his contaminated mana yet." He tilted his head, a question in his voice. Just how much does he know about contaminated mana? Elsewhere, Donju leveled his machine gun. "Why are these monsters acting so strangely?" he barked. Hanjia shook her head. "I don't know." Suddenly, a fresh wave of monsters surged towards them. Donju screamed, "These ones are moving differently!" He opened fire, tearing through their heads. "Is that your ability?" Heron shot, eyes wide. Donju shook his head. "Squad leader's weapon!" A system window flashed. Elemental enchantment. Explosive bullets. They detonated on impact. Hanjia grimaced. "Sorry I got injured." Heron nodded, her gaze sweeping to Junyang. "We need him to wake up." Donju let out a weary sigh. He'd hold the line, buy them time until the squad leader returned with Seal. Heron's eyes scoured the chaotic battlefield. Where did he go? Meanwhile, in the ruined space, Shin faced Lester. Shantae materialized, her expression instantly darkening. "Where is she? Tell me now!" Shin stretched his hand forward, revealing Seal, now surrounded by spears. Lester's gaze flickered to her, a cruel smirk spreading across his face. His comrade used her as bait. Shantae whirled on Shin, her voice tight with demand. "Is that true?" Lester clarified, a nasty edge to his voice. "The priestess gave orders. He had to restrain her. It made her the perfect target." He paused, a glint in his eye. "The priestess has been waiting for Shin to slip, waiting for his attention to lapse so she could strike." Shantae's scream ripped through the air. "You used a civilian!" Lester chuckled. "I like this guy. I'd offer him a chance. Might even help with a plan." Before the words fully left his lips, a cold gun barrel pressed against his face. Shantae snarled, "Sick idiots! I don't know what you're planning, but—" Junyo cut him off, stepping in with a blur. Shantae's form shimmered, radiating energy as he dissolved into the very air, vanishing before their stunned eyes. His battle axe clanged to the floor. "Why'd he do that?" Shin demanded. Lester merely smiled. "Strange question," he mused, considering his head was almost blown off. Shin's brow furrowed. "How did you do it?" Lester's response was unexpected. His comrade just died. Instead of seeking revenge, he asked questions. Shin clarified, "I wanted to see his limits. He wasn't my comrade. He was probably a good person," Shin thought, "but too reckless. Talented, yes, but not hero strong. A shame, but his choice, his consequences." Lester chuckled again. "I like you." Shin pushed. "How did you use that technique?" But Lester cut him off. "Enough. You're not in a position to ask questions now. My turn." He leaned in. "What do you know about the infected?" Then Lester fell silent, glancing away. A low chuckle rumbled in his chest as he clenched his palm. "Apparently," he stated, "I was wrong." Puzzled, Shin watched him. With a dismissive swing of his hand, Lester declared, "First, we deal with these annoying kids." "No!" Shin's thought screamed, turning in dread just as Lester's sword flashed, a booming command of, "Down!" A massive surge of energy erupted, sweeping through the room, cleaving through monster bodies. "What did he say?" Dongju gasped, but Hanjia was already yanking him to the floor, even as more monsters continued to fall apart around them. A nearby warrior raised a shield, screaming defiance, just before a thunderous explosion rocked the space. A beat of stunned silence followed. "What just happened?" Hanjia finally whispered. Haran, eyes wide, pointed. "It flew out from Shin's side." He then spun, gasping at the sight of the warrior's body, cleanly bisected. "What the hell is going on?" Dongju demanded, scanning the chaos. Lester simply stretched out a hand. "I assembled this gate because I needed it," he stated. "But I can no longer control it. It's pointless now. Fighting is out of the question." Shin realized, a cold dread settling in. Could Lester do this even with contaminated mana? There's absolutely nothing I can do. He squeezed a flask, forcing himself to focus. Replenish mana, first priority. He emptied the bottle, noting it was his third. The potions were losing their punch. Addiction symptoms were already setting in. Lester's definitely got the priestess under his thumb, Shin deduced. But I can't beat him just by calling to Han. I have to survive first. Outlive him. Shin spun around. It wasn't just about him anymore. He had to protect Hanjia and the others. True heroes. He gritted his teeth. The how, a burning question. Lester might be interested now, but he'd toss Shin aside like Shantae the moment he grew bored. A system window blared. Contaminated mana. Usage blocked. Interference detected. Shin's nose started to bleed, a searing pain, and he cursed. If only he could use it. Just then, Lester pivoted. Are we seeing this? Hanjia's voice was sharp with confusion. Yes, Heron confirmed. Massive energy flows are surging towards the portals fast. Has this ever happened? Heron pressed. No, Hanjia stated. We'd have noticed something like that. She glanced at Shin, a grim resolve settling. Forgive me, she muttered, but I need to get to Shin. You're wounded, you can't shoot, Heron protested. Hanjia ignored her, barking, Dongju! He spun, answering her call, and she extended a hand. Weapon, now! He slapped a machine gun into her grasp, and she surged forward. Heron, meanwhile, stared at the flickering system window, her brow furrowed. What in hell is going on? She whispered, then flinched back, a gasp escaping her lips. Bloody cracks spiderwebbed across the air before her. Are the gates being destroyed? Lester exhaled slowly. Now we can talk calmly. Shin remained silent, his gaze unwavering. Answer my question, Lester prompted. Shin finally spoke. What do you know about this contaminated mana? Forgive me, but I only just received it. I know nothing. Lester held his silence, studying Shin, then asked, Do you also have memories? Shin's eyes snapped wide, fear gripping him. How did he know? Contaminated mana isn't just obtained, Lester replied, a predatory glint in his eye. I suspected it when I spoke to the priestess, but now I see it clearly in you. He's probing me, Shin realized. Lester sensed his unease. Don't worry, he said, a deceptive calm in his voice. I'm simply trying to prevent the end of the world. If you help me, we could become comrades pursuing a common goal. Shin frowned, looking down at his hand, then fixed Lester with a stare. Why did you kill that man? He interfered, Lester answered without hesitation. Unfortunately, my goal is larger than a single death. We have little time. He stretched out both hands, an open gesture. Will you help me? Comrades. The word echoed in Shin's mind. Just then, the priestess spun around, her thoughtful expression replaced by raw terror. Careful! She shrieked. Hanjia had already aimed her machine gun, finger on the trigger. Hands up, Lester, or I shoot! Shin's mind screamed. No! Horror! Why had Hanjia come here? He hadn't intended to make an enemy of Lester, but now he had to protect her. A massive surge of energy swept through the room. Stop! Hanjia yelled, but Shin was already rushing forward, a blade manifesting in his hand. He had to thrust it, distract Lester, before that contaminated mana reached Hanjia. Hanjia dropped her machine gun, a choked scream tearing from her throat. Lester spun, fist clenched. Too slow! He struck, and Shin crumpled, a scream ripped from his own lungs. Lester stood over him, fists still balled. You use skills, Shin, but you're utterly undeveloped physically. Shin gasped. What are you talking about? You must know skills boost strength, Lester scoffed. But it's not enough. You've gotten by on skills alone until now, but you lack true physical prowess. You'll hit your limit soon. Shin stared up in stunned surprise, freezing as Lester loomed over him. Develop physically first, Lester advised, almost casually. There are many ways, especially with the system active. Why are you telling me this? Shin choked out. Lester's gaze was sharp. Because I've confirmed you have memories, and since I don't yet know if you're an enemy or an ally, I'm curious. Hanjia looked up, clutching the machine gun, fear etched on her face. Lester turned from Shin. My offer still stands. You'll answer later. He glanced around, puzzled. Where is the contaminated mana? Just then, a huge rift tore open above them. Lester stretched out a hand, his expression grim. This was a mistake. I didn't think she would go all the way. He pulled back his hood, revealing his face. My name is Lester, he told Shin, his voice carrying an undeniable weight. Remember my words. It's not a bad offer. Hanjia lunged forward, a desperate scream tearing Shin's name from her throat. She crouched beside him, demanding, Are you okay? What's happening? Shin simply lowered his head, confirming he was well, just as a system window materialized before Hanjia. She read it aloud, the words chilling. Main task, protect the islands of the endless sky. Last wave, 910. Goal, defeat all monster waves. Reward, unlock new skills from the islands of the endless sky. Her voice trembled. This isn't the end? Shin nodded grimly. Apparently, there's still a boss. Hanjia's shoulders slumped. I can't fight anymore. Shin, pushing past his own exhaustion, knew his mana reserves were bone dry. He'd barely conjured a dagger for the last skirmish. His gaze darted to the massive rift, a cold dread creeping in. How could he defend himself now? Then, from the shimmering tear in reality, a colossal, hat-wearing bird creature burst forth. The group stared, mouths agape, eyes wide with stunned confusion. It landed with a thud, and Shin's mind raced. He'd never seen anything like it. Where had this thing come from? Hanjia eyed the boss. Doesn't exactly inspire confidence, does it? She muttered, then strode forward. I'll try to deal with it. Shin tried to protest, but the words caught in his throat as he crumpled to his knees, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. He clutched his face, panic seizing him. Not now. Why was the side effect flaring up at this critical moment? A chilling thought struck him. Given his body's weak reaction, this monster likely wielded contaminated mana. If it had a similar ability, Hanjia was in grave danger. As Hanjia swung her machine gun, the monster abruptly spun, its voice a guttural command. Found it! Hanjia could only manage a terrified scream. Give it back, the bird ordered. Hanjia stared, bewildered, as the creature's gaze fixed on Shin. This is his! Shin's mind reeled. It claims I took something, said I'd return it but didn't, and now it's time to pay up. Hanjia turned, confusion etched on her face. Shin, however, held out a hand, a sudden clarity dawning. He didn't know what it was, but this monster reacted to contaminated mana. As long as Hanjia didn't provoke it further, its focus would be on him. The true problem, though, was that this creature was directly linked to the very knowledge he sought, and he had no idea how to fight it. The monster tilted its head. Are you listening? Shin, despite his pain, registered the creature's relatively low contaminated mana signature, but he still couldn't attack. Compensate me, it demanded. Shin stared, dumbfounded, as it drew closer. You didn't listen when I asked for compensation. Now you tell me to compensate? He scoffed. No! A thought flashed. Did Lester have this kind of contaminated mana? The monster leaned in, its voice a furious growl. Mine. This one had a lot, almost all of it, but he has almost none now. Where did it go? There seems to be a misunderstanding, Shin began, convinced. It was the one mistaken, but the monster cut him off, unwavering. No misunderstanding. Shin stared in surprise as it insisted. It was definitely used here. The stockpiles of it. Frustration boiling over, Shin slammed his hands against the ground, roaring, It's not mine! The bird creature shrieked, launching itself into the air. Immediately! Give it back! Immediately! Give it back! Just then, Heron's fist, crackling with energy, slammed into the monster's head. She glanced around, exasperated. What kind of nonsense is this? I don't need to defeat this. Shin, however, gasped. No! Good job! Instantly, new system windows materialized before them all. Main task. Deal with the last wave of the islands of the endless sky. Task completed. Rewards for completion will be granted. Shin stared, stunned. What about these two? And the corpses? If rewards were coming now. He spun around. All the guys. His teammates, the other awakened, had been instantly compressed into a single chaotic space. Cries of pain erupted from them, mingling with the confused murmurs of bystanders. What's going on? Does anyone understand? I'm not the only one seeing this, right? People were already reporting to the association, asking if only the awakened had witnessed this bizarre event. Shin placed a hand on his knee, a grim realization settling in. Instead of a reward, he murmured, we've been released. A police officer pointed frantically. People outside are reporting strange windows appearing to them too. A man scanned the chaos. The association's just as lost. Nobody understands this. Another officer asked, what was that? A robed figure calmly replied, my skills are written right here. Hanjia rushed over. What's happening? Shin shook his head. I don't know. As though the sudden system window and ensuing pandemonium made it clear something monumental was happening. Hanjia, hurrying past, apologized again, still demanding answers. Shin turned, wondering if even the unconscious had been transported. It seemed everyone had received a reward. He spotted Donju and Sale among the crowd. They were back too. Everyone returned, but not the dead. He could only hope the association would find a way to retrieve the bodies. Guards rushed towards Shin, offering profuse thanks to all who had returned alive from the isolated gate. The hall's initial confusion quickly gave way to a strange mix of relief and renewed responsibility. During the ensuing investigation, Shin learned critical details. The rift had shown a weak reaction moments before their return. The awakened had also experienced shared visions, and the rift itself had briefly dimmed. He observed an association member, a new understanding settling in. The task had been completed just seconds before they materialized. The system's activation delayed only because the gate had sealed, but there was a far greater consequence. Unlike his previous life, every awakened now had the status of a player. Shin watched the chattering men, realizing the immense implications. This was a seismic shift. Their entire plan needed a drastic overhaul. He glanced at the ring on his hand. This new reality meant no one could simply seek out the leader hidden behind the priestess anymore. Lester's words echoed in his mind. First, increase physical abilities. As long as the system was active, new paths would surely emerge. Shin shoved his hands into his pockets, lowering his head. So much left to settle. This couldn't go on as it was. Despite the chaos the windows caused, many civilians reacted with a strange calm, even amidst their anxiety. For people accustomed to a world irrevocably altered by rifts, this was simply another unsettling event. News reports confirmed that only the awakened saw the visions, likely tied to the rifts, though a minority still whispered of the rifts leading to an eventual apocalypse. The Skeleton Guild, predictably, dissolved with the death of its leader, the A-rank sorcerer Lint. The investigation unearthed a litany of illegal activities, unauthorized dungeon raids, black market goods, and rampant theft. Guild members testified that the majority of their illicit profits had been funneled to Li Shin's wife and daughter in America. The lower-ranked C and D members, with nowhere else to turn, simply abandoned their careers as hunters. The Hunters Association, confirming Quan Sayan was alive, immediately retrieved him from the home of Yu Jun, guardian of the Endless Sky Islands. Quan Sayan and the others had spoken of an awakened woman wielding dark energy, and the association was now actively hunting her down. With Guardian Yu Jun having no blood relatives, and her husband and family deceased years ago, the association began deliberations on who should receive her compensation. Donju settled into a chair facing Soil's bed. "That's all we know for now," he stated simply. Soil offered a small smile. "A quiet thank you." Donju studied her. "Why share this data? So you remember something," Soil countered. "Even if not everything." Donju nodded slowly. "Right. But will you keep working?" Soil stared at him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "The association is dangerous," Donju explained, his gaze serious. "There's no guarantee this won't happen again." Soil scoffed. "Is that what you're worried about? I have to continue. Who else will?" Donju clicked his tongue, a soft admission. "Unbelievable." Soil's smile widened. "We manage hunter lists, classify ranks, provide rewards, take reports, write reports on abnormal dungeons. We do so much. We're the department of everything." Donju just turned away, a silent yes. "And what everyone overlooks," Soil added, her voice dropping, "is that we originally posed as an association to clean up the Endless Sky Islands." Donju's eyes narrowed, now fully focused. Soil continued. "I'll look into it. Don't you think there's someone behind the villains? Gangsters, a megacorp, maybe even national intelligence?" Whop! Donju swatted her head lightly with a notebook. "Play detective after you've fully recovered." Soil grinned, letting out a playful shriek. Donju stormed into the corridor, tearing the papers from his hands, shredding them, and tossing them into a nearby trash can. "She's going to drive me insane," he muttered, striding away. The calm of the alley shattered. A jagged portal ripped open, and grotesque monsters spewed forth, roaring into the twilight. One hulked out, scanning its surroundings, then locked onto a lone boy strolling down the street. A guttural laugh bubbled from its maw. Nearby, a second, massive portal materialized. A new figure stepped out, his eyes immediately snagging on a system window. Task activated. "This is terrible," he gasped, fear lacing his voice. "Why call me so early?" A shrill scream tore through the air. He spun, witnessing the monster lunging at the terrified boy. It bellowed, pushing off the ground, a monstrous blur hurtling forward. Thwack! An arrow streaked, piercing the creature's head, pinning it to the wall with brutal force. The newcomer blinked. "Hey, kid!" he yelled, a slow smile spreading across his face. "You alone?"